Oh, so suddenly you're poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
Últimamente nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él. Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Pilla el ave, avión, coche, aquí lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dijimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que nuestras charlas son comparecencias. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con él.
Oh, so suddenly you're poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Skyesports Masters. We're ready to get into our qualifying stage to decide who of our European teams will make it to the final European spot and the LAN finals. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for today's proceedings, and 12 teams do battle, only one spot up for grabs. Dwayne, it's do or die for every stage of the tournament.
I love how cutthroat this really is. One mistake, one off day, one map, and mate, you're just out of it. You're just gone. See you later. No LAN chance for you. And there are some very good teams up here on action for the next few days.
Yeah, on the background of the major going on, some of the teams that didn't quite make it over to Copenhagen might get a chance to make it to Mumbai. So plenty of opportunities available for all 12 of our teams so far. 6 teams have already been invited to the LAN itself, but as I said, there are 12 entries in this competition. And some names, Dwight, that you would take a look at and say that they've got a lot to prove coming into this week.
And there's got to be, I would say, between 3 and 6 teams where their expectation has to be to qualify to the LAN event. I would throw 3D Max into that conversation. I would throw Preezy, Guild Eagles, Fnatic, BetBoom. Do you know what I mean, right? Like, you've got a couple of teams that maybe want to test the field with their new rosters. A couple of these teams have come in with some new 4th and 5th players. But there are going to be a lot of teams here where if they don't qualify, that's goal not achieved.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And again, there's going to be a number of teams that won't be able to achieve that goal. Again, of these 12, only 1 will make it through, and it's a big old single elimination bracket as well. We'll start with our 8 teams first into round 1, and our 4 highest seeds of BetBoom, Fnatic, Guild, and Preezy. So higher expectations on those 4 squads being the higher ranked of the lot here in the closed qualifier.
And this could be a very good opportunity of a bounce back for someone like the Guild Eagles. We know that online has been quite tough for them for the last 12 months or so, but getting a taste of LAN success at the RMR, getting a taste of how close it was to getting to the major itself, they want to get to LAN quickly. They want to try and get back into that position, and looking at, I suppose, some of the experienced players on Preezy, with maybe the idea that Dupree's leaving them and going over to Falcons, they'll also look to try and see if they can make that qualification happen.
Well, again, we'll start with our round 1 games, our lowest seed of the squads, if you will. Sprout versus Bait is our first match of the day, and 3D Max versus Gun5 will be our second. And again, a lot of intrigue around these players and these teams, because there are some changes over the course of all 4.
Yeah, for Sprout, they've, have they made changes in the last month or maybe the last year? They're definitely an organization that we're seeing a lot of new pieces come in for Bait. This is a team we're more familiar with. The core's been together for a lot longer. The team's been together for a lot longer. But we actually don't see them on HLTV all that often. For 3D Max, we know that they're consistently a high-end Tier 2 squad. And for Gun5, Finnegan & Co., we don't see them on HLTV all that often. So I suppose you've got some familiar teams and some familiar players, and I'd love to see what the action's going to look like for them today.
Well, we'll get to see them later on. Again, we're focusing on Sprout versus Bait as our first match of the day. And let's dive into that a little bit more, Dweg, because look, for Sprout, obviously, they announced some major new signings. Their lineup is kind of formation now. And there will be some familiar names because they did have a number of these players standing in for them over the last handful of months. But they've only recently just officiated their full 5-man.
And there's a couple of players here that are actually playing on their first ever international team. So Raiko, who was standing in for a couple of best of 3s, now gets an official signing to this organization. Poddy as well. We saw him pretty much in the Finnish scene and the Finnish scene only, playing out on Soa Esports and ENCE Academy. He now plays in his first ever international team, and that probably was a very tough decision for him to make, Jay. He was quite comfortable with the boys. He was certainly the best player on ENCE Academy for pretty much the entirety of that lineup and iteration. But to make that move, it feels like a career move, and Poddy is honestly going to reap successes of making that jump to an international roster.
Oh, he's only really on this position as of right now as a lone player, so we'll find out how well he'll impact here on the Sprout camp. Over on the Bait squad, obviously a little bit more established in terms of the Ukrainian squads, and these guys certainly are the more established names that Sprout would like to take on and try and see if they can beat out. A lot of unpredictability about the Sprout camp, but in the best-of-3 scenario, Dweg, it feels like they are definitely walking as the favourites over on the Bait camp. I am being told we have to very quickly move on to our vetos here, Dweg, so talk me through, I guess before as we sort of like line up the Bait camp, talk me through how this best-of-3 you can see playing out.
I think for the best of 3 as a whole, I mean, we know that for Bait, they don't really like their Vertigo whatsoever. We also know that Sprout don't like their Nuke. So Sprout normally go in with punish picks. So I would say probably an Overpass being played for the Sprout side, and probably for Bait going into Anubis. It's home turf for the Ukrainians. They do like their Anubis.
It does feel like those do seem to be the common sort of maps in the pool itself. Indeed, Overpass and Anubis will come out as appropriate. Sprout picking in, Anubis out, that one. Ancient as the last map as the decider. So in terms of that third map there, is there any sort of strengths involved here? I know that Bait actually have the lowest win rate of their map pool on that map up, so is that going to be a hindrance to them?
I don't think so. They're obviously a team that's been together for a lot longer. You've got a core 3 over a year and a core 4 for about 6 months. So I think no really matter which way the veto goes, they're still always going to be at the advantage just because they've got more game time under their belt. For Sprout, they are one of these teams where they always look to punish pick. And while that can work successfully when you've got a lineup that's together for a long period of time, when you punish pick teams after just making new signings and new players into the roster, it's going to be difficult to work success. So I don't know. I actually feel as if getting a map victory in this series could be quite tough from Sprout.
It certainly is, just because it is such a new roster, and in terms of like their officials standing together, and even pieces that haven't been playing with them in the past, right? But I look at this team, and I also think that unpredictability might end up being something that could throw a curveball into the mix against Bay. I don't think it's going to leave Sprout as favourites by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm a little bit more lenient to the prospect that they'll have a few more things to try and do a little bit better than many might expect. Again, this is more speculation than anything solid, because it is something that we do see quite frequently in the Tier 2 scene.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know if I don't believe that, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, for Sprout, they've won 2 out of their last 10 best of 3s on HLTV. They've had it rough for a good couple of months now, and obviously that speaks volumes to why they've made these changes. There's players coming in, there's players coming out, there's players standing in from the academy, and now at least we've got a lineup that we can judge. The issue is they're going on debut today. It's not as if this lineup's been together for a handful of tournaments, a handful of best of 3s. With this being the opening game, we get to see what Raiko's going to be like, probably in preferred positions. We get to see what Poddy's going to be like on the AWP. At least for Sadime, we're familiar with him. We know that he's a guy that's been playing with them for a little while now. Seems like the best player. I hope that we get to see even more from him now that he's officially a part of the team.
Yeah, certainly a lot more first impressions involved than anything of any tangibility for the Sprout side, which is why my prediction sort of sits with the bait camp by default. I am, again, sort of like holding out hope that they can really hit the ground running on this roster, because honeymoon period is a thing that can work out for teams. Whether they have that or teething period is another question to sort of go in the opposite direction there for Sprout. And again, this match certainly will set the pace for them, and especially for them, like, it is more going to be setting the pace for the grander scale of Tier 2, because a loss right here would lead to elimination here in the qualifier.
And for Bait, they've actually been able to beat some very good teams in the very recent history. I have a look at the IEM Dallas Closed Qualifiers they played in. They took a map off of VP, a team in the top 10 in the world right now. They 2-0'd Koi, who's obviously at the major. They 2-1'd ENCE, and you're thinking, geez, man, like, this is back-to-back really good results. And then they nearly beat Metasport. Map number 3, the third map decider, went all the way to overtime. So when you look at the last handful of best of 3s that they've been playing on HLTV, they've been beating high-end caliber Tier 2 teams, and in some cases of ENCE and VP, we're talking about Tier 1 caliber teams.
Yeah, again, they are coming into this one as relatively heavy favourites in my eyes. I think that they are going to be the team to beat for Sprout overall, and certainly a tough draw when it comes to them on their debut. I mean, any of these teams would have been a bit of a tough draw, honestly, for Sprout, because they are so fresh, because they are so new, and because they have been on a downward slope ever since basically the start of last year, ostensibly. Like, they've been in a really rough spot, roster changes left, right, and centre, not really finding a stable 5, which then has that question of how long is this 5 going to stay together? Is it going to be a short-term thing? Are they going to try and build a much more longer-term project? It feels like the Sprout that I know, the team that does lose pieces and does rebuild and does bounce back, is very much a thing of the past at the moment.
Yeah, that's definitely not the Sprout I know. I'll put it that way. I mean, you mentioned that Poddy's out on loan. At least he's out on loan till the end of the year. He's not on loan for a couple of months. He's not on loan to maybe the player break. At least it gives that long tenure where we could expect him to stay around for quite some time. For Sprout, I mean, they're a team that currently on the HLTV World Rankings are outside of the top 100. This is a team for, I want to say, the majority of 2021, majority of 2022. Mate, you're at the higher end of top 20, top 30 fairly consistently. And like you've mentioned, it's just been a lot of moving pieces. It hasn't been a successful last 12 months or so for Sprout. And now it's a new direction. There's some fresh pieces. There are some inexperienced pieces. And I'm sure that's going to put a lot of pressure on someone like Rules. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the coaching staff of Berry and Feed to try and get these guys up to scrap as quickly as possible, because there aren't many successful Tier 2 players in this organization outside of Rules.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's the guy that has like 7 top-end Tier 1 appearances over the course of his career, dating all the way back to like 2013, including like the first major, right? So he's been around the block for a fair number of years. He's had those chances to try and contest titles and go pretty deep in terms of the Tier 2 scene, especially over many, many years. So his experience will be very invaluable to some of those guys that haven't had as much playing time, as much experience, and as much potential. And even guys like you mentioned, Poddy, obviously, he's basically been an academy player for the brunt of his whole tenure in the professional scene. So to learn from him would be a great benefit to the Sprout players, but it's a case of how long, if it does at all, come together to form a unit that gets performances. It's very doubtful that it's an immediate impact sort of thing.
And this is where, as well, communication's going to be very key. Now, I know Poddy, his English is pretty good, but English is very different from chatting to someone to being in-game. For him, he's going to have to be speaking English in-game. For Ryko, he's going to have to do the same. And for guys that have played only in the Polish scene and only in the Finnish scene, the first few months could be quite tough. So I think for Sprout, this obviously is a very difficult game for them to go up against a bait side who seem to be in good touch. I mean, Wrinkle is a very exciting AWPer. I think he's always in those sort of highlight moments. Huge X factor around him. And then for NPL, he's kind of taken over the brunt of the leadership of this team. He got dropped off of Na'Vi. He's come into here. He started picking the in-game leadership. He's out on loan as well, and he's been a part of the bait organization for the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, again, these guys have been well-rounded, I think, for a fair amount of time. I mean, the only real sort of like element that I guess could be considered a little bit newish, even though I don't really think it necessarily applies at the moment, is Essential, because a few months ago he wasn't really like as well known as he is right now. He's obviously had a fair amount of time to really bed himself in and establish himself. So, I mean, look, I don't necessarily think it's going to be a weak point for bait in him, but again, as a team for how long they've been together, it feels like that his transition and his development is going to be something that bait will be focused on for a few months to come.
And Bait will have a look at the majority of teams in this bracket and probably say that only the first couple of rounds would they at least be able to contest. I mean, this opening game, they'll be looked at as favourites. Come the next round, obviously, if they can make it through, that's where you maybe have to try and upset a little bit more and kind of show the depth that this team has offered in the last handful of weeks.
Well, let's see how much they can offer. We're both riding the bait hype train. Dwayne, you're going to give the Sprout side the benefit of at least one map here in the series?
No, I'm going to go 2-0. I mean, Overpass has a lot of question marks just because it's a punish, but 2-0 for bait for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I am at least holding out some naive hope, if nothing else, that Sprout can make Overpass competitive, and that might show our signs of first impressions. Indeed, Ryko draws out first blood, can't quite make it too. Captain Kirker responds back with two of his own, and immediately advantage for bait.
And just when there was success in underpass there for Sprout, instantly tailed back there from the captain on that dual peak. And for Sprout, they actually are working a contact out of Monster. A very defensive Essential is trying to watch this from Graffiti.
Slow walk up from the T side. Essential's not quite ready for the man that peeks in. Sadime now allows a little bit of breathing room for the T's, but rotations are being called by bait very quickly. They have to prioritize this bomb plant. The smoke will come down, which should secure it, but Owner does catch Poddy, so now down to two players on the Sprout side. Sadime has pressed aggressive, but he can't hit the kill shot. Finally does do so, but in the meantime, his teammate has been dropped. It's him in a 1 versus 2. Gets another kill back on Essential, and MPL closes in the pincers. Low HP, but still wins the fight and the pistol for the T side.
And over the last 12 months or so from Sprout, there's been a couple of real exciting players that have come into the organization. One of them is wonderful. The second one for me is Sadime. And I know it's crazy to say that when he's only played, I think, 23 maps for the Sprout organization. He's been the guy that, for you and IJ, seems as if he is a very hot prospect. Seems as if he could have a very long time here on the Sprout side. So just seeing what he was able to recover in that pistol round to nearly turn it into a clutch, we can expect a lot from him in this best of 3.
Top frag to Sadime, even though it's not saying much here off the back of the pistol. And PL is going to take him down first and foremost as part of the harsher eco that the T's are going to bring to the table. No real bomb plant for them. So harsh it up, get the guns out, and the next should be allowing a payday for MPL, though. Plenty of money gained to this SMG. Not even a contest by the T side. An ace in the round for him. And Bait continue their solid start.
And once more, with just the veto discussion for Sprout, they tend to always be banning nuke, but always pick opponents' weaknesses. And I do wonder if that's going to start to change over the next handful of months, or at least handful of tournaments, just because this is a side that tries to run a 6-map map pool. Now, when you run such a wide map pool with new players, it means that you're not having a huge amount of time to kind of work on that number 1 map, that number 2 map. And that's where Bait can look to try and punish in this best of 3.
You know, scouts set in for Wrinkle as Captain Kirker again draws out first blood against Sedima. Trade not quite as viable, although Sentinel does continue the kill counts over here on the short access rules. Cuts back one, damaged up so heavily. NPL even damaged up his teammates against both those kills. This is looking very easy in the early game for Bait.
Indeed it is. The Ukrainians pressing the fight aggressively out there to short, and Sprout tried to muster up as much as they could. The captain is just feeling it. So aggressive on these presses right here.
An SMG finding mass amounts of impact. Hell of a bonus weapon for him. 2 AK upgrades that will be guaranteed for the next round on the CT side. MPL and Owner will have those. Siege without bomb control, without map control, and of course the 1 versus 4 that we don't even need to mention how much of a disadvantage that is. MPL deals with him all the same. Nice and easy, effective stuff on this CT basis. And Sprout getting very little out of that rifle round.
And the last time that Bait actually played Overpass on HLTV was about a year ago. Now, normally the way that their veto works out is that they don't like Vertigo. Vertigo's always their permaban, and then come the second wave of the veto, that's when they always ban out your Overpass. Never play it as a third map decider. So it is kind of surprising to not have seen it more frequently when it isn't their insta-ban, but it certainly is one of their weaker maps in the pool. Wrinkle, aggressive out here to party. Sprout not bringing a massive amount of investment out to round number 4.
Don't really have much of a choice in the matter. The economy just doesn't scale up that far. Still got those Tech 9s and Deagles and P250s in the hope that they can try and drive something home here. Damage is the best thing that you can hope for. Very slow approach from the Sprout side as well, trying to isolate a mistake, which isn't really coming forward on the CT basis. Missed shots, the best that you can gain out of this. And that's not punished by Sprout either.
I do want to say the biggest concern right now is that MPL is now 10-0. They need to quiet him quickly, because as an in-game leader, if you're feeling it and you're just generating impact frag after one another, mate, that's when he could just start steamrolling.
Got 3 more around that corner in the bathroom. Sprout not opting to press. Wary of that danger. Obviously got the kill against Saddam a moment ago, so well aware of by the T-side basis. He will get C-Jot next. Ryko can't seem to find an angle, and he's wary of that short player. That might also provide some issues for them. 30 seconds on the clock. They need to try and prioritize the bomb plant, but it's been dropped again by MPL. Now Ryko's been noted about. The CTs will bolster up this position. This is number 13 for MPL. Easy pickings against the Pistols. 1 on 5 for rules.
The Bait looking to keep everyone alive and keep a very successful round forward. Now, one aspect I want to see from Potty is how much he can bring consistently across the series with the AWP, and we actually see it quite frequently, Jay, in the Tier 2 landscape, is you bring in an inexperienced player, maybe an academy player or someone from a lower division, and they just can't hold the weight. They just can't deliver at that level, and to me that was Slime. I was very underwhelmed with his performance on Sprout. It showed that it was too soon, that he wasn't ready for the higher end of Tier 2 competition, and he found his way getting benched on the lineup to bring in at least a player that's reputable in the scene, a player that's familiar at this kind of level.
Well, guns being brought in by Sprout. We mentioned how many of these players are very inexperienced. Very slow approach again from these default rifles. Bait taking a bit more of a passive approach, aware that the gun buy should stack up at max loss. Case of where they face resistance first and foremost and how they can deal with it. Still got limitations over on that T side as well. The Galil on rules being the standout element of it. Again, very slow start from Sprout thus far.
And I'm liking for Bait, they are constantly taking map territory. They are not sitting back defensively on the bomb sites. They are re-aggressing short water. They're fighting for con. This time around, because Ascentio and Captain Kirker haven't even had a response, they haven't had a contact, they're going to rotate up heavily to A. So they can keep 3 players on A for the meanwhile.
Slime's drawing attention. His direction sprays down Ascentio, but not to the kill. Just a 15 HP. At least a small start for Sprout, but still no casualty taken means no clear advantage.
AWP wide out from Divider, and time being low, Sprout need to crack some entries and fairly soon.
Molly set, flashes on the way, Wrinkle Watching and waiting. Owner instead just mows down 2 in mid. The AWP finally does strike. As Seajot gets caught, turns back on long, where MPL still got it marked, and Wrinkle doubles up. Nice and effective. Only Owner the casualty, even sacrificing that AWP for the sake of an AK, because money is so well built on the base side. 5-0 now.
Well, at what point, Jay, am I allowed to say that this game is done? I mean, this just hasn't even been competitive rounds.
Yeah.
There has not even been a look in, and knowing that this is a punish pick, I mentioned it's surprising that you're going in for a punish pick with such a new rebuild of the roster. Going into something like this, we are seeing just barely nothing from Sprout. Very little success.
Broken investment to try follow it up. Half invest, including that Galil on Raiko. Rules dealt with by the AWP already. Wrinkle even lining up collateral tags. And I'm and Seajot do get a couple back. Trying to contest this round, at least holding something more in it. 3 versus 3 though, and Seajot is low HP.
It's workable for a moment. Seajot being low HP is a concern, and obviously the lack of real map taken is up here towards the banana position. HE could actually deal with Seajot not quite far enough. Sprout. They need to be pack heavy in this. They've just got to be very reliant on the trades because of that HP differential.
Minute to try play into the bomb site. Seajot is still watching for a jump phase to Sprout rotate back through underpass and start to set up the split into the B site. It will be on a Senthiel to hold it.
Now, Senthiel does have an incendiary, so as soon as he sees a shadow or hears a footstep, he can drop that down to either short or monster. Resmoke comes through from Captain Kirker on A to Monster, so that actually slows the round down. No, the Monster Smoke misses.
Far too deep. Senthiel's going to see that, recognize, oh dear, lad. Now we've got heavy pressure, and they might consider the rotations unless Seajot continues to hold them into that A bomb site, and he does with a flashbang now. Senthiel just got to win the straight up fights. Dry peeks in, spray through. Second player has been seen. Seen now, heard. Back of the footsteps. Second kill. Not even a problem for the AK. The AWP now caught on rotation, transitioning towards short. Get out of there, run for the hills, because this is a 6th in a row for Bait, and no chance to recover the bomb site, the plant, or anything in this clutch.
And how frequently, Jay, do we see across the last, I want to say, 5 to 6 years that CIS teams in the Tier 2 atmosphere just kind of bring in this one unknown player, we're not familiar with him whatsoever, and it's just, it's another diamond in the rough. It's just another great find. And for Senthiel, he hasn't played that many events under the Bait side. I think he's only played 25 maps on HLTV since joining up with them. But that round, he makes a statement. He's alone on the B side. There's a missed monster smoke from his teammate. He pretty much has to win that round by himself before the rotations come, and those double kills out to Monster, that just skills it.
He's only officially been a member of the roster since January, and the very end of January, so just like almost 2 months in this team. And yeah, he's not the top fragger, but to his credit, NPL has set his team up wonderfully, and he's just closed out a perfect hold. Despite the issues that Bait might have made on that defensive, it's still 6-0. Sprout can only equalize this half, and their gun buys will look solid for this round. But it's that case of conversion. We talk about it all the time, Dwayne. Holding onto these guns and saving and building for loss bonus, those are all great things, and it does enable some solid buys, but if you can't convert the buys, then it doesn't mean anything.
And not breaking over the condor, and that allows the walk forward to get up to top con. Bait again. They are so on the front foot right here. Wrinkle, AWP pick, and Senthiel with the off angle should be able to get another.
Open the door. Senthiel can get that information back and keep his eyes on short pipe in case there's a second player out there. Of course, the first pick came in extremely confidently from Wrinkle. Gets that frag, falls back to Monster. His teammate just falling off position to back away towards short, take a much more passive angle because there's 35 seconds for the hit.
This is looking very concerning. Obviously, it has to be a B play, but they haven't even baited a lot of util. You've still got another incendiary on this B side. For Sprout, they need to get a move on quickly.
Incendiary suppression. Sprout might have to push ahead of the game. Nades close, should do some heavy damage on the Seajot as Rules drops to a Senthiel. Still central site defensive for his own part. Tightens up a little bit in Mount. The bomb has been dropped. Him and Wrinkle so solid on this defensive with Owner coming on rotate. All 5 alive. Man alive. Bait are just looking lights out, and Sprout having their lights turned out.
Yikes. This is rough for a debut performance, and we obviously always have to look at these lineups and organizations when you do bring in new pieces, when you bring in sort of guys that aren't familiar with, again, the language barrier and the international teams and all of these different circumstances, and we normally say you have to give them time. But when you're working with this kind of bracket, Jay, it's just not an excuse. You have to get a result, otherwise see you later.
Remind everyone at home, there is no lower bracket. This is a straight-up single elim tournament, and, well, Sprout are already on their way to losing out and getting eliminated in just the first round of things. Trying to fight back. Again, good trades and good solid openings from that Monster Pop and the responsives down into Underpass, but Poddy and Sadime only good for 2-3 return back from Bait. Advantage maintained. AK still in play for the 3 remaining CT players. Seejot swings to engage, doesn't get Essential, and Rules has been well heard by Wrinkle, so they can adjust.
Yeah, this P250 is just desperate for one. Just an extra casualty. Try and take the AKs away. Don't even think about the economical damage. Just get those AKs out of the hands of Bait players. Work around the edge of the smoke. Player down on the other side. 8-0 for Bait. And for Sprout, it's been a lack of playmakers. I don't actually remember a single round in the first day in which we've had a sequence of a decent multi-frag, or maybe an opening kill that opens up space. There just has been legitimately no individual impact.
I mean, top frag is at 4 kills, so that just speaks volumes to your point. Because of the scoreboard and Bait's money state and the number of AKs they've had round after round doesn't speak to it enough. Sprout. Maximum of 4 rounds on this T side, and even that's questionable. Bait again going to receive a very slow contact into this default. Sadime's hoping for a jump face or an aggressive player on shore. No such luck on this occasion. Tries to put it into the bomb site. Can he get the opening frag? Can he time it right? Doesn't seem like he's all that tentative on going too aggressive here.
Yeah, this is one of the more passive rounds that we've seen from Bait. Not challenging connector or short water. Another incendiary down there on the boosted position. Essential jiggling to keep eyes on the short sandbag. And you've got Wrinkle with the AWP in the bathrooms, maintaining a lot of different positions with this big green.
Sees contact on 1. Does look to back away alongside MPL support in the bathrooms as well. Smokes cover off both those main entryways. A little bit more space for Seejot to work with, but Wrinkle's backed off and regrouped with his teammate to hold a more central site defensive. Still so spread out from Sprout, so any threat that Seejot has, maybe to a 1-for-1 trade at most.
Yeah, Seejot can bring distraction to try and force an over-rotation from these B players. The Sprout are actually in a fairly decent position. The issue is how much success comes from long. If there's not a kill presenting, then it's just all for nothing.
Hearing footsteps. Oh, with his spray. Just about connects that kill on Wrinkle, but the real execution's coming in now, and Captain Kirk has just mowed through them all. Monster mowed down. Advantage again for Bait. 15 seconds for Sprout to act back. Rolls can get the captain, but meanwhile Owner has caught Seejot on the lurk. 10 seconds to plant this bomb, and MPL knows to play this patient. Up on short, take that fight, and win out 9.
Well, if I'm Seejot, I'm just fuming, man. I'm so angry. I've got all the way to long. I've cut a rotation. I'm pulling distraction. I've made an impact moment, and yet we can't trade Captain Kirker. How are we splitting into B, and yet somehow the captain gets 3 kills, stays alive for so long? Nothing's going right. And for Bait, that was the first time in this entirety of the first half where there was a threatening round.
Sprout. I don't even know how else to summarize them at this point other than just decimated, even with the first kill on Essential, aggressing into Sadime, expecting him to be ahead of that smoke, and he was right to assume so. Casualty taken, nothing more.
That's a mad performance from Bait, and this maybe sparks the conversation even more so. Is it worth punish picking Overpass against them in future for any other teams?
Oh, sorry, not for Sprout. Avoid this map in any future capacity. T-side disaster should not allow any breathing room for this CT half. Even if they do have a stellar CT half, this should be a simple walkover from Bait's camp. They're trying to force out some buffer room. Seejot specifically so ready upon by Wrinkle, the Molotov getting the info. MPL striking also out on long control. Outside of the bathroom's entrance, 5-on-2, bait. Yet to concede even a point of HP damage. MPL is ready for these players around the corner. Flash does nothing. Kill found. Ryko can get owner back, but MPL was so fast to trade it back all the same. 10 in a row for bait.
And that round, stylistically, Cjot's actually made the right play. He knows the AWP is around there at Divider to the front side of Banana, so you want to try and work that timing. The Incendiary comes in, you're already in advanced position, don't fall back, don't waste that space. Get in aggressively and try and put pressure onto the AWP, and yet you still lose the fight. It's just felt as if it's one of those maps where individually, they're not performing. That's all it really is. They're not able to deal with these multi-frags. MPL, Captain Kirker, and Wrinkle are just constantly pummeling rounds, just putting so much up on the board, and there is zero response. There's been a lack of tacticals as well from Sprout. I know they've just taken one here, but yeah, this is very poor. This is very underwhelming for an international squad.
Not a good first impression.
No, not at all. Against a team where I wouldn't put bait in the conversation of should be qualifying to the LAN, or at least that's the expectation. I'd say they're a decent team. They're probably going to go into the next few rounds of the tournament as the underdog. So if this is the kind of matchup, this is a pretty good draw from Sprout's perspective.
When they get in the server, though, they have been smashed to pieces. 8. Holding their standard default defensives because it's just been working out for them. Unresistant. Sprout forcing the issue into round 11 to try and break back something. And at this point, that's all they're looking for. Something, anything. Even kills they've been lacking in, let alone rounds, let alone damage. MPL, oh, look at this. He knows. He just knows what to do here. He's going to find at least 2 picks, surely.
Well, it doesn't matter which way he goes. If he goes out to B, he clears Monster and Short completely open, so start rotating players up to A quickly. You've got a jump spot from Wrinkle. Information is so warranted in this round.
Seen his man as well. That'll start tempting at least a second player back, but as the walk continues from MPL to be a hard stack on that A bomb site, the execution might come in very quickly though. 2 smokes down. AWP needs to get at least 1 here. Sees the 1 player, doesn't quite hit that shot. Body can force him off angle with further covering fire as Owner does get mowed down. There's the execution. Inbound backstabs can get set up by MPL, but the site has been taken. The plant can come through here. They have a lot of cash though. They can certainly go for this retake.
Yeah, MPL not even deciding to go out to connector, instead just wrap around and they can retake together.
Spray's doing damage. 4 players are tagged rather heavily on the T side. And indeed, formation for the standoff. Flashes at the ready will start to get them into the site. HE down, Ryko taken apart. Cjot will also drop Sadime, caught in a corner, as now it's all left to Potty. Rules will drop all the same. Held out towards mid, 1-on-2. Diffused, not even over at Dice. It was planted on Truck and not in the right position to hold on to anything. It's the best round Sprout have got so far in this game, but at 11-0, let's just go to show how far this game has gone.
For bait, that was a round where you'd have to say they were quite pressured. They've got the read, there's no denying that. They're getting the rotations up to A, but even on that first contact, Wrinkle gets overwhelmed, he gets smoked off from Bank. There's an opening kill that actually progresses Sprout into the bomb site, dealing with one of those riflers towards the backside, dies. That's a round that you need to be taking, and instead it's not to be. 11-0, an incredible first half performance from the Ukrainians.
Sadime can at least catch a very early opening down at Monster. Captain Kirker finally caught off guard. And with that 1 pick and pressure also applied to MPL, Sprout going to hard stack over on the A side. They've got a good read of what's going on here.
MPL in the bathrooms has just been a rock, hasn't he?
Yep.
Anytime there's been a long take, a bathrooms maneuver, he's been in for damage.
19 kills so far in this game for him. Looking for number 20 on Rules, would drop the bomb. Second will divide a corner. Does get a little bit too greedy though, punished for it. 5-on-3 now for the T side, and Warp of Wrinkle can't respond.
They get that resmoke down towards Divider just to slow the T's progression into A. Triple long, double bathrooms. This looks very promising.
They're backing away to the hard stack, I believe, over on the B bomb site. Yeah. But does bait, Sprout rather, decide to take the site itself. The plant should come down. Of course, it is round 12, so they have to go for a retake here. 5-on-3 gain, though, again, pressured on this site execution. So Can they get this round together? Nade stack on Raiko. He won't live to tell the tale. Sprays on the siege, expecting him to be close.
Yeah, this is where they've got to establish some strong crossfires. Another incendiary there to truck. Quick in from Bank for 2.
Swing in, engagement there, aware of one player close in the open. Wrinkle flashing his way forward, Poddy can get one, Owner gets siege up, back Poddy, it's a double, it's all on Wrinkle versus 3. Aware of the first man, no scope doesn't connect it, Deagle does damage, but at this point it's all time stalling for Poddy, he's done his job. There's nothing in this retake, finally a first round for Sprout.
Well, at least they didn't get 13-0'd on their debut. That's the only positive that you can give there for Bait. They are looking at this one saying, how is this even happening? How are we not getting more of a fight? I mean, you'll take it any day of the week. You'll look to try and close map number 1 in a really convincing fashion. You'll go into home turf of Anubis, a map that's been very successful for them in the recent history. I don't think we're going to get many more rounds here. It's going to be cleaned up pretty quickly.
This will need to be like the most perfect CT side. Just can't have faith in that.
And this, again, for Sprout as an organization, their last best-of-3 win on HLTV was 50 days ago, Jay. We are talking about a long time since we've seen success. And I know, obviously, it is a newer lineup. This is still a CJOT that's been playing with them for quite some time, a Sudaim that's been standing in for a while. So we're still talking about a core 3 of players, at least. Yes, there's some official signings, and Raiko played a couple of games before eventually coming over. This is still a core 3 of Rules, CJOT, and Sudaim, who has had it so rough for the last 2 to 3 months or so.
They're hoping that this new evolution could be the end of their worries, but evidently there's still a lot of work to do. And I know that we're talking like the series is over, there's still another map in it, but truly, like, the performance is left a lot to be desired. I am hoping that Berry's broken out their strat book and is starting to take some serious notes, because I have seen how thick those books can get, especially for Sprout. There'll be a lot of notes being made by these boys, because, yeah, as I said before, very, very, very poor debut.
I would say, too, this is going to be more of a challenge for someone to the caliber of Rules to work with, because I actually think he's worked with mainly more experienced players. I mean, look at that Copenhagen Flames roster that he was a part of previously. You had Bird from Sky in there. You had Borup. You had TMB, guys that had played at the higher end of Tier 2 and quite consistently. I look at the previous iteration of Sprout, obviously before he went over to Copenhagen Flames and then out on Lyngby Vikings. He's oftentimes worked with guys who are experienced in the scene. Now you're working with guys who, in all honesty, Jay, haven't had much of a pro career. They've had a little bit of a semi-pro career, but not at the higher end of Tier 2. Not consistently at the higher end of top 30, top 40, top 50-ish kind of position on HLTV.
Something tells me this roster won't be breaking into those margins anytime soon. Again, a lot of development, perhaps on a long enough time scale, but here and now it looks like closing time for Bait on map number 1. Owner straight into the pistol execution. Sudaim struggling to hit his shots. Raiko does get one of those kills, and Sudaim eventually lines up a headshot, but Essential takes back one of those players. CJOT and Rolls get 2 of their own. Now it's MPL, that top performer, the big fragger of this side so far, getting another kill isolated, but unable to close out on CJOT. Damage to half HP, but Sprout take an all-important survival pistol round.
Strong crossfire, 3 on B. They've got flashes to support, and the first contact from the monster play comes out to be, what, a 5v3? 2 kills are pretty much instantly. It's always going to be tough to try and recover that round. If you are Bait, I would say that the in-game leader of MPL gives it a pretty decent crack, but not to be. Sprout to work their second, and now this is where, even come the anti-eco, you've got to maintain 5 alive. The last thing that you can want is losing players to a couple of upgraded Deagles.
Yeah, damage output this early is very punishable by Bait, with the scoreline being 9 rounds that are good. A good punish would lead to a hard reset, and then from there it's game over. Again, Sprout cannot afford to put a foot wrong here.
And for Bait, they're making noise. They're coming in aggressively, and CJOT's already taken that first pick out there from the divider in the party entrance.
2 good headshots. Third man leaning in, the SMG is going to bear down upon him as well as that. One player of Raiko that does press Owner's court, damage up with the money being gained by Raiko all in all. Also rolls his MP9. cash bonus, and indeed nobody does fall for the Sprout side. Bait to get in at their weapons very quickly. Look to the rifle round.
And for Bait, this is just, I suppose, a litmus test, just saying how competitive Sprout can be, even if it is only for a handful of gun rounds. When you're 11-3 up, you know that closing time is going to be very soon, and it could potentially even be this one here. AKs across the board. Wrinkle brought quite a lot with the AWP. I think he's still a very strong rifler on this team.
Got the AK straight into short, the most aggressive player, all ready for the man to peek in from the ramp. He transfers his spray on two. Essential can follow up right behind him, but Rules and Stein try to hold their nerve. Rules with a double up, tries to switch back to the AK, but Owner takes him down. Seeger, now all that's left in the round for Sprout. Aggression from Bait, dismantling what was previously a strong crossfire on that B-bomb site. Yeah, backed away, made footsteps. Seeger can hear them. Is he aware of what the players be running right into that rotation, checking out short? It's all timing here.
Indeed it is. Smoke in hand, repositioned back to the bomb site directly. MPL's in a good pause.
Sees him, sprays him, and secures himself his own piece of the pie. Wonderful stuff. And that is map point for Bait.
Man, what a crazy spray transfer that is from Wrinkle. So he just kind of walks in there from short, and we see it quite frequently. You walk in when you catch players with util out in the open or repositioning in the bomb site, and then you just try and escape. You get that first one, and you try and back off. He is returning to try and get back out there to the short sandbag, and then has to keep committing to the fight out there at pit. Lovely double kill there from Wrinkle.
And that was the foot wrong with Sprout. Forced out by the Bait camp. They can buy back in as much as they can afford. The AWP's on Poddy. An SMG for Sedime to contrast it. This setup is going to carry them forward for 9 in a row. That is the only way Sprout bring back on Overpass. Difficult task. Pretty much impossible here. Bait. Just one more to go.
And for Bait, look at how much more map territory they've been able to take in this rifle round than what Sprout were able to do in the entirety of the first half. It was so much slower for the international squad. They were struggling to take short water. Seeger out here from Divider has got a bit of a crossfire, but it is a one-for-one trade. The swing comes out. Captain has his teammate Essential to work in. The AWP is going to get detected and eventually traded in the bathrooms.
Sadime's ready for players to make their way into that B-bomb site. Owner standing to attention. AK spots him, and that's information to gain from one of the players. The bomb also known towards mid, but where do they commit towards? Sadime ready for a rotation. Perhaps sees his man. Spray back contact does so much damage, but Wrinkle gets his kill, and it's Ryko all alone to try and hold the clutch, to hold the final lifeline of Sprout, and he's been baited. They pulled the rug out from underneath his feet.
And they're coming up quickly to the site directly, and there's even a smoke that can go down from Owner. Wrinkle can get that plant in, and Owner can support him as much as he can.
Ryko's got no HE, so no chance of putting a cheeky nade down and denying the plant. Smokes up at Dumpster. Makes his way in from bank. Check positions. Clear out every single corner. APC backside, seeing the AWP, there's the connection, and there is a 13-3, absolutely dominant by Bait, very little held by Sprout in the opening map of the series. A poor performance. You mentioned the punish pick, and well, it was punished on the opposite end. Bait with map 1.
Yeah, that's very rough in there for Sprout. For Bait, though, I mean, they just felt they were farming, that they were just ripping up every single round. Even that first half, there's probably 2 rounds you can look at and say that there was chances, that there was legitimate chances in an entire of the half. They were just destroyed. And it makes you think here that even Anubis as map number 2, a strong map in the pool for Bait, a weakened one for Sprout. This looks like this could be probably the most one-sided series we get in this entire qualifier.
And it's the opening game of the qualifier as well, so what a start for Bait specifically. I mean, just, yeah, I don't know what to say, because on the one hand, you are right, it did feel like farming on the part of Bait's side, and I don't know whether that's down to them just being extremely proficient, or whether Sprout was just really not there today, or whether there was a combination of the two acting towards the stellar showing that we saw, because, like, I just saw so many things wrong for Sprout. And again, it is opening game for them. You can at least give them at least a bit more in terms of the long term. Their opening advantage, however, has left very, very little to pull from here, and very little for faith in this new project.
And there's not going to be a lot of enthusiasm or faith in the players. You've kind of come in here, you've made a new rebuild, you're trying to make a statement, and your opening game, you just get slaughtered. You go into map number 2 now, and I imagine a lot of dejected faces are going to be there from Sprout. People are going to be very frustrated because even the different iteration, right? I mean, many different iterations. We know that Sprout can always hold their weight. We know that they can fight teams at the higher end of Tier 2. So to see them against Bait not even giving us something is very, very disturbing. It just doesn't feel right. It just, I don't know. It was just one of those maps that it didn't make sense that not even rounds were close.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, like I said before, I hope Barry's taken out the notebook and starting to make some, like, you know, serious notes down, because they need to fix so much stuff. It's very, very similar to previous matches in other tournaments. It's the fact that you get a team that comes in and they just don't seem to have a grasp on the competition, the level of competition that they're playing on here. That definitely felt like what Sprout were doing. Yes, obviously they have some experienced players, but you mentioned it during that matchup. Many of them have not played at this level, and that is where I think that a lot of those mistakes were really brought out, and they were able to punish, and Sprout just weren't able to adjust for 11 rounds in a row. That's how ridiculous things got in that first half.
And again, there should be zero faith really out on Anubis. I mean, the one caveat I will say is that Sprout have at least played quite a bit of Anubis recently, but Ryko hasn't played a lot of it with the team. Sadime's played a little bit, and then obviously Poddy's on complete debut, didn't even stand in previous iterations of this squad. So for Sprout, a very underwhelming map number 1. For Bait, though, if you're any other team in this bracket and you kind of replicate map 1's performance into map 2, mate, they could be a serious dark horse. They proved it in the Dallas quals that they can upset really strong teams. And I look at what they've done here and I think, man, once they get up against more sort of decent caliber opposition, they might be able to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, we saw MPL really pop off during that last map. I mean, we'll see the scoreboard in a second, so you can see exactly how far he did pop off. And during those first opening stages, he was really just putting the heart down and the pressure down against Sprout, and it felt like they never really mentally recovered off the back of that because of how much he was able to do. And again, he's not a guy that we look at as the most star role. Again, he's the IGL of this team, right? So, like, him getting going, obviously, is crucial and important for Bait in their confidence. The fact your captain is doing as well as he is, it allows other guys to maybe have a bit more breathing room behind them. But at the end of the day, the numbers are the numbers, and the numbers will speak very clearly to one team's very favourable advantage, and that, of course, being Bait.
But one thing I will add is that we actually should expect good performances for MPL, and it's a lot of the positions he plays. He plays more in active roles. I think most in-game leaders try and tend to be in supportive roles. He's more in active roles, and it shows that you're in bathrooms on A. You're always going to be looking for fights. You're going to be looking for engagements in con. You're going to be looking for fights to party, to divider, to long. And just being in those powerful angles where you're always searching, you're always trying to commit to a duel, it showed it. 9-0, 10-0, 11-0, 12-0. It just started to spiral, and man just was not falling. He was just kept putting kills up.
I think he hit, like 10 frags in the first, 4 or 5 rounds or so, something ridiculous like that. Right now, Bait are just looking like a lights-out unit, and again, it leaves very little faith for map number 2. It is the pick of Bait as well, so we head towards a short break and see whether or not Sprout can do anything to return any confidence when we return. Okay, I was under the impression the score was came before the break. Is that not true? Okay, alright, okay. Okay, cool. Thank you.
to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. Just wanna dance all night. Just wanna dance all night.
Not a great debut for Sprout, but they still have a best of 3 to play. It's map number 2 coming up next. Here it is the pick of the bait side. And look, Dwayne, we can get into the intricacies of this map specifically and the records on display, but I think the truth of the matter is after you've gone down 12 to 3, there needs to be just a whole overhaul of everything that Sprout brought to the table in order to have any replication or resemblance of a competitive series now. And I'm sorry, I just don't have the faith anymore, I'm afraid.
No, I've got 0. I mean, it just kind of shows that this is going to be a very early day exit for Sprout, just not being able to hold your weight at map number 1. I can expect that map number 2 should be more competitive, but realistically, Jay, numbers weren't being posted, impact fraggers weren't there, and I just think it should be a comfortable series for Bait.
Well, just further to your point, the scoreboard right there, MPL, 22 kills, the top fragger of the Bait side, Rules, 11, the top fragger of the Sprout camp. At least his experience is showing himself off to be able to do some work and show some kind of like performance of his own right. But even comparing to the rest of the board, the third highest over on Bait, still higher than him, and his teammates not really able to, some of them not able to match up to those bottom end guys on the board itself for Bait. Again, the scoreline speaks for itself. 13-3, overwhelmingly dominant there from Bait. And now it's their map pick, Dwayne. Again, that was the punish pick of Overpass for Sprout. They were hoping they could come in and try and work a weak point on Bait's map pool. That did not happen. Now we go to a stronger one in the pool for the Ukrainians. This should be a 2-0.
And realistically, even when you look at the Sprout numbers, those numbers of individual kills actually don't mean anything because it was a 13-3. There was just a lack of impact. For MPL, Wrinkle, and Essential, those were guys who caught our eye. We saw a lot of impactful moments from them. I mean, hey, look at even what the captain was able to do. Do you remember that sequence where he got 3 kills outside of Monster? He finished with 8 kills, right? That just shows you the difference. The kills and the context are completely different in this affair.
Yeah, so much impact held on the Bait side. And again, that means that the first map in this series goes their way. It was the pick of Sprout. Now we move on to Anubis, and we move to, again, stronger territory for this Bait camp. I mean, we all talked about how Overpass was even played by them in the last year or so, and it's like, well, I mean, it didn't feel like it hasn't been played at all by them, that they were just, again, so lights out. And again, as I said before, I'm not sure whether that's down to Sprout not being with it or Bait just being so overwhelmingly dominant. It might be a combination of the two, but either way, it doesn't bode well for this second map. We are looking at a very, very quick end to this series, probably at best, honestly.
And we have seen 6 maps of Anubis be played for Bait in the span of 14 days, just in 2 weeks. So knowing how much Anubis has been played for them recently, looking at the 13-10 result against 3D Max, the 13 result against Koi as well, and that they've even played it against VP, they've got some good officials under their belt on this map. And for Sprout, I actually, in the past, have thought their Anubis has been quite good. I would say in the recent history, there's a lot of losses, and Sadime's only played it 5 times, Raiko's only played it twice here with Sprout, Potty's obviously for the first time, so everything's going to point the way of Bait. Realistically, though, when we've already seen what kind of Sprout we're being offered, I would say any more, at least competitiveness on map number 2 would be a positive. Would at least be something that we can talk about in a good light here for the Sprout side.
Yeah, you certainly are asking for a lot of minimums there, though. And as you mentioned before, with the single elimination nature of this format, it feels like that even if they hit those minimums, even if they make it a bit more competitive, they still should be eliminated by Bait here in the first round of the qualifier. And that's unfortunate, again, because I think that when you see a new lineup, you have high hopes just because you want to see what they can do, and you have at least a early optimism towards that idea of the honeymoon period. But it doesn't feel very honeymoon at all right now for Sprout. Again, it's been a very rough debut. I imagine they're going to have to go back and make a lot of changes for their other competitions, because I think it speaks volumes the fact that we're already talking about them being eliminated before we've even gotten past the second map of the best of 3.
Yeah, and they are being thrown in the deep end. Again, you've got a new rifler and Orpa that's playing on their first ever international team, and you're going up against a tier 2 squad that's recently taken the fight to VP, that's beaten ENCE. I mean, when you kind of compare the last 2 weeks for Sprout and for Bait, it shows that Sprout are very much out of their depth in this kind of matchup. You're not getting a team that you can say is kind of equal at your level, and it makes it so much more uncomfortable. So for Bait, they'll have to look at this one and say, absolutely destroyed them on map number 1. Let's keep our head in check. MPL is a sick player on Anubis. He has some really good holds on city side towards that A-bomb side, being kind of that rotating player in from camera. So I actually think that MPL will double up. He's going to have back-to-back really successful maps.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not doubting that in the slightest. I mean, there's going to have to be a lot of punishment on the part of Sprout to try and break someone like him and to be able to show up against some of those and try and find where those weaknesses really are on the Bait side. I think one of the things we need to see more of is more of an individual performance to at least get themselves started, right? The idea that you can find trades, that you can find opening frags and just get advantages to work off the back of. I think that might be a good opening start, like the first thing that Sprout can sort of think about before moving on to the rest of the intricacies of Anubis, because like that was one of the things we highlighted, right? The idea that just things were looking so proficient for Bait and they weren't at all for the Sprout camp.
And we actually saw Bait participate in the Skyesports Championship 2023 European Qualifier back in about October time of last year. Now, that is still the same core 4 than what we have today. The only difference is Amster was in the team, and now Ascential's in the team. And back then, they had a tough time. They weren't able to make the play-ins. They lost to Aurora in a best-of-3, who's obviously now made it to the main event. They beat Navi Jr., and then the one game they had to win against TSM came down to a very close best-of-3 in which they just couldn't get it over the line to at least get into the play-ins. So knowing that we've kind of seen them before miss out and not show that same level that they are now makes you think that this could be a much better event for them. That this could be a much stronger qualifier to try and see if they can proceed and upset teams along the way.
Well, look, we aren't expecting them to go all the way to the end. There's only one spot up for grabs here in this qualifier. I think you mentioned that the 4 key favourites are the ones that they're going to have the most difficulty against, and they are up against BetBoom in the next round of the qualifier, in the next round of the quarterfinals as well. So, I mean, look, for Bait, obviously, their future is certainly encouraged by the fact that they're doing so well in this matchup. When it comes to the rest of the games, though, that's where more question marks may start to pop up. But for now, it should just be a comfortable affair from the Bait side, in my opinion. It is their map pick. It is Anubis. It Sprouts one last chance to stay alive in this qualifier, and they've been pushed into the dirt already. Pistols going live with the CTs. Will we forced to back off here? Ascential with his kill onto Siege. Starts things off well enough. Owner with a follow-up as Ascential is cut back, but now Owner's got some backup. No, it's a backstab from Rules, but Wrinkle is on the bomb site. His Julies take the first. Look for the second, which Captain Kirk can get with assistance. Rules brings back to a 1 versus 1, and MPL will find the final bullet accuracy to claim the pistol for his team.
And I love the protocol there from the Bait side. So obviously they're being overwhelmed in Electric. They're being pressed in from B main. There's also a bit of a wraparound that's coming in from Canals. Rather than giving the respect and saying, okay, now that we've lost those players in Electric, let's just slow the round down. We'll get the retake on. Mate, they keep the pace up. They rotate in very quickly in from Temple. They're looking to fight at the bomb site straight away. And it just shows for Sprout that when you eventually trade out in Electric, you don't have that comfortability. You don't have that respect of at least trying to offer the bomb plant.
Yeah, solid stuff again from Bait to kick things off with the pistol win.
Yeah, maybe shows that they're expecting a buy, seeing how they don't have a single rifle going into round number 2.
Oh, face resistance from the pistols only. Deagles, there's one Deagle will try and strike first and foremost. It's not a force invest again. There's no real resistance outside of that one upgrade, and Poddy and Riker will pay the price for it. MPL and Ascential with plenty of cash gained. And this should be an easy mop-up for the rest of Bait.
The owner just trying to see if anyone fades the smoke, and indeed they do. Next gun round for Sprout. Do they offer pace? I mean, they'll know that there was a majority of a line out there in Electric and the B site of MP9s, so they'll expect it to be a bonus round and not to be a heavy amount of upgrades into those rifles. And for Sprout, Jay, I just want to say that the first 5 to 6 rounds of this map, I actually think are the most important. Because if they just allow Bait to get off to a really solid round streak again, if they're starting to farm up money, if they get Wrinkle onto the AWP straight away, that's where you lose your edge. That's where you just lose your advantage.
Yeah, momentum will be very important to Sprout. Starting momentum certainly can't be with them. At least they have found Captain Kirk, so that's one SMG mode down from range. very little damage returned. Of course, they will have the range game and firepower advantage. Still a bonus round with these 5 SMGs staying in for bait. The Sentinel will try and clap back with a one-shot, but unable to connect it.
And they're desperate for a returning fight, and for Seejot, there's a lot of space that could be exploited out here in mid. 8 players pressing forward. Player up there at Rugs of Sadime is very hard tucked.
Does get caught off by Wrinkle, and MPL follows suit on Rules. Also at Canal, suddenly the advantage goes truly to the way of bait, and Wrinkle's got an AK to play with and all.
Yeah, this looks very concerning, because now even the B main players have been picked in against. How have they got an opening kill, and yet almost no way to win this round?
That's a question for anyone to ask, and probably no one to answer. This is, yeah, I don't even know what to say about this. Poddy is at least clapped back on Wrinkle, but now 3 more players to gain. Owner on half HP may be a target of attack. He's leaning into that temple position where Owner is ready to deal with him all the same. His AK and his 3K for the 3 rounds on bait.
And for Sprout, they're up against obviously complete MP9s. They get that first kill out from the T-stairs, but it was that prod in there to Rugs. You had Sadime, who was tucked in Rugs. I'm not really sure how he loses that fight. And then instantly, there's just pressure points. There's a pick presenting at Rugs. There's a pick presenting at Electric. There's another one out there to main. Those MP9s just kept getting on the front foot, looking for more fights. And while Seejot and Co. is literally exploiting all of mid, they're just losing fights elsewhere.
Still taking his SMGs on MPL and Ascentio because they know that they can still win with them. Bonus weapons against a broken pistol by upper Sprout side, Tech 9s and P250. Slow approach from Sprout because what other choice do they have? Again, they need to find some of these issues in the defensive line which aren't presenting at all. Trying to work their way into mid. Point blank against MPL. We most do 1 and 2. Got the M4 of Wrinkle for support, so all 5 can stay alive. Yeah, it just continues to get better for bait and worse for Sprout.
You mentioned Bet Boom, right? Is obviously taking on the winner of this matchup? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, right. Yes, so I would actually say that for Bet Boom, you have to look at Bait and say that that's a threatening team. I mean, that's a CIS derby. That's a team that's been able to upset high-end squads of Tier 1 and Tier 2 in the recent couple of weeks. I actually don't think that that's an easy game for Bet Boom. We could obviously clearly say that Bet Boom are going to be the favourites going into that one, but that could be a very tough game, especially if Bait close in a kind of scoreline similar to map number 1.
Well, look, if they can get momentum off the back of this first round, it would be nothing but positives. I can't deny that much. Sprout have their gun by for round 5. Max loss kicking in. AK is brought into the T-side line. Cinder is sent against them, though. Rules will be known about and running away from the canals. Doesn't see a swing from Owner. Doesn't try and punish him.
HE's down to the bottom left-hand side of the water. Just when Rules started to reaggress, Resmoke comes in. Sprout looking to challenge mid. Now you've got MPL out to the doors. And once more, Jay hasn't died yet. 6-0. And was a key pivotal figure out there in the first map of Overpass.
He's going to press the issue here. Gain some main control, but no one's going to be there to receive him on Sprout's side. They're falling away towards much more of a B-centric execution. Have a little bit of mid-presence. Nows does get vacated, though, without finding Owner's casualty.
Yeah, this is a really strong read. They've got the AWP outside of B main, spotting nothing. So 2 towards A can hold, and Ascentio can rotate through Heaven and into Beach.
Smoke set, the execution will be known about. CT not going to act too quickly off the back of that. Dime does sink, pop out, get his kill. MPL only good for the one trade, but Ascentio finds Seejot all the same. Doubles up onto Ryko. Mid cleared up, now it's onto the retake.
Yeah, this is where Rules and Poddy need to get themselves into good advanced positions. Poddy's waiting for a pick to present out from camera, and Rules is alone here aggressively.
Yeah, advanced and catch the CT players off guard. Would have heard some of these footsteps at least turns away from them, but now might hear all 3 of them coming in. They're making no problems about the position. Check that corner, roll, swings, kill, found. Second one mowed down, Wrinkle bounces back to a 1 versus 1. But where is Poddy? He doesn't know. Smoke back was ready to go to the bomb, but Poddy picked up an all from elsewhere and found his 1 shot for the 1 round on Sprout.
Well, Sprout deserved that because the A main players were actually very successful. You trade out the first player at the pillar pretty easily, and then MPO only gets away with one peeking on that contact. Yes, Essential for a moment recovers that round. He gets 2 kills in from Temple on that rotation back into camera. And then Rules has to make a play. Separated on the bomb site, but not separated with success.
Three that are good. Bates. Clap back still. Advantage maintained as Ryko first to fall to Wrinkle's AWP. Trying to catch up to MPL's frag numbers as Captain Kirka to get his second pick of the game. Sees the shadow, catches his man. Easy pick into the 5-on-3.
And just when you've been able to have some level of security after winning a strong round, it takes 25 seconds and it's a 5v3. It is just an instant response here from the Ukrainians.
Confidence reinstated, and even that round was brought back to a 1 versus 1, so no money saved to fall back on with a round loss right here. Poddy, Rules, and Cjot will look towards that B pump site play, but basically 3 defenders versus 3 attackers. There are no advantages for Sprout in this occasion. Sentinel is ready to receive, sees one shot missed out of the AWP, and Nade sent deep into his direction as his 2 teammates try to make their way into the bomb site. Sentinel and Owner are caught back to a 3 versus 3 here, so once again, they've managed to maintain a couple of trades.
They know the HP bars are low. M4 up against the AK at the edge of the smoke. Cjot catches him off towards Cave.
One player without low HP swings back to try and receive. Captain Kirka starts making his way in. Who's going to catch who first? Or the gun barrel stuck right into the head of the CT player. He knows he's being blocked. Damage done. USP comes out even a knife being pulled for a couple of swings, and Captain Kirka is eventually dealt with by Cjot. Chaos while blinded. And Wrinkle knows that he's got nothing left in this one. Losing his backup, losing his defense. Exit frag at best here, but no retake.
Well, fair play to Cjot. He's the only reason that round is won. There is not a lot of success moving into that bomb site. And for Bait, you have got both Rules, Poddy, and probably Cjot as well that were all quite low. The HP bars were very minimal. Entries on the bomb site, though. He ends up with 3. So Cjot, man of the hour right there.
Yeah, had to be the playmaker. But Sprout down to individuals making these rounds come together. They need more solidity around them.
Yeah, they need a strong performance on the T side in terms of just the scoreline. I mean, knowing that they've finally been able to reset Bait, this is probably a very good avenue to try and get closer to maybe a 4-4, 5-5-ish kind of scoreline. But realistically, 6 to 7 T rounds would be nice. I wouldn't say that it would be winnable to sort of go into the second half and close, but getting around that kind of marker gives you some room, gives you at least a chance to keep this game competitive.
Well, max they can hit here is 8 at the moment. The AWP of Wrinkle being the only true weapon in play. Yes, they have also got a shotgun on Owner for extra punch. Plus the upgrade pistols in for the CT forces, but no major reinvestment. Cjot's going to catch Owner as his Mag 7 does very little over in mid. They've got another player back behind the doors, though. MPL Deagle at mid-range. In the top frag of the star man of his team thus far. Kill found on one. Poddy does get swung upon. No Rules. Goes down. Then PL almost makes it a triple, but Captain Kirka comes in with a steal. And regardless of how that sequence went down, it's a man advantage for Bait again.
And Ryko's walking out to be on that timing. All of that distraction out there from mid to pull the CT's attention. He's been able to take space, but they still need to try and recover it between the two. He's going to press even further. He's going to try and get all the way into Temple.
5-7 of Senthil. Back up to try clear him up. Trade him back. Swing for the shoulder bait. Ryko gets that kill. The second player also has been heard. Captain Kirka wary as MPL takes the dive. Now they have to focus on this one individual as Ryko brings it back to 1 versus 1. Knows that MPL must be somewhere there in mid. Close to the corner. Finds his fight and just about clutches it together for Sprout. Again, down at individual moments, but it is good enough to get that third.
Well, that's a lovely piece of sequence there from MPL. First off, it's a lazy check. It's not even a jiggle out there to the right-hand side of the door. It's just a swing with players jumping over, and for a moment, that gets completely out of order. Now, there's what? An AWP and 2 Deagles, I think. Oh, no, sorry. I think it was the 157, the 1 Deagle, and an AWP has legitimately almost stolen the round. From Bait's point of view, that is excellent. You've got your money in a good state. You've got the economy in an awful position for Sprout. That could not be a better eco round for Bait.
Yeah, no doubt they swing everything to their favor if they take this next follow-up. Sprout will be aware of that. Another tactical called in by them. And even in spite of the 2 in a row that they've gained, or 3 in a row they've gained, rather, still lacking in the buy-ups overall. Mac 10 on rules with the other 4 rifles, yes. AK trying to prod mid first and foremost, get sprays while blind of the AWP, so ready for this nade sent towards the direction of the T-side line will do hefty damage on Rules, Poddy and Seedshot, and that's not even a shot being taken by Bait.
A lovely utility usage once more from Bait. Rules is trying to at least spark some attention out there from the Canals position and into Electric, but Owner is the one that strikes.
First man down, still those 3 tagged up players to be worried about. Saddam is about to press into the AWP. 1 shot, 1 kill, 100 HP negated in an instant, but Wrinkle misses his bullet.
Yes, Saddam can pull more distraction, but at the same time, he needs to find leverage of a kill from one of his teammates. Now, Rules is working alone into Electric. Everyone else is outside of A. And this is a very defensive setup from Bait, in which they're actually leaving the majority of the A site alone and retaking mid.
Time starting to tick away on Sprout. Engagement does catch Rinken out to the A-bomb site, so Dime winning out that fight will take a very little damage, but Seedrop has dropped elsewhere. The bomb known about to the CT forces, but are they able to take control of the bomb site for it? They will be able to allow that bomb to cross and should be able to get planted. That's assuming MPL doesn't strike back. No smoke to cover the gap, but Sadime's ready for him to overextend, so advantage goes the way of Sprout again.
A backstab is coming in fairly quickly from A-main, and Poddy turns his attention.
Low HP for him. Don't, he's hit his bullets and overcooks the flick. Back to a 2v2 we go. Sadime, 2 kills so far in this round. Might need to go to a 3rd and a 4th. Ascential looks up to the stairs. Must be aware of a player on the bomb site. The smoke towards Heaven will clear. We'll get resmoke on the bomb instead. Actually thought he was going to put the upper Heaven, but go for the ninja hold. Rules is right on site. Mac 10 versus them. Sadime gets his kill. Mac 10 sprays him back, gets his casualty. Holds and waits for info. Even though losing Sadime, he is the winning element again, down to a 1 versus 1. Sprout are winning these clutches, and so they're putting rounds on the board.
It's very true. The concern, obviously, is at some point the economy is going to be ruined. You can't rely on the late round success consistently. You can rely on it for a handful of rounds, and you can rely on it for a little burst, but not for an entire half. And for Bait, they'll look at that round once more and say, okay, we've just lost that round to Sadime. 2 very impactful kills on the site kind of open up the round.
Another one they've lost it to individual performance. They have those upgrade pistols in play once again. Did so much damage in the previous anti-eco. Smokes involved, nades are sent. Owner's going to stand to attention, ready for them to make their way around this corner. But Sprout do opt to back away and reconsider their options. They do find a kill on the way out, though.
Check out the info play out to the Canals. This is so much map territory taken away from Bait just as Sprout start retaking mid and going in on a contact.
Does Wrinkle see them, though? Yes, he does. He has the information that they're out towards mid, and now MPL's going to have to act against that here. Still got pistols on the B side, trying to deal with Ryko, so attacks from several fronts. The CT's being a bit more passive about that mid control. Ryko does get caught back in the end, but it took 3 players to take that casualty. And MPL just can't seem to hit a returning bullet back, eventually dealt with by Seejot. The Sprout clean up that eco with a lot more confidence on their board this time and a lead on the T side.
And this is where, for Bait, pressure's probably going to be up to a certain degree. Obviously, 4 rounds in a row, responded by 5 now from Sprout. Maybe the game's being pulled away from you. Yes, you can sit here and say the rounds have been very competitive and been down to only a couple of kills. But for Sprout, this is the first time in the series in which there's actually something that we can be somewhat happy for.
Yeah, we had them written off coming into this map as well.
Oh, I still do, even at this scoreline. But again, there's something to be positive about.
I think we were more expecting that things were going to get well out of control from Bait from the word go. I think, like, just to replicate that 13-3.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's maybe a stretch. Again, this is still a map that gets played quite frequently from Sprout.
Well, MPL frequently gets killed of his own right and doubles up. Triple, not quite found, but Poddy and Ryko are able to respond towards it. Captain Kirker follows suit towards the mid control. Now down to 2 players on the T side.
The captain's got to be wary about the A-split potential in from main and out to camera. They're going to fight mid aggressively as a unit.
Swing in, spray through, Ryko down, bomb drops a dime. Impact man for his team several times over the course of this map. Now needs to go for the full-blown clutch of this. He's known about to the AWP. Nade to do some damage. Utility, they're ready from the backline player, but Sadime just peeks in, completely dry to Wrinkle, who hits his shot, and Bait can equalize again.
And we've seen in the recent last year, maybe couple of years or so, 2 individuals from the Na'Vi organization be kind of parted ways and go back to the tier 2 scene and just start absolutely farming. One of them is SDY in what he was able to do on Monty, and another one is MPL. The in-game player here for Bait has been pivotal to a lot of their deeper runs, to the success that they've had in the recent history. And just the way that he's played in this best of 3, it's so entertaining to watch his performances.
5 apiece in no small part to his efforts. Wrinkle and Sadime go back and forth for the opening kills. No one has a lock on towards B main, so a kill can come in for Sadime. He does end up going, or Ryko rather, he does end up going down. Sadime keeps the trades going for the Sprout side. 3 on 2. They have opened up that A bomb site here.
The rotations have come in quickly from camera, and for Sprout, they're actually not cancelling off of the back of this. Smoke down at Heaven, this feels like it is going to be a full commit.
Senthiel on the site, has no backup. Wrinkle's going to be there to cut rotations if they do come in from Canals. Molotov sent back, should force Senthiel into the open and into the demise of the CT forces. Good execute from Sprout, 1 on 3 for Wrinkle now. Again, tagged up players. Man advantage favours the T side, first port of call. Does spray down Poddy. Now it's down to 2.
Oh, this is very winnable. Just knowing that Sadime is so low, and same for C-Drop.
It's in the area to clear up one of the more common aggressive angles, but smoke in the way of his man. A re-smoke, a deeper smoke with a flashbang to try and prod out towards that bomb site, trying to look for info through the smoke itself. Will now start to make his way in. C1 individual, but still doesn't get C-Drop all the same. Held together by Sprout to hit minimum 6.
And this entire first half has actually been down to a lot of dry peaks. And again, you can understand why that's the case. Rules is working with some players that he's not too familiar with. He's working with guys that haven't had many maps under the Sprout organization. So when you kind of come into a game like this, especially with how map number 1 went down, be a little bit more individual with the contacts. We are seeing dry peaks in B main, in A main, in mid, just individuals trying to work timings.
Straight up kills to open things up for C-Drop and Ryko. Finally, some individual form, which is something I was hoping we'd see out of Sprout in transition, or something that they need to focus on in terms of going from map 1 to 2. There's one trade found by the SFPs, that the CT forces. They're not aware of the man that's pushed so far forward. Owner almost caught 2 on the lineup. Ryko is very fast to respond towards it, so keeps the man advantage for Sprout as the bomb goes down.
The captain's got to try and pull some attention away and try and set up Wrinkle. AWP's already been fired away out from CT.
Incendiary's thrown down. Molotovs that keep Wrinkle at bay. Captain Kirk might become the man with the plan. His AK. T-side backs turn. The smokes over electric are going to start to clear. Looks to hunt for a kill, does get his man, but Wrinkle drops in, turns with all on him to clutch the rest of these players to the stand of the crossfire. Ryko with the mow down, and indeed, Sprout do hit 7 to close out the T side.
It's actually a fairly successful first half performance from Sprout. It was a slow start from them, didn't show a lot in the opening gun rounds, especially up against the bonus MP9 round. But from that point onwards, we saw good impact quite consistently, and for Bait, it's underwhelming to only get away with 5 rounds at the tail end.
Well, now let's switch over to their T side, where we've seen several times in since Anubis was introduced into the map pool, where teams can really take over control. I know statistically that Bait do have quite a lot of emphasis on their T-halves as well. So Sprout, even though they've got positivity, the challenge is not done yet. Pistols set in. This could be pivotal to the Sprout side, so they know how the importance may rest for them. So especially with the Julie, he's got so many players around this corner, can only go 1-for-1. Rotation's called immediately, but the bomb should get planted.
Now, this is where Bait should try and take bricks, get up at heaven, and take map control away when they get the bomb down.
Well, Julies will take face first and foremost. The block behind him on Owner. 2 players peek in. Rules goes out of the round. Advantage for Bait now. Smokes over at camera should clear to allow Ryko a little bit of vision, but can he use that vision to a casualty? He's checking positions, aware that his players up in heaven will strike back with a flank, but Wrinkle's there to protect Owner, who does run out of ammo on Siege, only 6 points of health from getting that kill. They've done more than enough with the trade games and the overwhelming advantage of map control. Nothing that Siege can do but to run and try and hold on to the Kev live. Nothing else. The pistol is taken by Bait.
Probably expects Sadaim to get away with more than what he actually managed. Now, that's a very heavy stack out to mid and B. You've got a single A player aggressively with Julies. In that kind of position, you're hoping for 2. You're hoping for a multi to set up a man advantage in for the retake, and it just doesn't quite come in. Very good attention being drawn from Bait, where as soon as they clear out the bomb site, they take heaven, they take bricks, they look to fight. But notice how as soon as they got 1 kill at Beach, they don't keep fighting. They slow it in. They wait to establish crossfires, because the last thing you want to get caught is over-peaking. Is being in positions where you're just fighting too much.
Bait on the front foot on the buys. Of course, need 1 more to equalize the scoreline. No resistance posted by Sprout here. Harsher eco basis, not opting for force buys all that often. Stacking their way into mid where the bomb can commit into either A or B. The firing squad has revealed themselves as Captain Kirk will try to provide support to protect MPL, get kind of money on his bank account, so $1,800 a kill bonus. Swing for the 24. Doesn't quite line it up, but his teammates there to get that extra cash, and all 5 kills go the way of the MAC-10, so money, 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 7 apiece, all 5 alive, and a bonus round can come in as Sprout bring out their rifles.
This is where I do want to keep an eye on probably Seejot. I had some impactful rounds out in that first half. I know obviously Ryko was getting consistently to the tail end of the first half, opening kills out from B main, and obviously we know what Sadaim is made of. I will say though, Sadaim has been underperforming in this best of 3, not to the level that we normally expect from him.
MP9 might not provide the platform for him to have a resurgence into round 15. Again, slightly better buy for Sprout just because this is treated as a bonus round for Bait. They could still make a mass amount of damage work with the way that they've been playing in this best of 3 overall.
They are just taking mid easily right now. Both the captain and MPO are getting no resistance whatsoever.
The utility starts coming in, they realise that mid may well be cleared up. Counter-util is there for the CT forces. Sadaim naded out, flashed out, not seeing any T-side contact though, so it's all a bait and switch. They try and rush down. Rules is only good for damage from the likes of Owner. Ryko can take him back and Poddy can follow suit, but MPL's MAC-10 can respond to a 3 versus 3. Ryko is quickly in position though, making his way to the back lines, and a sight does so much damage, but doesn't get the kill. Sieger has got to finish off MPL. Essential is on 13 points of health, so a lot of this rests on Wrinkle now in the 2 versus 2.
Siege's waiting for the reposition, the swing out wide, they get that 1-for-1 trade, and now it comes into the backstab from main.
There's a Senthil that stayed alive there, 13 HP to win this clutch. 1 good burst from Sadaim. Bait. No idea. SMG walk, man's been seen, burst straight through the head. Just close it out easy and protect the lead for Sprout's part of things. Bait did take it as a bonus round though, with 4 kills, bomb plant and everything. They're going to be bolstered for the next round.
I actually think I need to start keeping a tally on just how many 1v1s are being won here from Sprout, because it's 2 ways that it can go. The one way is that they were just enough to be able to send it to map 3, or the other direction of because it was 1v1s, they couldn't stabilize their economy, and that's why they keep getting reset, and that's why they got 2-0'd. It always goes either direction. For Bait, though, they will be very satisfied with what was achieved in that last rifle round, even though it wasn't a win.
I believe it was the first 3 or 4 rounds that Sprout won, where they were all down to 1v1 clutches. Let's see whether this will end up being the reset point for Bait. Certainly see. Jot does damage and a kill. Found Wrinkle down. NPL Heard tagged, but where is he playing from behind this smoke is the key question. Action happening as well towards main. A lot of attention drawn towards this A bomb site. Sadime trying to find his angle as MPL does punish C-Drop for his over-aggression. Back to an even man stance. Sadime struggles to get his spray together. He'll drop as the central site defender of Ryko is also overwhelmed. And it's 1-on-3 for alls.
Okay, I'm going to rip in. And I'm going to rip in hard here, Jay. They know that they have got to kill mid, and that they know that MPL is in that house smoke somewhere, dinked. How does he get 2 kills? What is happening there protocol-wise to allow him to get 2 picks when they know that he's dinked up? Either wait for the smoke to clear and wide swing him together as a unit, or leave him B and focus the attention towards A. That just seems silly. That seems ridiculous that MPL can get 2 kills.
I think the first kill came into the overextension. The second one is something for the demo review, honestly. You are right. Sprout have just let their key stance in this map up go.
Probably
so much
the
damage.
only one, maybe. Like, I mean, obviously, it depends on the next few rounds and how they go down, but for me, that actually might be the reason, the big round.
Certainly the damage being compounded against them leaves the Eco Pistol, which has still worked a couple of kills. Trades from NPL also go awry, and Sprout may find an unlikely bounce back now. 2 AKs to work with and 2 players to find.
Wrinkle is actually trying to cut some rotations out here from mid, but everyone is coming through from Canals and B main. This is seriously on for Sprout.
Making a lot of noise back here. Wrinkle posted, seeing the smokes coming in to block him off from position. Another one down to the other side. Cross, finding the only gap that Wrinkle's forced to fight from. Look to swing against him, but Captain Kirker playing careful about this. Last player remaining as his teammate does go down, but Sprout have not got a defuse kit. They've not got on the bomb in time, so good effort to the CT base is unable to convert it. Still a fantastic set of casualties and a free AK, but Bait have the lead.
I actually thought that round was just lost. We saw players from Bait just spamming rather than tapping and bursting at extremely long ranges against Eco Pistols. A lot of the time, I mean, they probably committed to fights they didn't even really need. Out there in Canals and out there in mid, it was very unnecessary, and it nearly cost them, so maybe a little bit of a wake-up call there for the Ukrainians.
A tactical coming in from Sprout.
Berry J turns 34 today, so happy birthday to the big man. Don't think he'll be too pleased with what he's saying right now, but if they can send it to a third map, then at least there's something to be happy about on your birthday.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's probably having a miserable time off the back of Overpass, but can they do right by the birthday boy? Sprout are still down. Orcs, the M4s, the AK over on rules as part of things. MPL, the first man in, incendiaried off position. Smokes in the way of rules' angle as well. Flashes are sent. MPL just reads him like a book. Straight headshot, double up taken. And a third player in the back lines is going to get caught off in the end as he revealed Captain Kirker removes him from play. Essentially also felt a siege elsewhere, but it's still him and Sadime, 2 versus 3 on the retake.
Owner's already setting up a backstab. He's got aggressive into Temple. He's going to get out to CT.
And Wrinkle's just caught the straight shot to Sadime. The AWP deals with him. The AK there to spray down the last. No man stays alive for Sprout and for Bait. That should have broken the backs of their opponents. Only 3 more to go. No significant buy. It feels like it's closing time.
MPL is the GOAT, man. That is such a crazy round from him. Just expect. Now, obviously, you're going in for a quicker B play, but the pre-fire out there to jail before you start scaling into the bomb side is just perfect. And then that second kill out to Temple, just perfection.
Yeah, he just straight wrecked him in that round, didn't he?
See you later. Bye-bye.
For that round and possibly for this tournament. One last buy-up will be available for Sprout in the next round. For this one, though, we are looking at just upgrades, the pistol basis, the SMG of Ryko.
And we love a little what-if, don't we, Jay? We love to reflect back on previous rounds. The only thing that's on my mind right now is that multi-frag that MPL had in-house on red HP, on 13 points of health.
Could have been so different from there. That eco that they almost won, almost didn't have to come through at all. At least Rolls is trying to clap back with his Deagle, get some sort of response on this B defense, but not going to happen in terms of the round's stance. Ryko, I think he made noise there, he certainly has done now. Sprays down MPL, not able to get Captain Kirka. 11-8, Bay, 2 more to the W. Sprout, this is their last chance.
And for Sprout, they actually gave us a very good showing in what I would call the second section of that first half, sort of once we get into the majority of gun rounds and start going deeper into the half. Here in the second, what have they shown us? 1 round and on a retake, and that's it. Now, there has not been much round success, even if we can sit here and say that the majority of rounds have been fairly competitive.
Something I said at the turn of the half, base switching over to their T side. We've seen many teams over on Anubis turn over a fantastic T basis and just absolutely run away with the map up. We're seeing that here and now. MPL trace back the early start of the siege again. Polly trying to reposition himself in mid, sees 2, gets them both, and holds contest for Sprout still.
Yeah, even Sadime cancelling all of those players into A main in the multi. Very good positioning there for Poddy, because he was in a 1-for-done angle. You're kind of waiting for distraction to be pulled. You know when you fight up that you have to keep fighting onto both of those players. Gets away with both of them.
Wrinkle finds that shot on Ryko to start. Trying to hold on to the exit casualties and keep the CTs from hunting for this AWP. Doesn't get out alive though. Rules with a 9th on the board of Sprout, with Nat Orp staying away from Bay. Doesn't get picked up by Sprout either though.
Yeah, that is intriguing that they didn't want it in the hands of Poddy.
Regardless, they are 2 behind the Bait side. Bait don't have a massive buy to follow up with here. The AK on Owner and upgrade pistols, even Wrinkle saving 4,600 into the next round without opting to go heavy-handed at all. Deagle, Kevlar, that's it for him. And similar story for the other 3 players.
And for Owner, he's trying to work solo into Electric. He has to make an opening kill happen. He has to be the guy to try and strike.
Flash sent into players Peek It, Poddy and Ryko do deal with 2 casualties. MPL will try crap back. That's a good kill. Not a quick second, though. And Owner did get found elsewhere by Rules as M4. So that AK, the only real hope they had on the T side, dealt with all the same. Backstab closing in. Last man shouldn't last much longer. Sentinel does take Siege with him, so trying to make it somewhat expensive. Still 3 players alive for Sprout side. And 10 to the CT board. Bait back in with an investment.
It was an okay round there from Bait. Certainly didn't maximize the potential off of the back of it. As Sprout were trying to keep the tempo up out to B main, just constantly looking for more fights, having the flash assist further forward. Didn't give them the respect of trying to go in for that B split with the AK in Canal. Sprout, could this be the round to try and tie up the game?
They've staved off map point from Bait's part of things. Take one of their own. Can they take an advantage? Certainly would seem like they can if they deny the bomb plant and take all 5 down from Bay. There's no savings and very little in the loss bonus here. Mollies and smoke sent back towards their defaults, trying to prod towards main. Bait. MPL strikes in mid, but doesn't get the full kill on Seajot.
It's a very good timing, but misses that just straight connection. They still have mid taken and a lot of players outside of A. Now, the first point of contact is going to be Sadime, who can re-smoke on a contact. For Poddy, he's also got a smoke. They don't have an incendiary between them, though.
One player will be heard. Meanwhile, the Canals individuals start walking. Ryko and Rules press on, all back to turn towards them. One player gets caught off. That's Wrinkle down. Burst through on Captain Kirka. Owner with a responsive. Picks up that orb. And Rules is forced to back away to the site.
Excellent timing. And now it starts to scramble Bait. They're really hesitant on where they want to commit. Into B, they're playing at retake heavy. Rules is playing extremely defensive towards CT now.
Might be the right call to make, though. Man advantage played for on Sprout. Smokes will ensure that no one can contest over at the temple. Plant can be open for it. They're setting up three-pronged attack into this B bomb site. Owner cuts off the first element of it. Sadime dealt with M4. Essential gets Poddy right back to the advantage of Bait still. And Seejot now forming up with Rolls, trying to coordinate. The smoke's about to clear. MPL's about to be revealed. 2 versus 2. Orb caught out in the open. Essential is all that remains. Plant still open for him. They sent his direction. Will tank the damage. And Rolls will get the kill ahead of the diffuser. Sprout, 11 apiece.
And while MPL has been such a sick player across this entire best of 3 series, he's actually cost them the round there. Man advantage, making a real gimmicky play. Rather than establishing the crossfire out on the bomb site directly, he makes a solo play. He tries to fade the smoke in there from Temple, and it gets watched from Seejot. That round, for me, if MPL plays backside, if he plays default, if he just establishes him somewhere in that crossfire, that round is Bait's 100% of the time.
And now they're losing their grip. Now Sprout seriously contest this map and their survival in this best of 3. What should have been an easy 2-0 may still get pressed to 3. And Bait don't have a major investment to go with here. They're going to half invest into round 23. May have to play out all of regulation. We certainly will do, but for the overtime, Bait's T side, has it run out of steam yet? Our Sprout set and ready. They've got their guns most certainly. Molotov sent in very early this position. A very fast storm of mid does. We'll quickly turn back towards Canals. Fast split into the B bomb site here.
They're trying to get a lot of pace and acceleration. Seejot with a backstab already.
Rawls gets MPL the same. Ryko mows down one of his own, and they are picked apart so easily by Sprout. Not even a lick of damage done to the CT forces. And it is map point. Bait have to try for OT.
Now this round streak here from Sprout has been extremely deadly, and Bait can only blame themselves. They will be kicking and screaming if they're not able to close here. If they're not able to take map number 2, Sprout are in what I want to say the best position to actually send it to a third map. Double orbs and a single AK in the hands of Seejot.
Wrinkle with his single AWP in from mid. Seejot not ready for him. So that AK is negated very early in this round. Advantage taken by Bait, and all sides slow down.
And we know that Sprout like an info play, and you could see a heavier rotation. They're going to leave Ryko pretty much alone on the B side. Flashing aggressively towards main, nothing being seen. Wrinkle to look back into Electric with the teammate. This is a very heavy stack to A.
Three CTs here. Only Ryko to hold the B bomb site, which is about to receive the execution and all, and he's found by Wrinkle. That should secure the round. 3v5 with 2 AWPs on the retake.
And there should be no chance right here for Bait. Get the bomb down, establish strong crossfires, and that's just it. Sprout go in for the gamble stack. They go in heavily to A, and Wrinkle's just had a masterclass. This has been one of the strongest rounds that we've seen from him individually across this entire best of 3.
Looks like we're going overtime. Tadime, Rawls, and Poddy will try and contest that much. Rawls swinging in first and foremost, checking out the main entrance. Smokes will be in the way. Essential waits back line. Incendiaries get to position. Spray of Rawls getting NPL to start things off. 1 kill against the Bait side. Tadime leans in, gets Owner next, down to 3 individuals. Bait still have Essential on the bomb side. Wrinkle drops, and Captain Kirker held behind 2 smokes. Can deny that first diffuser. On goes the second. He also sprayed, but Captain Kirker, oh, he's caught him in the end with the double up, the triple in the round. And Bait pushes to overtime.
And it comes down to the captain right at the end to make the damaging blow happen. Oh, what a retake that was from Sprout. Slowly, kill after kill. It feels as if some magic is presenting in the 3v5, but not to be. Oh, precision of those bullets. Precision of just the burst. To be able to get so much damage against what is Sprout trying to protect as much as they can of sticking that bomb plant.
Wow, oh wow. Sprout was so close to closing this, so close to taking us to a third map, but they have to play on Bait's pick, who are going to strike back early in the first round of OT. Seajot down first and foremost.
And this could be an accelerated A split. You've got rotations coming into Temple pretty quickly from the CT line, but Sadime is going to need help, and he's going to need it quickly.
Sprays on the CT started doing damage against the likes of NPL, Captain Kirka, and Wrinkle. Neither of those players have fallen, though. Even Sadime. Martov off position. It's just minimal repositioning in general. No real second pick, no follow-up from Bait just yet.
Bait slow the round down, waiting for the response. They're waiting for that aggressive approach outside of B. Sensing an info play is going to present in mid or A, and nothing has, which means just regroup. Go in for this A split, and once more, this looks very unlikely that Sprout are going to win the round.
Just the one to defend. Have worked 3v5 retakes in the past, may have to hold on to the 3v4, especially if Sadime does drop in the end to that trade. Plant will be secured. Sprout setting themselves up for position, but probably for exit frags at most here.
This has got to be a good feeling for Bait, because now you put pressure on your opposition, don't you? Now you get into overtime, you try and strike with success early. That's uncomfortable for Sprout.
Ryko leaning. Captain Kirka. See the smoke come down. A swing ahead of it for Ryko. Traded back by NPL very, very quickly. You still have rules. His nades sent to his position to pop open the smoke, but not to get the man, not to get the info. And just to fall away and hold on to these weapons. They have let too much go as Bait will take the lead.
And for Bait, now all eyes are going to be on how many rounds can they get in a row. How strong can this round streak be now moving into overtime? That round, we've seen in both regulation and the first round of overtime. Where's the exploitation been, Jay? Mid. Wrinkle, remember, had that boost up, dealt with Seajot to get it into the 12-12. You then look at the first round of overtime, and NPL strikes towards mid. So I wonder if we get an adaptation. Do we maybe get a double mid early round? Do we maybe have Sprout try something differently? Because Seajot has been punished.
Remember the early few rounds of regulation in the second half, how NPL was always able to aggress down this mid position and get so much for it. This occasion, it's utility to force the Orca off position. Nades being sent back as well. Seajot trying to take first for Ace. We'll see the two players and the smoke will force them away. No man advantage gain, just tagging away at those HP bars. Seajot and NPL, the ones coming out worst for wear.
Owner maintaining out here from Electric, going back and forth with the util being explained. Very silent, not a lot of movement. You've got some utility being used for Essential to drive in some distraction to A main. The majority of players are regrouping out of B though.
A prod from Essential was hoping to get a frag, but Sadime keeping himself protected. And no reactions of the CT basis. NPL maybe ready for the players to make their way in. Aggressive Incendiary, perfectly timed, will stall the execution for now, but they have those smokes in position. Fourth player to rotate to join them. A flash will go over. We'll catch a couple of players. Blinded Rules is still waiting for them to wrap that corner. We'll engage the first man. There's a Sentio and Captain Kirk. We'll get a couple of trades, particularly on that rotation, but the bomb has committed at this point. 3-on-2 with Ryko mowing down two of his own, and Wrinkle being heard there over at main. Aware where the backstabber's coming in from. Wrinkle will be found. Essential is locked out of the round.
And that's a shame right there, because that timing for Essential was actually perfect. Just when that reposition comes in, just when your A main player of Sadime starts rotating off heavy, you can catch him. And I'm sure that Essential would have loved to cancel there, for the B players to just freeze, start regrouping, maybe go back to top mid or come back out to A main through rugs. But you've already committed. The bomb's already come into the bomb site, so you just missed that small timing of opportunity. Sprout with a very solid defensive on B, and it helps that there was 3 on B. It helps that the stack was heavier.
Seajot dives out of the way of the AWP. Expecting him to still be there, though. Wrinkle's going to hunt for those kills beyond the smoke, beyond the doors. Nades onto both him and NPL will lead to a HP advantage, but NPL still tries to press into Poddy, who does punish him for that aggression this time.
And now it looks like they're going quick towards A. Sadime needs to go try and get some help.
Nades damage done, utility sent, smokes in the way for Sadime's part, does get that first player and that second, damn near line up the third, but Essential gets that trade, close range from one CT individual, Wrinkle there to cover Essential, and Poddy's AWP will try and strike back here, he's got teammates coming in behind him, blind sprays, ahead of that AWP position, a flip from Wrinkle missing out, and now they get close, Sieger and Rules closed out those final couple of casualties, and Sprout have the lead at the turn of the CT side.
So Dime plays that incredibly well. Just when they know that they've been able to find success in mid, there's a pressure point. There's an aggressive play in from A main, and he finds himself in a very obscure off angle. You've kind of re-smoked off the right-hand side of main, and he's almost hugging the smoke. He's almost sitting right behind it, and he gets away with 2 kills. That's everything that you want for your A anchor in rounds like that.
Lead reheld. But Bait switch over to the CT side. For Sprout, this must be a positive though. Remember, they had quite a streak at the tail end of their T half. Both sides have been very T-based, so extra bonus for the Sprout camp. Is that enough to close out this map? We'll find out. The default is very carefully approached.
This is very slow from Sprout, and Wrinkle is making that info play aggressively with the AWP. HE does some chip damage, but he sees absolutely nothing. So doesn't need a player to over-rotate. He can just maintain the line.
We'll have NPL starting to check out camera. Might have to play double duty alongside the AWP. Those smokes in the way. Wrinkle gets ahead of it. Goes to the player to the left and finds his shot. Perfectly done.
A C-shot once more, punished out in mid. Sadime start working in from A main, get that molly out to the back plat. The majority of opening kills, though, could be Ryko out in B main.
He's smoked off. Trying to engage, I believe. Doesn't hear any of these CT players, who are starting to put a lot of emphasis over at Electric, and there are a couple of players over at Canals that could become a concern to this B split. Start looking into to line up. One breaks away, and Wrinkle will land that first shot, and that second no-scope. Wonderfully done at Sadime. 2v5, make it 1v5. He's not done. Ryko dealt with Poddy's AWP. Left to clutch everything. 22 seconds on the clock, and Wrinkle finds himself a wonderful round.
Against the ace. That's what you love as an AWPer. And it's just impact on repositions. You can see first engagement out in mid, get back out to the B side, and rather than kind of sitting back and being defensively on the 3 on B, they're looking for more. The widened angle opens up to Dark just when it feels as if there might be a quick swing to get that 1-for-1 trade. That also gets denied with the no-scope. Wrinkle with a beauty.
Tactical by Sprout. Another one called. Pressured again by our series favourites and the team that absolutely smashed them in on that first map. Aware that Bait could take control from here, is still their T side. But 14 apiece. Both teams 2 rounds to take the win. And for Bait it would be to end the series. For Sprout again, they're fighting for map 3. And survival here in the qualifier.
Ryko setting up some early nades out there to B main, but going off quite defensively, which probably tells us that they're going to take mid heavily as a pack. Sprout have got 4 players towards the front side of top mid, and no one is actually there on the other side for Bait.
So you're going to realise it's a pretty open mid position. You'll take some damage, but to clear out all those corners and get ahead of the game, you have got NPL now finally starting to make some moves here, swing ahead of that smoke, but will have his vision cut off. Instead, it might rest on Captain Kirkmer over at camera. Get one pick found alongside Wrinkle's AWP pick. Poddy with a responsive and Ryko with a follow-up, so back to a 3-on-3.
Wrinkle knows that one player's low out there for mid, but he's got to be wary about this split potential. In from camera and in from main. He has to try and fight.
Indeed, he gets Ryko. Incendiary sent. Not aware of the second player, which Poddy can't take back. The bomb's on his back, though. Needs time to come in with support, and indeed, he will get Owner, but Owner caught Poddy on the way out of the round. 1-on-1. Bomb has been recovered, and will get planted. It's Senthiel versus Sadime.
All about timing, all about the reposition. Essential has not come through from main, but is waiting for the peak to present in camera.
Behind the pillar, covered off. Santio expecting aggression, but he's waiting. Waiting for Sadime to make that move. Sadime, similar story. The pressure is on him, though. He's the T-side element. He has to get that bomb plant soon enough. Starts walking. Oh, camera engagement. AK ready for his man. Sadime looks away at the wrong moment. Essential didn't peek all the way around it either. We'll now hear that plant. We'll now start walking. Sadime gets checked and sprayed it back. And bait hit map and match points.
Well played there from Essential. And again, you're in a 1v1. Just slow it in. Wait for the timing. Wait for at least the sound cue, and as soon as he hears that bomb being planted, you still walk. You still don't make the noise. You widen up the angle, and at that kind of position, at that sort of range, Dimes hasn't been able to catch anything. He's trying to look up to Bricks, trying to see if there's that heaven rotation. Well played from Sadime. Well played from Wrinkle as well, because again, you're being swarmed from two sides. Him just getting that one kill in heaven was a difference maker in the round.
15-14. One more to go for bait. AWP of Wrinkle straight up, has missed the timing on the cross of Sadime. Nobody else in position. He's going to hear at least a few footsteps out over towards B main, but his focus is all about this water play. Potentially players that might dive in from mid. He's seen nothing so far.
Sprout out here at Rugs have got a very defensive Sadime, waiting for some aggression from A main. Seajot once more fighting fast and pacey out here to the front side of house and into camera. Wrinkle with the AWP is waiting for a contact at the doors.
See that smoke coming in. Will get smoked off for it, but Seajot doesn't press any further mid control. Happy to sit here. Try to cut those rotations in the end. AWP angle does get caught by the AK. All important start for Sprout. And the execution's coming in real quick for it. Essential a little bit late to his own smokes. Two to line up for Aurora. He only gets one. Can see it dive in as the AK in the back line does get one of his own. NPL is caught back as rules trades. Captain Kirker is found by Ryko straight through the smoke at Temple. And we go to another OT.
There we go again. Very good impact there from Seajot in mid. That was one of those defining moments where not only do you catch the AWP, but you pull a lot of distraction. And for the B players, not multi-fragging means that it's very difficult to recover that. Onar nearly had a chance of getting two. Essential struggles out a Glyph to be able to put damage up. And 15-15. Look, when you get into this stage where you go into double overtime, it is anyone's game. It really comes down to just the X factor and the here and now, the in-server performances.
Who's going to break first? Who's going to make that all-important mistake? Who's going to be in a position to punish said mistake? All goes unpredictable now as Sprout set themselves very aggressive in. Look at the player that's walked out of main. That's Ryko. Catching a player with his back turn adjustment right there against the Sentinel. Doesn't quite land, but now they know where he is. MPL has caught Seajot elsewhere, so advantage taken by the CT forces. Sentinel continues pressing to take this map right back from the T's.
Sentinel's done insanely well there. To be able to clear out the majority of the front side of Electric, get yourself into jail. And Captain Kirker, he has walked all the way in from A main, and it is at the backside of Canals.
Unless they go through mid, that's the only way they'll make their way into the A site, and even that can be covered off by the captain. Information to catch where these players are going. Poddy expecting the CTs to continue pressing, but they know to play this advantage. They know to play the map control. Captain Kirker does catch Sadime. That's down to two now. The bomb, however, has made its way into mid. Will start to make its way from camera. All they have to do is isolate this kill, and the round is done.
Excellent positioning there from the captain. Essential can now start trying to bring MPL back out to the site. Essential just needs to really go 1-for-1. Just waste some time out here aggressively.
20 seconds. Sentinel seeing that smoke clear. You see the utility being sent back. A shoulder poking out just enough for Poddy to catch that casualty. MPL hearing footsteps. Going to prioritize that bomb planter. Might just sneak it in time. Will actually wait back and try to play for the retake, doing damage against both the players. So low HP on both Rules and Poddy as Captain Kirker makes his way in. MPL is going to get caught through that smoke. Captain Kirker is traded places with the next T-side individual. Captain Kirker does indeed find Rules, and it's all left to Poddy versus two. Again, bomb not planted for him. They'll smoke it back. They have no idea of his real positioning. They're so focused here at Electric, and Poddy Now with the diffuser involved, the knife's coming out. Oh, he's caught Wrinkle. Sneaky as that, he's still alive. Finally, the captain closes out the triple that he should have gained ages ago. Diffuse held and all as bait. Start up the next OT.
That's a very good effort there from Poddy. Last thing you really want is an AWP in that scenario, so try and get out to the knife and get away with the connections. For MPL, though, it just shows in that 3v2 on the retake how vital those couple of spams were to try and get Rules and Poddy down to a low enough account. Oh, that was a close round. That was a pretty good attempt from Sprout. In all honesty, there wasn't a lot of workability at all in that 2v4.
Got down to a single player at the end of it. Sprout once again play the back foot, as they have done many times over the course of this series, but only a single one in the lead right now for Bait. Need to springboard a streak and really put the hurt back on their opponents. CT side start. Back to slow again from Sprout's default.
Just when it seemed as if Seedrop wanted to make an aggressive walk, gets cancelled, and Wrinkle with the AWP is looking to make the opener.
Scene one, Ryko swings him, straight headshot, getting the M4 back in the lineup for NPL. Gets both those players back. Captain Kirker gets a lineup of his own, and Sprout are completely decimated, all on Poddy. Bomb dropped and all, 1v4, dealt with by NPL with the AWP. Stellar follow-up from Bait.
Captain and MPL have just got an ace between them. That is crazy, right? After that first exchange of Ryko onto the AWP, you think, okay, this is where they ace split aggressively. This is where they put some pace up. And for MPL and Captain Kirker to get 4 kills between them in what? 2 seconds? Maybe 3? Even 3 seconds is a stretch!
AWP of Wrinkle. Set in once again. Sprout on the precipice of concession. And they must know it, so must Bait. They need one more to claim map and match point and be in the best position possible for the OT, but Seedrop has found a mistake. Wrinkle missing his AWP shot. Burn on the T-side player in without Molotov, but NPL takes him back, equalizes the man advantage, can't quite double up. Captain Kirker is there to bail him out.
Oh, this is back-to-back rounds in which Sprouts had the opening man advantage, but they're struggling to close it out. Aggressive flash into A main, so Dime completely blinded.
Dime sprays. Captain Kirker wins another fight. Rules back in. NPL is so low here. 1 kill would be absolutely amazing, and Poddy gives him the headshot. Rules now versus 3. Bait know exactly where he can play from, know exactly where he must attack from. Giving him the breathing room with a rotation, but time will be short.
He might be able to get the bomb down on B, but what he does after that point, Jay, that's the concern. Bait, these multi-frags in the last couple of rounds, they're just spurring into life.
61 HP, a 1 versus 3 for Rules, the veteran. Most experienced player on this team by quite a margin. Plant down, open for CT, and open here at the main entrance as well. He'll get his reload in. No further utility, the CTs have to act.
And they're just pack heavy right here. Everyone regroup up, make sure you're peeking on each other. They've even got a smoke for the bomb and for main.
Rules may have to go blind on his kill counts, half the time it ticked. Smoke off on main entrance as well, good call there. Jump face. Re-smoke down, revealed himself, spray through, catches so much damage, but not the important kill. 18-15, flawless CT side for Bait now. 3 chances to close.
And for Bait, this is pretty much setting yourself up for the winning position. Anytime you're able to get that 3-0, it is a death wish in overtime, Jay. Just get that 1 extra one. 3 chances, 3 rounds to be able to close it in. And I look at Sprout, Jay, and think, what do we need? I mean, who's going to be the guy to step up? Maybe Ryko in there with 30 kills. He's been quite consistent, but he hasn't been that X-Factor player they can't afford to make a mistake. And it hurts to know that you've had 2 rounds in the last overtime half in which you've had opening man advantages, but you just haven't closed rounds.
One more to go. We're right about considering who's that X-Factor individual. That might be the difference maker, and certainly feels likely that it's going to have to be. The bait that have Captain Kirk who are also fragging up at 30. Wrinkles had his impact. MPL's had his impact. All 3 of those players within touching distance of their own kill counts. Orpa Potty trying to become that player, trying to find that first frag in from mid, but not catching anything as of yet. It's a very slow approach from Bait.
C-Drop. Him and MPL have been locking horns for the majority of these rounds here in Anubis. But it's defensive from both this time around. Pretty much everyone outside of A. A reposition of Captain Kirker with that bomb to start regrouping. And this is where it's going to be down to Sadaim and C-Jot to see what they can do on the defensive at A.
Potty's up. Set in position. Ready for the first tee to walk up. Owner Molotov against him. Burns a frag. The shot misses. And there's the kill to start.
And there's a little bit of distraction. And now they can pop in for A.
Sadaim holding back, spray through to get the kill on the next player, trying to double up, but no, MPL holds his nerve, doubles up of his own right. 3 versus 2 situation, making it 2 versus 2 as one trade comes back from Ryko. The bomb site has been secured though.
And Rules has got a full belt of util, but he's scared to advance by himself. He's waiting for the reposition from Ryko.
Flash is sent against him, finds his angle, but not any damage or the kill. The AWP forced back, MPL holding at Heaven, hearing both, isolating the backline player. Should be wary of where Rules is in the open, caught by the orb. And there it is, 19-15 at last. They will outlast Sprout, take this 2-0, stressing on Anubis, but it's a win for Bait nonetheless.
Certainly an entertaining game for everyone here, Jay. That was very close. There was moments where it looked as if Sprout were going to take it. There were moments where it looked as if Bait were going to take it, and we ended up keep fighting for quite some time longer. For Bait, though, a 2-0 is the expected outcome in this best of 3, and they'll be satisfied with not dropping a map to Sprout today.
So Sprout, I mean, look, they can give a little bit of credit to the fact they turned around a very poor performance from that first map and did some damage in the second one, made it competitive. It's something you asked for, Dweg, right? You were saying, like, that's the most realistic sort of goal, that's the most idealistic goal, rather, that Sprout could really aim for in this kind of a series. And, I mean, they hit it, certainly. I do feel, however, that when you're in that position where, for example, the 1v3 at the end of regulation, where Captain Kirker got the through smoke kills, you might be looking at it saying, man, we could have pressed that to 3 maps. We really, really resurged, and it was just almost enough, but not quite enough.
Yeah, with the way the rounds went down, I mean, I even said it when MPL was in, that 3v2 post plant and he re-aggresses the Temple Smoke and loses the fight to C-Jot. That probably would have been Bait closing in regulation. You're always going to get maps like that. You're always going to get those moments where it is, if one kill goes differently, it goes Sprout's way. If one kill goes differently, it goes the way of Bait. But what we always say, Jay, is it's about who's more consistent. And I actually think that even if we went to a third map decider, that Bait still would have had them. Bait still would have been able to close on that third. So for that reason, I look at BetBoom and they have to look at Bait and say, this is not an easy game for us. This is not going to be a simple CIS derby.
Yeah, no, and no derby is ever simple. Like, even the most underdog of underdog squads in any sort of national or regional derby is going to be in with a chance to at least show some competitive nature. So I'm looking forward to how that first quarterfinal is going to line up. But you are right in terms of Bait. They come out of this one with relatively decent confidence. For Sprout, again, I think they've got a lot of things to address. They obviously can't start slow because we saw what happened when they do. They've got a lot of things to address in the fundamentals. In terms of their debut, though, Dwayne, on the overall, do we see this more as a positive end or a negative overall?
I'd say average. You didn't get destroyed. Yes, okay, map number 1 was extremely poor, but you bounced back in map number 2. So I wouldn't say it's positive. I wouldn't say it's poor. Just in the middle. Again, it's pretty mid. It's pretty average. We need to see what they're like in the next few tournaments. We need to see the next couple of months exactly where this team sits. I think realistically, we're not going to see this team towards a higher end of tier 2 till at least 3 to 6 months. It's going to be a while with some of the pieces that they're bringing in, but the early few officials are always a good test to just get roughly an idea of where they're going to be competitive-wise.
Well, as a first impression, there are certainly things that need to be worked upon, and again, I hope they've been taking notes over the course of this series. I'm going to bring this one into the demo review because there is at least a little something there, right? You can't go so far as an overtime on your opponent's map pick without having some fundamentals. Maybe the punish of Overpass wasn't the best of ideas in the world for them, but look, right, to work on those fundamentals, to work on their nature as a team, there's still a lot of, like, there's a high enough ceiling for Sprout, right? It's still very, very early at the moment, and I think you are right. Maybe 3 to 6 months is something where you would at least sort of like place them as right, okay, well, that's sort of like the target where you can try and see some improvement in results. But it always comes back to that question though, Dwayne, because again, Sprout made so many roster changes over the last 12 months. Is this team going to stay together? Do Sprout have that much patience?
I think the only person that can answer that one has got to be someone in a managerial role, because from the outside, you can't tell. You really can't tell. They had the #1 most amount of roster changes last year out of any team in CS. So when you kind of look at just how many pieces were coming in and out, I think we'd hope that we give this some time. But yeah, I think you've always got to open up your doors to at least it could happen. At least it very much is on the possibility.
Well, in terms of those X-Factor players, right, Dwayne, because that's the one thing you said that was missing from Sprout at the end of that matchup, and the reason why they were able to push it past the finish line on the bait side. Who do you see as being the most likely one to grow into that role over Sprout's life cycle?
Probably Ryko. I actually looked at the majority of opening kills that he had there in B main on the T side and was kind of working rounds. CJot's one of those aggressive riflers where it's very 50-50 in the way that if you get an opening kill, it's a round victory. If it's an opening death, it's a round loss. So sometimes those playmakers are differences, and CJot actually put up a fairly good performance consistently. For Poddy, I was actually quite underwhelmed. I actually don't think we got a pretty good performance from Poddy. Didn't see him on the AWP that often. Didn't get some of those vibes of some of the carry games that we see out on ENCE Academy. So I'll be looking at him and his performances over the next handful of best of threes to see if we can get more of that Poddy that we're familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, for him, it's obviously a very new experience, because I think he's only really played in exclusively Finnish teams up until this point in his career. Like, ENCE Academy was the one that obviously he spent the most time on, and that whole, like, Finnish-speaking roster. So you mentioned the early communication issues that may or may not crop up for the likes of Sprout. Maybe that is a reason why he wasn't able to deliver as much performance, and maybe he was a weak point they were able to punish on the bait side. Certainly the numbers speak to that being quite likely, but it's one of those cases where that can only come with time. You have to get better at communication by building up chemistry with your teammates. So again, 3 to 6 months, start seeing where he lines up from there. Very glad you mentioned Ryko though, because look, he's been on an upward trajectory for a fair amount of time, right? He's been a guy that came out of the Polish scene with Honoris, and we weren't really sure what to make of him because Honoris as a whole wasn't exactly all that amazing. But for him, this must be a very positive sign, the fact that he's dropping those top frag numbers on his international stint. I think also his first international stint as well there. So, like, again, there are positives for the Sprout side. It's a case of just building upon those.
Ryko had a really successful tail end to Honoris, and even moving out to X and Onomo, they were at least being competitive in the higher end of Tier 2. I won't say that they were a high-end Tier 2 team, but they were along the conversation. They were kind of floating around top 40 to 50 for the majority of months. So he's a guy that actually does bring quite a lot of success forward, and is a guy that's been very, very key in the Polish scene. So to see more from him, we obviously saw him as a stand-in. We now see him as an official player. He's definitely going to be one to watch out for.
Indeed, yes. Again, I'm holding out hope that things can build. I'm hoping at this point, but for Sprout, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. For the bait side, of course, wonderful series from them. Wonderful series from the likes of MPL, who is really the key fragger for both those two maps. But even at the tail end of that, Anubis, right? Captain Kirker, he hit a 30 bomb. Wrinkle was one away from a 30 bomb. Like, there were a number of players that were just firing on all cylinders for this team.
And we've always seen that with different iterations of bait rosters, is that they've got individuals that can be pure fire. They've got individuals that can be playmakers, that can make magic happen. And for Wrinkle, he was very consistent on the AWP today. Had an ace in one of the gun rounds. We know that, for the captain, it felt as if the majority of times that he was kind of in there at camera and towards Heaven and Bricks. And on the CT line, there was an ENCE coming. He was getting a multi-frag. So yeah, Captain, Wrinkle, and MPLJ really caught our eye in this best of three.
Yeah, and you mentioned, of course, the firepower of those individuals and those guys and how well they'll do. I'm sure that some of those highlights that we'll see in a moment will sort of emphasize things and show off exactly how much impact they were able to gain. Because even those low fragging guys were able to find impact of their own right. So again, for bait, a lot of positives for their own nature of things. If they can keep that up going into Bet Boom, that's a series they can really threaten on. I'm still not 100% certain we'll see them all the way towards the grand finals just yet, but it's a very positive start regardless.
I would say it's a winnable game for Bait. They're not going to be the favorites, and they're not going to come into that game looking as if that they're really going to challenge the likes of BetBoom, but with the performance I've seen today, with the performance I've seen from them in the Dallas Closed Qualifier, that is a winnable best of 3 for Bait.
Yeah, they're on the upward trajectory most certainly, and it might have been a tough little affair. Maybe they might also want to go back and see where things kind of got out of hand for them against the Sprout side. There were some things to improve upon by their own map pick standards, right? Because I guess in some capacities, like if you're internally in this team, you've gone 13-3, you've done so well against that first map up, and you've been pushed to overtime in the second. Is there any sort of like doubts or concerns internally in the Bait camp?
What, for just the result of how it went on map 2?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Again, this is a team for Sprout where, okay, it's slightly difficult to have a lot of conversation because of the core and the moving pieces, but Anubis is the most played map in the pool for them in the last 3 months. The 10th time played for Rules, 10th for Seajot, 6th for Sedime. They've got a lot of officials under their belt. So while it's not a successful map normally, and while it's not one of the stronger ones in the pool, we've seen a lot on Anubis for Sprout. So yeah, no concerns for me.
Okay, well, Bait, regardless, will take the victory from them, and they do prove themselves to be a capable squad regardless. And they have also shown how high those ceilings can hit, because that first map was still absolutely stellar from them. So disallowing momentum might become a key factor in a lot of their games going forward. I feel like BetBoom are a team that can do that, but again, very threatening quarterfinal, and probably one of the ones that I have to say has the most potential out of the quarterfinals that we have to be an absolute banger affair.
I would completely agree with that one too. And for Bait, I mean, they would love to be able to get an opportunity of going to the LAN event, to go to the main event itself, because they've been involved in a couple of RMRs, but realistically, when you look at the last 12 months to 24 months, very rarely do they actually get to go to international LANs. So because of that, and you look at the competition, you look at it only being a handful of best of 3s that need to be won, and you've got a derby in your next matchup, they'll look at this entire event and say, this is the one that we need. This is the one that we need to incorporate a deeper run.
Yeah, and in that sense, it's very encouraging for them to be able to do as much as they have done in this best of 3, and now to get themselves set on the road. Of course, they are still within the chance to make it to this LAN final, but again, question marks whether they can go overall. There's still a lot of question marks to fill in their question of the rest of their branch of the bracket, but again, I'm still enthralled about that quarterfinal matchup. I'm still looking forward to see how that will go down in a couple of days' time, but for them, they do stay alive here in the bracket. Sprout are out of the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier, so back to the drawing board for the new boys. Still a chance to sort out their teething period, and again, to build upon the foundations they've established today.
And for Bait, it adds more to this conversation of the recent history. And they've been able to show a lot of success in the last handful of best of 3s. And now we saw in this best of 3, Wrinkle was just such a king with that AWP. MPL with some of these multi-frags out in mid. Captain Kirker with some of the multis. And when you have players like that, you're expecting to close games. You're expecting those highlight players and those stronger performers to be able to work best of 3s and to take more successful victories.
Well, you can see how their individual performances matched up against the likes of Sprout. Of course, you still have some of those star players, and I will say that this scoreboard definitely looks a lot better than the Overpass scoreboard for Sprout. A lot more of a banging affair from them, just missing that X factor. We talked about the impact that they had over on the Bait side, of course. So again, a lot of positives to take away from these guys, and again, I'm very keen to see where they go from here.
And just to give you more of a notion, Sprout won 4 clutches out there on Anubis too. And that was actually a defining factor of pushing it towards overtime. If those 1vx moments didn't come in, I pretty much expect that Bait would have closed in regulation. So those clutches were a helping hand to try and drive it in. For Ryko, this would be feeling quite hurt. I know it's obviously a debut and you want to be positive, but to drop 31 kills, to have the performance that he did and not to take it to a third map, it probably just is that feeling of, man, nearly got it today.
Again, they'll be looking back at this match and thinking, what if we got that 3v1 over the finish line? What if we were able to win out some of those clutches? What if we didn't get too overextended towards mid or whatever it was? Or what if Ryko just had that little bit extra, that extra oomph, right? Like certainly he'll be questioning it himself, but it's encouraging for him as an individual, that fact he's done as well as he has done against Bait here in this second map of the best of 3. I think, again, it's a turnaround from the Sprout side, having gone as deep and as one-sided as they were in that first map. So I think, again, there's positives to take away. Yes, there will be the what-ifs. There always will be, but it's all about the long term for the Sprout side.
Indeed, and they'll be looking to try and turn their record around. Again, last 3 months on HLTV featuring 2 wins out of 11 best of 3s. It doesn't look pretty on the record, so they'll be looking to try and see if they can turn that around over the next couple of weeks and over the next few tournaments. For Bait, though, I look at what they've been able to achieve in ECL, and while it's been quite unsuccessful there, the loss to Perivision, the loss to 3D Max, they're going to try and see if they can go on that run like they did in the Dallas qualifiers. And to get a 2-0 here, they can try and shape up and get ready for their next game in the tournament.
Yeah, and Sprout will also be in ECL. They're yet to actually play one of their matches, but I think now this might become their central focus point. So a lot of eyes might turn towards that tournament to see how well they develop off the back of the performance they've had here in the qualifier. Certainly no more of a path forward for them in the qualifier. Again, singly in brackets. So with this loss, they are all out and Bait will move forward. And only one of our next two teams will move forward as well as we head towards a short break and come back with 3D Max versus Gun5, our second best of three of the day in the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I dance all night.
nuestras charlas son comparecencias.
Welcome back to the Skyesports Masters. We're getting into our second match of the European Qualifier. Our second match of the day as well as 3D Max take on Gun5 to see who progresses to the next quarterfinal game. We just saw Bait dispatch of Sprout. Yes, it was a hell of a showing from the Sprout side in the second map, but ultimately the 2-0 went the way of the Ukrainians. And now 3D Max will look to try put on just as much of a similar level of confidence as we saw during that first map debate, because I do have to say that right off the bat, they're coming into this one as very heavy favourites.
Yeah, for 3D Max, they probably had to look up who was even on Gun5, right? This is a side that is playing towards the higher end of Tier 2 consistently for the last 6 to 12 months or so. And for Gun5, we don't even see these guys on HLTV very much. So for 3D Max, there is going to be a lot of favoritism for them in this best of 3.
Yeah, in spite of the circumstances surrounding the roster and the recent changes they've had, I don't think that'll be enough of a hindrance to 3D Max to say that they're going to lose out to Gun5, because it's just a case of two very different calibers of opposition, right? We talked about that on the part of Sprout. Obviously, for the players as a full 5-man unit, they haven't played any competition at all up until today, and as the players individually weren't able to mount up to the same top-level Tier 2 competition. Similar story for Gun5 here against the 3D Max camp. There are some elements over there that have had experience, but nothing recent and nothing that poses much of a threat on HLTV especially.
No, for 3D Max, they'll be one of the squads where, even with Hadji stepping down on the roster, Jay, and they're kind of working with Masuda and now MBK, I still look at the French as being one of the teams that can win this entire qualifier. One of the teams that can go all the way to qualify to the LAN directly.
Yeah, I could agree to that, right? And especially considering the path that they will have ahead of them, the idea that Fnatic are the team that are in the quarterfinals ahead of this opening round matchup. I could see 3D Max having a contest against them as well. I know that we're looking forward to Bet Boom as one of the as the most exciting matchup out of that one. But look, weakened Tier 1 name with a Tier 2 roster, and then you got 3D Max, who have constantly been on the rise over the last 6 months or so. Like, it's a very intriguing future, and I think the Gun5 squad will certainly try and test that. But in the case of 3D Max, they should have no problems here today.
And this as well for Gun5 is where we have to look at where some of their strengths lie. I know Ancient is one of the maps that they enjoy. I also think it's a very good map for 3D Max, so probably Ancient and Inferno come in.
Indeed they do, yes. Inferno picked out by 3D Max, Ancient picked out by Gun5, Anubis as the decider. Although I want to sort of dive into intricacies, and we will do that in a second, I do have to sort of start things off again by saying that my pick of 3D Max is already kind of locked in personally in my predictions, even though, again, they're just playing at a very different caliber to the Gun5 cap. So in terms of this veto, do you see any real workability for the Russians here?
At least for Gun5, they do actually play a lot of Ancient and Anubis. Now, they don't win a lot of it, but at least they've got maps under their belt. So they're comfortable on those maps to play them. For 3D Max, though, Ancient has even been a map that in previous months has been played a lot and actually been won a lot. I would say in the recent day, it's definitely not one of the top 3 maps, but it's probably number 4. So I'm pretty comfortable here for 3D Max on both map number 1 and map number 2 against Gun5 today.
Well, win rate aside, in terms of play rate, these are the 3 maps that they play the most over on the 3D Max cap. So they've got a lot of protocols that will be well drilled against the likes of Gun5, and a lot of things that they can punish against Gun5 that should very easily come towards their favor. Again, there is so many positives for 3D Max's cap, and Gun5, unfortunately, are in this position where this is one of their key sort of surges in the Tier 2 space, right? They don't really play a lot of HLTV level events. They're often in very early stages of qualifiers, which, look, that's always a tough thing to go with. There's a similar single elimination bracket as to what we have right now, but the fact they're only going so far as maybe even the round of 16 in some capacities, it doesn't feel like it's enough to really drive forward in this context against the likes of 3D Max.
And we know that Gun5 were playing an ESEA Advanced this season and were actually 1 game away from making the playoffs. So not even getting a taste of the best 3s, only getting those best of 1s. And for Gun5, they actually have not played a best of 3 in a while. Not even just on HLTV, just in general, because all they're participating in is basically open qualifiers. So it's so difficult to get maps that you're more comfortable on, maps that are stronger in your pool. And 3D Max will look at this one with some of the qualifications that they've had of going to the RMR, going to Pro League, already getting to LAN events. They'll look at Gun5 and say, we should be beating them comfortably. We should get into this best of 3. There might be some testing moments, but we should be the far better squad in this head-to-head.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind. I think that 3D Max might even be able to make this a very stomping affair in very one-sided scorelines for a 2-0. Like, it could be a very, very quick end to the day, just to really set it up for how 3D Max are coming into this one with a lot of confidence. Like, I just don't feel like there's much resistance that Gun5 can post. I will expect them to at least try and bring that trademark sort of CIS firepower to the fold and try and outfrag them if they can possibly do so. But that's a very doubtful and shallow way to win a matchup. You need a lot more to win out in Counter-Strike, and 3D Max have shown time and again that they have that much more.
At least for Gun5, this roster's actually been together for quite some time. I mean, for Finnegan, Loficus, Xylo, and Supra, all four of them have been playing under Gun5 for about 6 months or so, and maybe a bit of a sleeper to a lot of teams just because we don't see them all that often. They're not expecting a huge amount. When you've got Finnegan and Supra, experienced players in the CIS scene that have played at high-end levels of Tier 2, and a roster that's been together for this long, there could be some surprises in the best of 3 from their perspective.
I mean, certainly for Finnegan and Supra, right? Like, Finnegan obviously has been part of various different Tier 2 rosters that have risen over the last couple of years in the online scene, particularly Espada, which was the former Team Spirit Academy roster, and we've seen what they've been able to produce. Avantgarde, who we also know about as having, in previous years, have some very stellar lineups. K23 as well, similar story there in the Tier 2 atmosphere. And Supra, obviously, his big claim to fame was the Gambit youngsters before they really, truly rose up. But that's one of those things, though, right? Like, back in the day, that was like a Gambit youngsters that had a lot of potential, but it was only until Supra was moved out that they really rose to become a Tier 1 squad. Similar story for Espada, right? They were a Team Spirit Academy, but this wasn't the Team Spirit Academy that did so well in the Tier 2 roster. This was many, many years prior. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, they've got some markers ahead of them, but still not enough that really drives home the point that they can, well, that they have the capabilities at right now to become a high-end Tier 2 team.
And you compare that to 3D Max, where we obviously know that MBK is going to be playing today. He played with some of these guys previously. He played with Jocko and Lucky in Double Pony back in about March to May time of 2021. So you've already played with 2 guys on the roster. And then remember, you also played with Maka out on Falcons. So while MBK is standing in today, he's played with basically everyone that's on this team.
And remember as well, this is a core that runs all the way back, many, many iterations ago to that Double Pony team. So I'm very intrigued and enthralled about their progression. And now I'll see them, of course, we're both predicting towards their favour. I think we're both going 2-0 in this best of 3. Am I correct in assuming, Dweg?
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 for 3D Max.
Okie dokie then, let's get it started. Inferno at the first map of the best of 3. 3D Max on the T-side start are playing careful around the defaults, trying to feel out where Gun5 are defending from. With the leaning over towards that B-bomb site though, Silo's got a lot of pressure against him.
All about that first contact to try and get at least one casualty before those rotations can come through. Coffins and CT in an instant tap to come through from Maka.
Straight shot shuts him down, no mercy taken. The plant will be secured just with that single bullet accuracy. 4 players to try and set the retake. They have at least got that kit in onto Tried. Exercise is hearing them all rotate back. He's got backup right behind him and 1 player off the bomb site that can support. Super does isolate MBK and get Exercise. So that's a lick back into the favour of Gun5. Glock turn from Lucky's part. Ready for CT players to make their faces in. Supra checks backside. Finally Lucky will look to try and strike. Get that 1 kill onto Loficus, and Supra will drop towards Jocko on the site itself. Finnegan tapping away, getting nothing against that Glock. And Lucky sees the last running for his life. You tried and you failed. Gun5 can see the pistol.
It shows how strong the post-plant positions really were there from 3D Max, that even though they lose both of those casualties out from top banana, Lucky's in a position where he's extended in from CT. He realizes with the timing that no one's rotating in for the back line, so focus that attention, draw that crossfire out in the open, and between Lucky and Jocko, they just tear the round to pieces. 3D Max get off with the opening round, and I suppose as well for MBK, this is his first official in nearly 5 months since being on the Falcons bench.
I believe you might be right in saying that, actually, Dwayne. It's been a while since we've seen him in active competition. Certainly in the twilight of his playing career, he's had multiple experiences as being a top-end level pro. Those days well behind him. Stacks up against the Gun5 side. His pistols will be able to isolate the likes of Lucky. So that's 1 casualty unexpected from 3D Max in this round itself. But I don't think they're going to be too fussed about conceding that one because they have driven away that stack. They're playing into the A-bomb site where only Supra's to defend.
Exercise is clearing up as much as he can with this Mac-10, getting it into advanced positions out from the apartments. Super low with the timing of the Zeus, just a little bit too far away.
A little bit off kilter as well. MBK takes him. CT is forced into a standoff behind these smokes, which do clear in the end, but even these USPs from range hurt by aim punch as well. Galil lining himself up. Another 3 kills.
I think there's a lot of
MBK.
intrigue as well. Could he be the new 5th player here for 3D Max? Because obviously with Haji stepping down, Masuta has stood in the last game. You've got MPK. You've also got Navira, who said that he wants to return to CS. So there's a couple of options for the 3D Max side.
Well, I will say in MBK specifically, it wouldn't be the first time that an ex-Falcons player has joined up with this unit, because Maka did it as well. Obviously, very famous rivalry between what was known as Heat back then and the Falcons. 2 key French squads in the Tier 2 scene. Now only one of them remains, so that's big volumes as to which project was more successful. The guns set in by Gun5. AKs, Lils and Mac tend to respond on 3D Max, of course, only losing 1 casualty in that previous. Playing careful on the defensive line. Gun5 back away from quite a fair amount of map control.
It shows for 3D Max how comfortable these defaults are looking right now. Exercise not even peering around the gate. Get that molly down towards quad just to be able to siphon off the majority of brackets. Quick in for at least a long take too. Tried out here from Moto. It's going to be resting a lot on him to the defensive.
We're seeing nothing at all. This smoke just getting in the way. Maka, meanwhile, acts out over at Banana, getting low of a crisp, but not able to find Finnegan next up. He'll press forward and try and re-attack. Meanwhile, Triad is challenged by 2 individuals. Finnegan takes 1 back. Super is overwhelmed on the A-bomb site, and that should be round taken. They have to go back for that bomb, but Gun5 being reduced to 2 players, don't want to try and re-aggress, want to hold on to these guns, so easy pickings for the 3rd.
Now, this is where you have to maintain getting that bomb down to A, but looking for more. So I actually reckon both of these CTs are going to drop. I'm not sure how they're going to survive.
Well, plenty of time for them to get involved at this, and all bases are being covered. Jocko is tapping to the back lines, has seen the 1 man. Smoke can come down towards Banana, siphon off that 1 player and disallow any early hunts from the likes of Exercise, but it's the other 3 that becomes the concern because they are all pressing on here, and Finnegan expected him to go very aggressive. 3D Max opts against going all the way into that bomb site. They are just prodding away with util and taps. Milo down to less than half, Finnegan down to less than 40. And 3D Max are not pressing anymore.
They're just getting them in a scenario to trap them into the bomb site, but not look to overextend. Very comfortable default. Maka was working Banana, driving a distraction over, and then even Tried, who was one of the Moto players, just gets overwhelmed completely. The double swing comes through that long smoke. And he's a guy that is very unfamiliar with this territory, only has single-digit maps on HLTV to his name. So this could be his breakout best of 3J. This could be the chance to really see what the young man is made of.
Obviously, a lot of things that need to be made up for his own part of things. Very, very inexperienced. Chance to clap on to the 3D Max side, and sharp, a good performance from him might be all that important. Slow walk in against most of the pistols, of which Tried is on one of them, the USP. Not even an upgrade like Super and Lovicus, and not really much to work with here in round 4 in general. Of course, the issues of the economy this early into the matchup. 3D Max should exploit that for players total, ready for the A execution. Might have that bomb rotating from mid if it needs to go back to that B bomb site, but case of just working down the man advantage.
Now, Jocko's created a lot of space out here to long. Slight off angle and from Motos, but already been detected and dealt with from Triad, and now the bomb site just collapses. 5-7 up close, tries to get in a bit of damage, but not to be. A 3D Max feeling pretty light work there of the anti-eco. And this M4 looking to try and see if it can save once again.
Should be hunted by Jocko in the end. Spray through, all 5 alive. 3 Max can build the economy state and really start to put pressure up against Gun5 in the long term. 4-0 start for the Ts. The AWPs and M4s will be coming in. The AWP is out on Tried. Mentioned he had only single-digit maps on HLTV. Despite that, he actually does have a HLTV picture, which is something that not a lot of people in the Tier 2
wanted
landscape
to get that one up
can't
quickly.
say,
Yeah. Yes, I suppose that is true.
So maybe that's HLTV's, mark of confidence in this game.
Yeah. Got the application in. A 3D Max, though, contesting out from Banana, and not much at the top Banana contest at all. A couple of HEs being thrown from Car. Maka goes down to 17 because of it.
Decent enough start. Not a kill against Maka, though, so man advantage is not quite one out, even though you're very probably close to making it so for Gun5. Slow walks from the other T-side players. Hearing at least that M4 of the T-side also firing away. MBK revealing himself, but very little information outside of that given up by 3D Max. Try and walk into this crossfire. A number of players out here between quad and long. Molotov will drive one of them out of position, but they won't act off of it.
Yeah, 3D Max are working the timing very nicely. Flashed around the corner, just prodding around. Quite a bit of damage being done to one of those short players, but they're trying to see if they can drive them into the bait.
Now Super has been revealed, but they're so focused against him that it allows Lovicus a chance to swing forward. Tries Orb, also caught exercise elsewhere, so that entire A lane has been picked apart by the defensive forces. It's still one player over on the B-bomb site, but Nano is still caught off with the utility in the way. The T's are going to try hunt for him in the backside. The bomb yet to commit. 30 seconds on the clock or less, and there's one man isolated, dealt with all the same. 1 on 5 for Maka. That's a very confident one to start for Gun5.
It just showed that in their brackets, there's a lot of prodding, there's a lot of jiggles, and it's a couple of advantages that come in quickly. Even that AWP player of Tried comes through with successfully one pick. Maka want to maintain that this AK survives come the next rounds, and for Gun5, they'll be very happy with that one.
Indeed they will.
And when you look at the majority of exits in open qualifiers in recent history for Gun5, it's actually been against mainly high-level Tier 2 competition. A loss to Heroic, a loss to Endpoint, a loss to Sprout, another one to Forza, Nexus, Nemega. Kind of the majority of teams that we would consider at least high-end Tier 2 squads. And don't often get upset, but when you look at a game of who you've played before and now you go up against 3D Max, it's another game where you are the heavy underdogs.
Another team that we'd also consider high-end Tier 2 opposition. Silo known about to the AKs, and Finnegan bails him out. Does go down towards Jocko, and a secondary flashbang allows him to double up, look for the triple, but runs into the AWP. 3 on 3 to that whole sequence. 3D Max tried a very aggressive face. Didn't quite come up all the way on top.
Now, Exercise has been able to peer aggressively into Boiler because of that distraction out on B, to not have a contest from short or in-apps itself. So this allows them to take a walk on a contact and start exploiting more space to brackets.
Molly sent back lines. Counter smokes in the way as Lucky tries his walk up along, seen by 1M4. AK checks position, sprays a little bit awkward, but comes together for the kill in the end. Now Supra is all that remains. Versus 3, doesn't even line up the spray and finish off. Lucky. NBK credited with the kill, and Tried has no choice but to save.
And anytime, Jay, we witness high-end Tier 2 squads, there's a reason that they're at the higher end. It's the protocols, it's the timing, it's the overall individual experience. And right there for Lucky, from his perspective, he's in a 1v1 towards long. Contact's already been made to Moto. Now, rather than sort of edging away further and minimalizing the gap, he takes himself in a position where he's taking harder cover. So rather than just strafing straight up to Moto, he actually almost strafes diagonally, starts maneuvering closer towards Arch, and it means you've got more protection to the fight. It gives you more of an advantage to win out that 1v1 duel, and that's something you're going to notice quite a bit in this best of 3, is just those small individual moves, those plays for 3D Max.
Caught off Gun5 in that round. Of course, that's the only one that they're going to gain. The early portions, the first quarter, certainly won out by 3D Max. Tactical taken by the CT forces. They have to try and avoid that from following up here. Have got that AWP to play with, can buy around it. Lost bonus will still be favourable to the CT forces. It's a case of converting these buys into rounds. We've talked about it time and again. We'll talk about it here and now because it still applies to Gun5. Because they are well and truly on the back foot.
Hey, you mentioned Super out there on Gambit Youngsters. I remember his stint on Nordavind after that, playing with HS and Mertz, and actually being quite a successful high-end Tier 2 team. They had Tensky, a part of the organization as well, kind of hanging around the top 30 to 40 position for a good few months. And then, well, when he made the ticket over to Gorillas, that's when it all fell apart completely. And ever since the Nordavind days, which is a good 3 years ago, we have not seen Super at a high end of Tier 2.
I was wondering if you were going to bring that part up.
Yeah, made that journey over, chased the bag, did not chase the results. No success whatsoever.
I guess in the long term, that didn't work out well for him at all.
No, had a little stint on Boston Crab recently before coming over to Gun5, and again, been a part here for about 6 months or so.
How much longer he stays and whether or not they can rise or whether he can bring this team up to a respectable position is, of course, questions to ask for later on down the road. Supra does get his 2 kills involved in mid, however, catching Jocko and Maka completely off guard. No flash support, straight dry face. 3D Max was so not ready for it. There's 3 casualties taken with no trades whatsoever.
Yeah, literally just caught flat-footed on a timing, trying to move that bomb over, trying to get closer to brackets, and Gun5 couldn't have timed that any better.
One man on the center of the bomb site does get overwhelmed, so they can secure at least the bomb plant here for 3D Max, but unorthodox strategies, can they work any further onwards from here? Lucky trying to play off-site. MBK has got to take the anchor position here on the post plant. 2 versus 4 that favors Gun5.
And Lucky's going to try and see if he can insert himself through this CT smoke. He's got to make a play.
Being watched, heard, spray through, tried, is caught. Looks back against the M4s, gets out of the way. A resmoke on his position. Is he going to catch the player off guard? He's making noise for it. Caught on the jump phase. Lucky's doing so much here. 8 points of health. MBK has caught 2 more of his own. I cannot believe he's allowed to get away with as much as he did. 3D Max hit minimum 6.
Well, that's probably the most tilting round of all. That is the desk slammer. That's the keyboard being broken. That's disconnecting the mouse and trying to get it back into the PC. Oh, man. 4v2 on the retake with Lucky on red points of health. Every single day of the week, you should be closing that round out. What a timing as well from Lucky. The way that he inserts himself aggressively and then peers back into CT towards top banana. That is a crazy maneuver.
I could swear he made so much noise as well with those 2 phases, and they just didn't adjust towards it. 5 to the good. Cannot be taken and losing control of the half on the 3D Max side. Tride's already gone down to MBK. Broken buy up, a half invest for Gun5. Supra has also been seen based upon spray through exercise, trying to catch him off as he looks to escape through the corridor instead. Back in from brackets. Molotov off. Maybe forced to take a fight here. Exercise looking for his 1 kill opportunity as the rest of his teammates press in from brackets. Finally lined up. Supra does get the kill.
Oh, MP9 actually strikes again out from Boiler, so upgrades himself out to an AK, and Finnegan tries to go aggressive into mid. Just almost catches the likes of Jocko.
Advantage again for Gun5, but once again, only 1 player to defend this B-bomb site. We saw how 3D Max worked with that statement. Passive from the 5-7. Right call to make in my eyes. Smokes down, covering off crosses, blind sprays back and forth. Plant should be secured soon enough. Got a bit of time to play with 3D Max.
I wonder if they actually set up a boost in through that CT smoke, try and get as much damage out of that as possible. It seems like it is being set up for the moment. Zahilo, though, out from at least Coffins. This is where they've got to try and double up. This is where they've got to try and bait together.
Slow positions taken. 3 players total. Lucky combines. Jocko gets another one. Supra takes Lucky back, and Jocko just waits with Maka also being revealed. Ready for them to make their way up to that bomb site. Supra trying to isolate a frag, but Jocko knows he can just peek back and line them up. Not even requiring individual kills. The Gun5 side conceding the half now. 3D Max maybe tested in individual rounds, but as the overall scoreboard, they're on a roll.
Well, realistically, what we can expect and what we're seeing is that pure fundamentals and defaults are going to win 3D Max these rounds and just this best of 3. Just the way that they're playing off of one another. There's actually been quite frequently man disadvantage post plants, and yet I would say both times they've actually looked very comfortable.
Speaks true to your point. Only one pocket strat has worked well for Gun5 thus far. Tried Zorp. Does find Jocko, so that's at least a start here for the CTs. Once again, MBK is looking to try and trade one of the 2 double-digit fraggers on the 3D Max board. Needs that charge in, set for the split play. 2 players to defend it.
Exercise has got to try and work that timing. Boost up from Moto to look into the bomb site directly.
Deeper smoke, so all the CTs are out here now. They've seen them out of the bomb site. Adjustment from MBK, catches Supra, and now they look to converge in on Tride, who just cannot seem to hold all the angles here. They will see Lovicus taking 1 trade back, but only 1 trade. MBK gets involved, and Lucky is there to follow up on his trade against Finnegan. 1 player left versus 2 of 3D Max. Lucky in Exercise. I don't have the bomb control just yet. They should be able to get it soon enough, especially getting caught out in the open. Chance now to clutch this again for Gun5. The Incendiary will reveal Exercise's position, but 12 HP to win the last fight.
Try repositioning quickly, look to fight out from brackets, and oh, Zyelo. That seems quite unexpected when you look at the movement there from Exercise.
Yeah. Heard the footsteps though, and the AK wasn't able to adjust as quickly as he'd like it to be.
What a round from MPK to try and set it up. Just entry after entry, trade on the bomb site. He's up at 13-4 for Gun5. I mean, they win an important round, but look at what they're even bringing back into the next. You can't get that AWP out for Triad. You're down to a couple of FAMASas. There's a lack of incendiaries of only 2 on this Gun5 roster.
A very expensive round for the CTs. 3D Max going to score still a buy with savings, working well for them before the round started. Of course, those will be whittled down on at least 3 players, one of which is Lucky that does go falling first and foremost. Finnegan trying to trade. Maka keeps control of the 2-for-2 trades back. Lovicus known about. FAMAS takes the fight and does win it out. Take very little damage in return. So once again, Gun5 receiving this aggression from 3D Max, working well against it. Supra even finds Exercise in the apartments. So it's all onto NBK now.
But it definitely seems that the way that Gun5 want to adapt themselves to be threatening is to constantly fight, constantly be in pressure scenarios. That round, there was 5 casualties in the first 25 seconds. That just shows you how much Gun5 are putting themselves in positions where they just want to keep pressure up.
Now MBK has 1 fight to win to enter into that B site. They've already pressed on mid, so they should be aware it has to be a B played. FAMAS tries to fight, but does very little against the last band of the T-side forces, rather. Plant down, secured at default. Smoke down also at Banana, wary of the CT aggression. We're going to cover off at least one of these players. Footsteps have been heard, and MBK now has to adjust.
A break into the smoke, look to try and fight up against the FAMAS. Both players are coming in together.
Molly ahead of that smoke as well seen. And MBK continues trying to aggress, maybe a bit too greedy in that exchange. It doesn't work out for his clutch. Both players remain alive for Gun5. They get the defuse and the 3rd round.
A decent round there for Gun5. For 3D Max, though, they've got to know with the way these rounds are being won and just the overall scoreline, that, yeah, they might be able to catch us off a couple of rounds, but we're still going to close. I mean, I could see 8 rounds on the T side, even 7. Even if they just finish this half at 7-5, that would still be a positive first half scoreline.
Oh, 100%. Like, this is a map where, statistically speaking, they have been more favourable on the CT half in their previous performances. What they've achieved so far, they poised themselves for the win on map 1.
Yeah, they absolutely smashed bait the other day, and that was with the stand-in, of course. That was with Masuda coming in. Went to map number 3, and it was a 13-4 on Ancient, which, of course, is the next map of the series. So if you kind of use that chain logic, what we saw from bait in the last best of 3, what 3D Max was able to do to them only a couple of days ago, that seems more encouraging for the French.
There's more positivity for 3D Max's side. It's a case of how much further this first half compressed. They still have a couple of rounds left in it. It's still plausible to get a 9-3. Gun5 would love to take 5 to close out the half to recover as much as they can, even if the outlook looks very poor for them. You said before, they weren't walking into this one as favourites. They weren't even walking in with a chance to contest the map. We're looking at this as being a simple 2-0 for 3D Max. So for Gun5, it's just a case of setting expectations of being competitive as much as you can. Exercise again involved against Super. Finnegan does get caught off by MBK off the back of his trade. Jocko providing covering fire from beyond the smoke. The advantage has been taken by the T side, trying to get challenged still by Zailo. But Lucky trades it back, opens up the B bomb site. Lovigus waiting or being waited for. Smoke comes down eventually. Bomb should cross and get planted.
Now, MBK is trying to cut rotates out here from second mid, and he's seeing nothing at all. So that is the tell. They're both coming in from CT. Tried and Loficus, it's a tough retake to try and work, and they don't even seem keen on it. They want to try and see if they can save and bring these rifles forward into the next rounds.
Yeah, they're out of there.
And it showed once more, Jay, they wanted to contest early. They go aggressively into second mid. They have that deep mid smoke. That time around, though, it doesn't work out on the trades.
And it feels like these rounds are coming down to whether or not, well, in terms of competitiveness and whether or not Gun5 can actually contest the early trades and keep the man advantage.
Yeah, that's the only way to kind of win rounds when you're playing that playstyle, isn't it? If you're trying to go super aggressively and you're looking to take fights within the first 15, 20 seconds of the round, you have to be coming out on top, because if you're not, the round's just over.
See how 3D Max can punish that. And even when they do lose the man advantages, you see in the mid to late rounds, 3D Max can still turn it around sometimes. Not as viable of a strategy.
And even thinking about strategy, Maka's probably opting not to use the AWP because it's been so high tempo, because it's been so aggressive. Keep using the rifle. He might use the AWP more so on CT side, but that's a good decision for the in-game leader to not prioritize the big green.
If you get caught off and miss a bullet on the AWP, you're done. Makes a lot of sense, and good read again from 3D Max, again using that experience we talked about so much. Now working against Gun5, they have a couple of AKs to play with in this last round of the half, but still a broken by with the SMG on Desire Elo. Lovikus getting caught off. Supra does take two on top of Quad, falls out of the way and looks back into the apartments where there is one T-side player pressing. Again, the early fights have gone the way of Gun5.
Yeah, MPK is waiting for another reposition, waiting for the site player to start creating some movement and just open up that one timing to go and get an easy kill. Re-smoke off to the apartments. HE can go down towards pit. MPK can't do much now.
Tried swings ahead, the broken wall. Lucky lines up a kill. Supra goes down, but Finnegan able to respond back. So now MBK has it all to do. 1 versus 3, known towards Apps. Incendiaried off, did spot the player crossing past the gap, but aware that he might be pressing the issue out towards mid. Doesn't even win that spray. Finnegan at 4 HP will close out a 4th round for Gun5. A slight recovery given the overwhelming presence that 3D Max had in the tail end of the half, but still 4 to the good and on T side.
And I suppose 3 out of the past 4 is decent from just the perspective of late round success and to close the half on a high note. But realistically, there's not going to be a massive amount of expectation here for Gun5 come this second half. For 3D Max, they're going to be a lot more comfortable on that CT basis. We're going to see more from guys like Exercise and from Maka, rather than just working some of those hard lurks on T. For Gun5, at least an opening pistol round to be successful would help them to keep challenging.
The 3D Max, though, it could spell the end of this map. Pistol conversion, rifle after that. Potential spiral of a 12 to 4. At least Lovikus has won that opening fight out over on the A-Lurk. CT side are ready for a fast B play, and they may get it in the end. It's just a little bit slowed on the default, especially as Lovikus goes down now. They have all the info to work with. Has to force Gun5 to act. Smokes to try and counteract to the CT basis. The flashbang catching their own teammates completely blinded off. Supra is completely whited out. NBK spams his way onto a casualty, and a man advantage now for 3D Max here. 4 versus 3, and look at Maka. He's going to hear all this info.
Start calling in the reposition to come in quickly. The Julie's on low HP. Gets that a distraction out there from Banana, but struggles, and somehow the teams are actually recovering this round.
MBK is too late to the backstab, but is he going to be catching them on rotation anyway? Footsteps not been heard. His P2K gets Finnegan a drop, and now it's a one-on-one against Supra. Bomb on his back. He's going right in for that plant.
Get it down quickly. Supra, how fast can he reposition? For MBK, the call has to be that Supra's fairly low.
Get to the Glock, and much more spam accuracy available to him. Try and catch the individual Just needs to land one bullet. Super has to play this so slowly, so carefully. He's heard the footstep of the man. Takes that challenge and straight shot at a USP. Wins the pistol for Gun5.
And that whole round kind of bases it off of maybe did Maka have to strike it? It could have been one of those scenarios where they just start rotating off of B through CT to A rather than coming down for Banana. It's difficult to challenge the Julies when you are so low HP. Even with that distraction to Banana from Lucky, it seemed as if Maka was probably going to multi-frag. It didn't happen. 3D Max looked like it was their pistol, got stolen away.
Tries to punish the aggression, perhaps. Some 3D Max now down to the basics. The follow-up, of course, for Gun5 should be successful, and they can try and make this a little bit closer. 3 on the lead, should be reduced to 2. USPs, P2Ks, and nothing really to work with. There's any explicit position from 3D Max as Maka is first to fall. See if they can get Zailo out of the picture. Mac 10, they get quite a lot of cash available to him. The CT's pressed. They have no idea that Zailo's got him behind them, though. Finnegan will press on. They do get a couple of kills out of this round, but nothing that should deny the round itself.
They just look to save at least the Mac 10 and the Glue into the next. They could actually use that come the next rifle rounds. And Gun5 have got Lophicus deep inserted into CT spawn to try and make sure both of those players draw. But getting out to T-ramp, it seems as if both of those players will save.
Yeah, right call to make, as you mentioned. They can still use these weapons. I say that, and MBK is pressing on from second mid, so maybe you might want to try and get that Mac 10 casualty and get a rifle to play with. Mac on Mac action if he goes into the apartments. Here's those players over at brackets, though, so again, hunting for Prince. Supra may hunt for the other rifle. MBK does pick one back, 2 versus 2. Supra turning attention his way as well. MBK would have heard the footsteps, or at least had it called out to his teammates. So Exercise will make it a very expensive round for the T side in the end. A round for the T side nonetheless.
They'll be very happy with that. It's probably one of the best ecos you're going to see all day.
Yep.
Man, that really hurts if you're Gun5. Just want a decent pistol, you come into the anti-eco with pretty much just USPs, and you lose everybody, and you give over a free Galil.
The Galil that can be used in combination with the buy-up. You see that the AWP's been dropped over to Maka. SMG still for Jocko. It's not the best buy in the world, but same could also be said for the T side here. 3 Galils out. 2 AKs, one of which is on Finnegan, trying to lean in early towards Banana. Has, of course, been detected. Those Molotovs and smokes being sent to his position. The counter incendiary that will try and keep the T-side players at bay. To flash in for Jocko to check that position. Knows where his man is. And actually has the M4 to try press it. Lucky does catch Finnegan in the end.
And while it cost them HP, it works out for an opening man advantage. And it really comes into picks how defensive they can be towards Banana now. Start getting that boost up towards CT. Didn't see any of that in the first half. Gun5 have a couple of insertion points out in the apartments while the other 2 Banana players just start working.
The 3 Mac's been forced to back away from Banana access. Did a lot of damage onto Lucky. Love to see him pass that M4 off to Jocko soon enough before the aggressive hit comes in, but you mentioned it's all about this A-site play. Gun5 have backed away from any sort of B-site access. Despite that, 3 players have rotated here, so pressure now onto MBK and Exercise.
A slight misread for the moment. That AWP from Maka is just going to be setting up from the coffins. Now, they're doubled up to the quad side at the moment of the bomb site, but now a regroup comes in. 30 seconds on the clock. It has to be an end B, and this is where the stack's involved.
Zailo in the cubby corner. Flash against him. Doesn't get checked. He does in the end. Jocko's MP9 gets a kill and a dink down a lineup for a 3K. Runs out of ammo. Supra takes him back, but now he's been tagged. Lovicus right behind the man. 15 seconds on the clock, and the TTs just hold their nerve. Maka's AWP pick, found of the first. M4 of Lucky, Mo's through one more kill, and 3D Max continue to hold their confidence as they win their first at the CT side.
And that actually is the chef kiss moment right there. That is just timed to perfect precision. You have the flash in for Jocko, and clearing out the right-hand side first, because obviously you want to clear car and the half-wall, and then just after that, you then clear out the left-hand side, you catch an individual completely blinded, and that's just when Gun5 start regrouping. Just when they start coming up mid-banana, they have to try and fight out from the half-wall, and Jocko's pretty much won that round by himself. That one info play has just ripped any progression of that B hit for Gun5.
With the damage that came in on the eco basis, it means harsh reset. Double eco. For pretty much every player on Gun5, we should see them forcing into their best pistols and trying to clap back against 3D Max, trying to find a counter steal to keep them off this position.
Actually, it's going to be a proper double eco. It just shows you they don't believe in the force buy. It was just because the force buy is so limited, so very rarely do we actually see the double eco being held as a double save, but in this kind of circumstance, you just wish back at that previous round and think, man, why did we lose so much to the USPs?
They are stacked in towards apartments, so the dive out to get the bomb plant on the A side might seem to be the strategy. Would have loved to have had a flashbang set in from mid to enable that with a bit more confidence. The apps pop, plant down. Even if that was the case, we've got 4 players to deal with total here. Gun5 have already been incendiaried off. Footsteps heard, action taken. Jocko just bursts through. 2 kills, 3 kills. Damage up on the next 2 individuals. The USP comes out. Can't quite get the ace. Don't like it matters though. 3D Max should stack on some more.
The round call there for Finnegan was pretty much, if there's no util apps, we fly apps. If there is, we go boiler and we try and come into short. We just try and pack heavy, see if we can trade off of one another, put emphasis onto Jocko when contact's been made at Arch, but unsuccessful. So here is the light buy to give themselves up to the rifle round in the next. And for 3D Max, it just is the perfect position. This is exactly what you want.
Tech 9's on Gun5. Lockout for Tried. Nothing truly. Be a bomb plant at best for Gun5, but the way the 3D Max stack up against this map has gone down, so it should be an easy enough affair. The CTs to hold their nerve. Most okay. He does spot the T-side play a little. Everything else should fall apart here. And one player running a little bit of pressure on Supra's part. Finnegan gets lucky as well. 2 versus 2. And Supra is forced out the bomb site here. Suddenly comes down to Jocko to hold his nerve in a clutch.
Oh, catches the right timing, and Finnegan's already detecting himself out towards long.
1-on-1, bomb in his control. Nade sent back towards Finnegan's rough position, but he does evade that damage. M4 versus Tech 9. He's evaded those rifles as well. Spray damage done once again. 51 points of health for the T-side player, and Jocko sees his shoulder bait, just trying to force out mistakes, trying to catch information on his positioning. Down to the back to the default box. The spray doesn't quite line up. The Tech 9 doesn't do so either. Pistols pulled out on Jocko's part of things. Now lesser on the firepower basis, but Finnegan is just forcing him out. 20 seconds. Time is against his name, and Jocko knows it. He'll back away, try to force the player to arrest, but he'll grab that bomb and now try to commit to the bomb site, but Jocko's very quick to make his way in. The nade can't catch him off guard. Damage down. 8 seconds. The fuse being stuck. And the spray comes through from Jocko to eventually deny the steal there from Gun5. Expensive for 3D Max, but 11 on their board.
Oh, just about. Relax a little. That was actually extremely close. That was a great effort from the pistols on the bomb site. Finnegan working out long and into CT. Super defensively on A, making it very uncomfortable for the AWP. In the end, though, Jocko just about closes it out. And for Gun5, this is a last chance for us to see some competitive nature for them on Inferno.
M4 of Exercise already engaging. Smoke down out to the apartments. Looks going to stick ahead of that smoke with the way he threw it, but to extinguish the flames, take no damage or very little damage by comparison. Smokes also suppress out in the brackets. Entrance, and Maka is ready for them to start walking apps. His AWP posted to receive.
And just knowing there's no pressure out to Banana with util or even a lurk, it makes the A take quite comfortable for 3D Max on the hold. Re-smoke off to brackets once more. It might just have to be a pop through.
Incendiary sent, flashes to make their way out towards short. MBK does get overwhelmed. Exercise waiting behind the truck, seeing one player spray through, damage up, second player also spotted. Exercise does damage to try, but Supra and him can clap back, open up the A-bomb site pretty much permanently here. Lucky's hearing those footsteps, but blind behind the smoke, can't catch the kills. And both him and Jocko may look to save.
Now that whole round just falls apart off of the basis of neither of the anchors really getting one-for-one trades. The only one that was actually getting success was Exercise. That off angle from the car. Worked the first kill, looked to try and work in for a second, double up. But MBK and Maka fall without one to their name. So, both of the M4s can be saved. And another rifle round can come through for the French. Gun5 will be happy with that one.
Survival, all important to them, all important needed in this round. 3D Max forced to play on for a little bit longer here.
And it's surprising when you look at the scoreline that it's actually as close as it is. With the way that the game has felt, it certainly hasn't been a competitive game. But winning important rounds and resetting some economy and coming through with some clutches has allowed Gun5 to get up to 7.
Four more to make up to 3D Max's lead. They still have some cash in the bank of the CT side, so you should be seeing his weapons. That contention once again. Still a case of whether we realistically expect Gun5 to mount up this comeback. I mean, we can talk about the possibilities and the fact that they've won that round as a positive to keep them in it.
But what I want to talk about is the India Open qualifiers. We know that very recently, only last week, we saw God's Reign out on LAN, getting involved in the Skyesports circuit. And the True Rippers have just signed Crazy Gamer, who obviously was previously a part of God's Reign until he got benched. So I suppose between the True Rippers and God's Reign, they'll be looking to try and see if they can lock horns to see if they can go all the way into the main event itself.
Indeed. Well, of course, if you're watching and you're from India, you can enter the Open qualifiers that begin on Monday next week. 25th through the 27th for the Open qualifier bracket, and the closed qualifier runs for the rest of the week, right up until the very end of the month. So get involved if you want your chance at the main LAN event.
I would say for the majority of squads here in the European Closed Qualifier, at least, it would be the biggest LAN that they've participated in so far this year. I mean, 350k event, you see a lot of Tier 1 representatives that are already there. I'm sure a lot of the European squads will look at this bracket and say this could be such a helping hand to such a early few months into the year.
So many teams as well that were trying to make a crack at the major as well that's currently going on. Guys like Guild Eagles, for instance, who have always been able to make it to the big one, but this time wasn't able to do so. Similar story for maybe 3D Max as well. I mean, we're talking about them, seeing them on screen. They were touted as a top-end Tier 2 squad that had a chance, but didn't quite go that far.
Fnatic too. They probably should have made the major. They got very close at the RMR.
So a second chance. Go to a key event. Try and recover a little something at the beginning of the spring. Of course, 4 rounds for Gun5 to make up against 3D Max and try to put them and their hopes in the dust. Still, the Frenchmen are in the lead and only 2 away from taking Inferno. The AWP set in, the M4s, the AKs are standard. MBK is trying to prod out towards second mid. See the first man as Supra. See the nade of the second player as well, trying to stick around to try hunt for that player, but he's also extremely low and facing more aggression from the likes of Lovicus, who does get involved towards the bedroom. Meanwhile, act out of the apartment's entrance from Exercise, gets one. Lovicus takes it right back to a 3-on-3, and now he might peek into Lucky, who is still here.
Trying to keep that emphasis up, but they don't know about Maka with the big green. The AWP is pinned out towards short and needs to try and get some assistance from Jocko, who's already walking on a contact down bottom banana.
Will he receive the T side, though? Utility is being sent in, so he should be aware that they're out towards second mid. They're looking for main mid and not see much. Maka's expecting him to pop out of brackets, but they're coming in towards apartments. They have options.
Now, this timing is actually pretty good from Maka, because he's going to evade the play in from the apartments on the contact. And this is the read for 3D Max that it should be an end day.
How quickly can that AWP adjust? It's a dry walk out of the T side line. Now join with the regroup of the M4. Maka lands onto Zeit Elo anyway. Just with that wall bang, just ahead of the broken wall. Plant should be secured. 3D Max are playing for the retake.
Now, Maka's going to instantly get out to Moto just to pull some more distraction. This timing on the apartments is now being drawn away.
Okay, not ready for Jocko, who sees his shoulder first. It's all to Finnegan versus 2. Spray through, trying to engage that first. Manic stuff from the rifle, but Jocko holds his nerve and converts the 12 for 3D Max map point.
And I want to say on the record, Jay, that if that flash at Moto does not come through for Maka, I think Loficus wins that fight. It's just the small details, isn't it? That one flash just drives his attention enough. It takes him away from the position that when he starts encroaching back on the angle, he's not expecting Jocko to be there so quickly. He's not expecting the T wraparound to come in and just catch him completely off guard. Those small details. 3D Max actually trying to bring the fight back to Gun5 in a stylistic point of view. That was the most aggressive round we've seen from the French all game so far.
Gun5 nearly beat them at that game. Got the advantage and everything. It only came down to the patience that 3D Max were able to take back control. Now it's Gun5 that need to run up the full-on comeback. Cannot afford to make a mistake here. 5 in a row required to stay alive on Inferno. 3D Max. Aggressed upon their defaults, but waiting for Gun5 to act.
This has been very silent for Gun5. Banana's been exposed, and this allows Maka to try and reposition that big green. Try and get it up on the half wall. Wait for a contact. Loficus playing anti-flash in case the CTs flash into apartments.
2 on the crossfire. Exercise ready for them to walk their way up, sure, but this seems to be just the case of that apps pop utility with bonuses. Gun5, we have to time this to perfection as it comes in. The smoke's down towards Moto. The flash eventually comes forward. Exercise ready to read it. Alongside Lucky, they just mow through all that face them. MBK responding to Exercise's casualty with a double up. And finally, the last player to fall for a 13-7. Nice and easy for 3D Max to close out a solid defensive and take map 1, their map pick.
Yeah, overall, fairly comfortable there. There was a couple of rounds, a couple of testing moments for Gun5 here and there, but across the board for 3D Max, they showed their depth. And looking at the way they closed that game as well, they only gave the pistol, they gave the anti-eco. They didn't give them much of a look in this second half.
Indeed they did. Look, this was a very solid situation for them to hold their nerve and obviously to get this first map under wraps. It was their map pick, of course, and they were looking very confident in that first half. I will say that Gun5 have at least got a style that they can work their best sort of game with, right? Because there were some situations in that matchup where they were able to work them out advantage and actually convert it into decent rounds, which it does feel like that they've got that firepower behind them. They've got that individual star talent, but it's always down to those fundamentals where I think that 3D Max were able to dominate the mid and late portions of the majority of rounds. You see how many 2v3 or 2v4 situations they fought back from time and again over the course of both the T and CT sides.
And you can expect that to a degree. That, again, these kind of teams, they might be able to upset a couple of rounds. They might be able to show some good individual impact, but they're not going to be able to have the longevity of an entire map. And for 3D Max, they'll look at that one and say, mission was accomplished. We got threatened a little bit. We closed 13-7. Now we move into something like Ancient, where it's a map that we played quite frequently in the pool. It's a map that we're quite successful on at the higher end of Tier 2. So there wasn't much in there for Gun5 for me in that opening map.
Yeah, unfortunately, not as much as they'd like to have hoped for. I guess they totally come into this one trying to play their own best sort of game. But as we look at the highlights here, Dwayne, we'll certainly see a lot of them over from the 3D Max side. But look, they got their licks in. I think for Gun5, again, with their situation, them coming in as one of the weaker teams of the qualifier run, you're certainly looking just to get that little bit of star impact and just show that you have yourself a little bit of competitive nature overall. Again, their tactics and depth might not be all that fantastic, but in terms of individual players, there was a little bit to admire.
Yeah, there was, but again, you're still going to be critical because of the level of competition. For Gun5, they're without a doubt the weakest team in this closed qualifier, and no matter which team you face, you're always going to be heavy underdogs. And going up against a 3D Max side that has a stand-in, you would hope that maybe you can show just a little bit more, but at the same time, it just shows the depth difference. And for 3D Max, they'll be very happy with their performance.
Indeed, expected victors of this series. They do take the first map in this series, which is their map. I guess you could say for a silver lining for Gun5, it is the second map that's picked out by them in Ancient. But you also mentioned the experience that 3D Max have had. I mentioned it during the pre-match as well. The fact that the 3 maps in the pool that they have in this veto are the 3 most played maps for them overall in the last 3 months. So again, we're going into a lot more comfortability. And the fact that it's the protocols and the team play and the dynamics of the experience that work best for 3D Max, it doesn't really bode all that well for Gun5 in terms of a map-for-map basis.
Well, just to give you more of an idea of where Gun5 really sit, I mean, they've played just 11 maps on HLTV in the last 3 months. They're on a 7-game losing streak. They've lost 9 maps in a row, a lot of best-of-1s. Obviously, don't see many best-of-3s to their name in recent history. So just kind of knowing that it's been uncomfortable at this HLTV level, that next start of competition, then you see what we see on Inferno. I think we're going to expect a fairly similar performance on map number 2.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough from them to expect otherwise. I mean, this is kind of what we were expecting coming into this one. We both predicted a pretty clean and easy 2-0. I think we got that for the most part on that first map up, and the second one I think should be a very similar affair. At least they have a little bit of time now that they've got a little bit of familiarity around the way that the 3D Max are playing and the understanding of where their strengths and their strategies and their tactics will lie there for Gun5, right? That they have that opportunity to now take a moment to adjust, rethink things forward, going into a bit more familiar territory. So again, a goal for them probably might just be to continue trying to make the scoreline look decent, to try press forward to maybe a 9th or a 10th round, if possible, on Ancient.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And for 3D Max, this is now going to test the core and the stability of the roster, not only in this tournament, but just knowing without Haji, you're going to have to play a lot of tournaments not at 100%. So all of the teams that you should be beating, you have to be beating, right? You can't be getting threatened into taking a 3rd map or going to that decider. For 3D Max, we have to look at them at the majority of events that they play and say that they need to strive for as much as possible, because another LAN qualification, another good run could be everything to try and solidify who their 5th next player is going to be.
Well, I mean, look, it could well be MBK, given the way that he's shown up right here in this matchup. I mean, he was top fragger of the board for his team. I mean, look, there are lots of possibilities. You were entertaining that conversation a bit earlier on during the map-up, so I'm not saying that he's absolutely going to be their 5th from here on out, but look, he had a performance, and he really helped drive things home, especially during the early handful of rounds where he had the performance and the impact to match it up and all. You mentioned the core and the 4 players that remained off of Haji's departure as well. Jocko was the other guy that really posted up the numbers on that map as well. So you have a couple of players that could very easily take over the game, and one of them is the stand-in, so that's got to be an encouraging factor, right?
Indeed. I mean, knowing that you haven't played an official in almost 5 months, you think, okay, maybe you're going to be a little bit rusty. Maybe you're going to come in and fill the gaps, but not show true potential. You come out of the gate, and the first few gun rounds of that first half, it's just multi-frags. It's just pure impact. It was a very good showing from MBK. So looking at map number 2, he's going to be my guy to watch. I want to see more from MBK.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, he looked, again, he looked impressive of their own right. Over on the Gun5 side, obviously, they had a couple of moments where they were able to out-trade the opposition there. So, like, in terms of their own firepower and the guys that you want to watch out for the most in map number 2, who is the 1 or 2 players that stood out the most for Gun5, if there were any at all?
No, there wasn't any. Because, again, all of the rounds basically just came off of who had the best spawn. Like, that was legitimately what was happening the majority of the time. It was whoever was front spawn, mate, you get in there, you try and create chaos, you try and just trade off of one another. So it wasn't so much more of like a standout player or someone that caught our eye. It was just that playstyle from Gun5. And I expect that moving into Ancient, it's going to be very similar. It's going to be very pressy. It's going to be looking to try and create a lot of chaos. And overall, just looking to fight after fight after fight.
Well, if I can present one perspective for your own side of things, so I think you are right in that, yes, it was down to the intricacies of the opening starts and of the rounds themselves. But in terms of those mid and late portions of the rounds, there was one player that I think stood out as having that little bit extra behind him, and that was Supra. I thought that just from the eye test alone, he sort of like seemed to have a little bit more behind him in his patience of play and his ability to try and play the disadvantages that he was at, because he was at many, and he wasn't able to win them all to his credit. Obviously, that's favourable to 3D Max's part of things. But I think that his time in terms of what he's done on Gambit Youngsters and Nordavin seems to have given him quite a bit of backing as a player to be able to be a bit more smarter around this Gun5 camp.
Yeah, I mean, you're really stretching me for stuff here, Jay, to be honest. I mean, again, I don't look at it very much. You got to remember here for Gun5, you've got Finnegan and Super have played at a high level, and you don't have the same pieces around you. They can compare what they've had in previous teams, but that's not the players that we've got in front of us. I mean, for Lovicus, for Zyelo, and for Triad, mate, we're not familiar with these guys. Like, they have not played at higher end of Tier 2. So when you're working with those kind of caliber of players, of course, you're going to be looked at as the more comfortable one, because you have to be. You have to be the guys that they look to in big games like this.
And that's certainly how it worked out for Gun5, Super and Finnegan, the two players that got double digits on the kill counts, 8 apiece on the other 3, as you mentioned. I mean, obviously, it's still very early doors for some of these guys that are still very inexperienced, so you can't blame them specifically. But that little bit extra smartness for Gun5 needs to be imparted upon those other 3 players, and that experience of those 2 guys need to educate, basically, the rest of the team around them if they want to try and pick things up. And as you said with Sprout before, that's going to take a long time. I don't think that they can use that as a crutch to rest on for the second map or the third.
Well, it certainly shows that they've got belief in the project, and the reason for that is there's no way that Finnegan and Super would be waiting around for 6 months with these guys if that wasn't the case. It shows that there is a pathway. It shows that there is belief in this team. We're just yet to see results come off of the back of it, and having an underwhelming performance in advance where you're only 1 game off making the playoffs, that would have felt as if that was another kick in the teeth where you probably could have got at least a couple of best of 3s under your belt against decent end Tier 2 competition to kind of test your map pool more, get yourself more involved in events, because for some guys like Finnegan and Super, you don't want to be at the lower end of Tier 3. I mean, at 183rd on HLTV, that really doesn't spark conversation of where those 2 guys used to be.
No, certainly not. And I think we've talked about that a bit as well during the pre-match. And again, those guys certainly have hit higher highs earlier on during their careers. And whether they can hit higher highs later on, it is certainly not obvious at this stage. It doesn't feel likely, again, going up against 3D Max. They are the weakest team of the field here today and of the whole qualifier. So, unfortunately, again, if they are going to find it, it's going to be later down the road. It's not going to be here and now. With Ancient coming up next, Gun5 have really got to, just show that they can still make it competitive. Just try and see if they can work that firepower against 3D Max and just, show a little bit of prowess behind them above anything else.
Indeed. And for 3D Max, all eyes are going to be, of course, on MBK, just to see what he's going to be like. Because, again, this could very easily be the stint where he stands in, helps the guys out for a couple of games, and then that's it. So while he is here, while you've got such an experienced player, let's see what he's like in the Tier 2 scene again. We know that, obviously, he's familiar with these guys. He's familiar with the calling style, with Macab. So, yeah, 13-7. I think 3D Max will be fairly satisfied, fairly happy with that first half performance.
Well, now it's the case to see whether they can go 1 more extra. Again, map 2, Ancient, the pick of the Gun5's camp, but 3D Max, plenty of great results on it of their own right. Any particular thoughts and feelings about how far this one can go for Gun5?
I mean, it should be more competitive than Inferno, and only off of the basis that we actually see a lot of Ancient being played. You look at their advanced track record, you look at their open qualifiers, they actually float Ancient a massive amount. So there is a crazy amount of games, but this, Jay, is different caliber, and this is 3D Max.
Indeed, 3D Max set and ready for their 2-0. Can Gun5 contest it? We'll find out when we return with map 2 after the break.
Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Abogado por si acaso y si el juez está de paso termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable pues culpamos al destino con el... Pues nos fuimos, y yo el ave, campo otra vez, tiro lino. Ya lo sabes, antes de ayer lo dijimos. Y si nos vamos, de nadie nos despedimos. Pilla el ave, había un coche que lo limos. No lo saben, pero hace 5 dimos. Nena, por tu forma de hablar, intuyo que... Nuestra charla son comparecencia. Un pasito más para la indulgencia. Un abogado por si acaso, y si el juez está de paso, termina dictaminando la sentencia. Salimos presuntos de inocencia. Pasito para atrás por si nos arrepentimos. Si nadie es culpable, pues culpamos al destino con el...
Oh, so suddenly you're poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel your heart rate is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away.
If there's ever a map to look good on, it would be your own map pick, and that's what Gun5 have to play for now. Ancient coming up next, the second one in the best of three. However, a 13-7 for 3D Max, our clear favourites in this match series, now looks dominant and on to take this one in 2-0 fashion. The way just not enough being shown in spite of the little bit closer scoreline than a regular sort of traditional stomper overall. Again, we are looking more at the in-depth nature of things and saying that it's just still not enough right now for Gun5 to push it over the finish line.
Well, just to give even more context, look at their Ancient on HLTV. 5 losses in a row. Sprout, Heroic, Pera, Metasport, and Entropic, all back-to-back, in which none of them have been taken to double digits. You have to look even further than the last 3 months to see wins on this map, which was a 13-5 versus Incillo and a 13-7 against Gen 1 teams outside of the top 100 on HLTV.
And something you mentioned as well is that, yes, that's pretty respectable competition that Gun5 are losing to, but that's also the kind of caliber that we look at 3D Max, minus maybe Heroic, a give or take, and debate in that perspective. But, like, look, it's always going to be a tough draw for Gun5 in this context. Like, 3D Max are a team that could very easily press themselves on to take the land spot, and it's something that they will be hungry for, given how much they've missed out on in terms of getting to lands over the course of the year. So, look, it's going to be difficult for them. I mean, Ancient is a map that we mentioned before is still well played on the 3D Max side. They've got a number of decent wins. Yes, it's a little bit more 50-50, but it's not 5-map loss streak in a row.
And their last 2 officials that they've played within the last week, the last 6 days for that nature, have been very good. The 13-10 against Perivision, and then the blowout 13-4 against Bait, who we obviously only saw a couple of hours ago. So for 3D Max, I don't think there's going to be much of a threat here for them getting sent to a third map decider or them even having a competitive game. There's going to obviously be some competitive rounds. There's going to be a couple of threats here or there, but consistently over the course of the entire map, I think they're going to be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I'm holding out hope that they can still try and get that extra punch in over on the Gun5 side and just try and make it competitive again. As we mentioned before, one of their key goals, having gone 7 rounds on the opponent's map pick, is to now try and go 9 or 10 perhaps and just make it look like it was a competitive affair on your own pick. I mean, I still don't believe they're going to take the map itself. I still don't believe they're going to take a victory over 3D Max. I don't think that they can walk in and say that, yeah, we have a chance to do this on their own right? But I think that, again, just trying to show that you have a little bit of potential behind you is more than enough right now.
Yeah, and for Gun5, this could be very much the case that we don't see them on HLTV in an event format for a little while. So because of that, go out here, try and see if you can give a little bit more, see if you can at least show more competitive nature, and at an absolute stretch, see if you can send it to a third map decider.
Well, let's see if they can achieve that. Pistols now going live with 3D Max, starting things off on the CT side. Harsh lean into the B play for Gun5, and 3 players to try and receive them. Maka with one of the Julies in play. You're going to face around this corner here. The utility coming in, being marked off, seeing several players, both through 1, 2, not quite 3. Lovicus will take it back onto the trade counter. Finnegan is low HP, and Lovicus should end up getting overwhelmed. Indeed, he is by MBK. Triver is that responsive back, and Jocko backs away towards the bomb site as Exercise gets involved over at Shelf. Finnegan is all that's left.
For Gun5, there was just no security in that round. The aggressive walk in A main for the info spot, the constant pressure out there to the cheater position. Finnegan's got away with 1, but the lack of real opportunity in this round is striking on the 1v2.
Yeah, bomb not even on his control. Isolated that 1 frag, but the CTs are well aware of what he can play from and the angles in which he can come back to. So you've got Lucky watching elbow, which is where Finnegan will be received upon. An Exercise ready to receive over at lane. Finnegan tried to sound at the kill on Lucky, but Lucky was able to land the shot anyway. It's the pistol game by 3D Max. There you go.
Finnegan looking quite frustrated at the end of that pistol round, and understandably so. You try and set up for the B lane, you try and get a util forward, and Maka is just swinging aggressively with the Julies in at Cheetah. And that very much could be the play style that 3D Max offer, is being disrespectful, not giving the easy map control for free, not pressing sort of the early sequences of the rounds. And for Gun5, not keen on the force buy either, even with 3 players to drop in the last.
Opting against trying to keep the hurt up. But can also lean towards the guns in round 3, where you could really set yourselves up. What kind of damage can come through against the CT side? Not much on Tride's part, dealt with by Lucky first and foremost. Everything else should fall apart from here. Very passive plays from Gun5 in general.
And for MBK, just knowing that you're bringing back that core of the variation of the couple of months in 2021 of Double Pony, must be quite fun to be back with the boys. Just to try and help them out, get some more officials under their belt. Lucky, and here very aggressively, actually does drop the M4 in elbow.
Small something back. And you can see the CT's hunting for it though, getting the SMG pick and keeping that M4, so all three remain in play for 3D Max. 2-0 start, Gun5 to the rifle buy.
And for Gun5, this opening rifle can actually speak volumes to just how much we can expect out here on map number 2. And just knowing if they can get themselves into some strong defaults, if they can establish some crossfires, if we can maybe keep more of an eyes on some of the individuals that are going to show up. A lot of emphasis towards A, could be a quicker maneuver.
Seems to be with 4 players making their way into main. No one's watching it directly. Smoke's coming out very early as well, so only on exercise to hold himself out towards the donut position. The smoke will come to suppress him. He does put one onto the site and get out into the open, but blind fires, return damage onto the CT side to get nothing against Gun5. He's going to re-smoke deeper onto donut, and CTs are going to have 0 access here. Plants should be secured. See how the retake shapes up.
Spams back and forth actually go the way of the T side, and Xello just tries to pop through that CT smoke. Pigs being landed everywhere.
Yeah, 2 players remaining for 3D Max, Exercise and MBK. Just thinking they probably have to save their weapons here, particularly in the case of the M4. Very confident take for Gun5, and 3D Max didn't really have anything there towards the A site to their credit. Heavy-handed in the mid face, but Gun5 just attacked the weakened part of the map.
Now, even Exercise tried to get that lurk smoke off to provide some cover, but he just wasn't able to get a spam kill, wasn't able to find a connection, and that's always going to make it so much more difficult. That late lurk from Finnegan that came out from elbow, cutting one of those rotations too. Exercise will probably drop out here at Shelf.
MBK drops out of red as well, so there you go, all 5 mowed down. And you said that that rifle, that opening rifle was going to be pretty important to see where Gun5 are going to go here in this map, and about as confident as you can make it.
Well, Jocko is double eco status, so you're expecting that it should have been a buy, but knowing that you had 2 M4s that didn't get saved, you probably opt against it. Now, this is an uncomfortable economical situation in which Jocko will probably be down on an MP9 or a FAMAS next rounds.
Everyone else should be okay, but you are right about him individually. Ooh, they're ready for the A stack, though. All 5 USPs about to face a second rush from Gun5. Is this going to catch him off guard? Super first man in, flash blinded. Jocko credited with the opening kill. Makano, 2 more CTs to wrap that corner. Utility is caught in their hands, but Overpass and try to get right back into control. Jocko takes 1 more frag with him as MBK and Lucky will fall of their own right. A very good effort from 3D Max, but 3 do remain alive for Gun5.
Now, MBK can actually get an AWP and drop that to the hands of Maka, so he can actually post towards Brokey or Big Box and play on the A defensive just because of the A maneuvers that we've seen in the last couple of rounds. We know that Maka isn't one of those AWPers that likes to take too many aggressive fights. He'll be very defensive. Gun5 have tied up the scoreline and looking to try and take the lead.
Lucky again aggressing into mid. Again, they've left very little over on this A site. Maka playing passive in the end as his teammates do establish mid contact. MBK is known about towards Cheetah. Now Molotov giving the info up. His teammates on a very unorthodox crossfire, trying to look for a blind shot or kill, and nothing's going to present here on lane.
Yeah, this is a really good read for 3D Max. They're playing pretty much just retake A because they've got heavy mid and they can stack up heavy towards B. The back and forth spams actually eventually do lead to a kill.
Flash does not catch MBK as Finnegan falls all the same. At least 1 trade is found unlucky through the smoke over at elbow, caught off guard, and a response generated by Gun5, but still down by a man.
And maintaining lane, even with MBK repositioning, spotting quite a bit out there to elbow, but the trade is there for Maka with the AWP.
Leans in for the second against Zailo. Last man a try, gives himself up to a 3K and to a solid third for 3D Max.
Maka's probably thinking, geez, that was so easy, man. I'm not being blinded. I'm not being jiggled. I'm literally just getting swung after swung after swung out there from elbow. And picked up nicely. Good info. I like that from 3D Max. Just, it shows on the CT line that they want to make Gun5 feel very uncomfortable. They want to take a lot of map territory away.
I don't know if you noticed, but after that 3K came in, Mac had like a little cheeky grin on his face, on his cam.
Yeah, this is easy.
So you're bang on in that thinking. A CT aggression from Jocko here is AK behind the smoke. Ts will be allowed to walk their way forward. They have had the footsteps as well, have tried his AWP, posted back at the doorways, and this is very much a one and done position for Jocko. He's got to get these 2 kills or at most go on the trade counts. Sees that Orpa's seen him, but neither player takes a shot. It's just info.
A resmoke down to the doors position from Jocko, so can try and peer in again. Now, you've got rotations coming through pretty quickly. Maka's going to maintain the AWP from short, so he can hold out ramp.
Supra's in a cave. Try and flash CT in. Jocko gets cut down. Clothesline by Supra. Very nice start.
It just comes into a position of how important the advantage was out there to cave to Supra. That advanced angle to play the anti-flash. But now here comes the mid-walk in for the first CT. Lucky's going to try and drive them into the crossfire and into the bait setup.
Yeah, 3-on-3 with X's responses, but Finnegan takes it back to a man advantage. The last two players are both on this B bomb site. Supra's here in the rotate back, so now MBK is about to face high pressure. Backs turn, player walks out. Supra, awkward sprays come together. He does get Maka. MBK surrounded though, can only get the young man. Finnegan keeps it at evens.
Now, this has been a bit of a wild start to Ancient, and I actually do think that for Gun5, if they keep it wild, if they keep these sort of high-tempo trades, these important refrags going, they actually will threaten the second half. Just because of the way the economy is going to sit on the CT line, it's going to be an uncomfortable situation once more for 3D Max, where you double eco, it's 3-3. This is actually looking quite promising for Gun5.
Can make it competitive. Fast plays in from Exercise, cut down immediately by the rifles. Of course, you would expect this one of the Force Invest. The 3D Max don't have a lot of automatic firepower, even less that all the automatics have fallen. 3 casualties, no trade, and barely even any damage being done. Supra worse aware at 73, but he continues to frag. Finally, Jocko gets that 1 casualty, but it doesn't mean much here. Gun5, 4-3 up on the board, and 3D Max do not have any money to buy back in.
This might be where 3D Max play more defensively and play more structured than what you would typically expect from them on the city side of Ancient. They've had a tough time adapting to Gun5, and even that one on the Force buy, they tried an aggressive approach, but Gun5 were very defensively down on lane to the bottom of the B doors. And Super and Co just work together a strong crossfire and don't really give any ability to steal that round.
.3D Max. Flash in again to catch 1 rifle player off guard. Finnegan, however, mows through 2 more. Low HP for his own part. The best that they can do is grab this gun, get this casualty, and just hold on to these rifles for the next, if that's even possible. You can see the T's are watching out for it, going to try and deny. As Maka drops MBK, all that remains, even being backstabbed by Zaido. Supra takes his fights and eventually does win out the casualty. A damaging round against the T side, but they've got cash to rebuy with, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. 3D Max into the buy.
And when you look at some of the early placings in the open qualifier runs, they actually have been able to upset some pretty good teams. They beat Guild Eagles 13-7 out on Ancient, Endpoint 13-5 on Ancient as well. They had a 13-8 against Sinners on Inferno, an overtime victory on Mirage against Perivision. So while we've kind of been discussing the exits that they've had in open qualifiers, they've also been able to prove that they can upset against Tier 2 teams, and on this map as well.
Well, 3D Max, but he fall victim to it. Early game working well for the underdogs here. 3D Max. Offensives are not held as brilliantly as they'd like it to. CT side going to try press aggression. Jocko especially sees 1, mows through. Casualty on a second player. Isolate that third. Maka gets involved with that kill. And that's a bit more like it from the favourites. 1 man over towards window. Jocko's USP comes up for the kill, in fact. Switching out to a better AK and just suppressing tried. 3 points of health found by MBK in the end. And 3D Max, well, they find their confidence once again.
Well, that timing was superb, wasn't it? Just when they start going in for the B exec, just when it seems as if a ramp is going to be the explosion, 3D Max get on the other side of it. They work behind the bottom of the ramp, smoke in there from the doors, and it's not just Jocko by himself. It's not a solo mission. Yes, he's able to create a lot of impact, and he gets 2 kills, nearly that third, but Maka was there with the support. The 2 of them were inserted at ramp together. And Gun5 off of the back of that last round, call in the attack.
Yeah, facing a bit of their own playbook. 3D Max aggressing into the T side and winning out all the trades as appropriate. You mentioned the timing was fantastic. holding prominence over the trade game as well. Only one casualty in that previous round, so buys will be received as standard for the CTs. A couple of Galils out for Gun5, so it's not ideal for them. Incendiary set very early onto the elbow position, the nades, in case they did continue to press. They didn't do so in the end. Falling back as Lucky checks out for lane access, but it's very heavy-handed over on that A-bomb site. Should see a second player start to rotate, but into the B play. Exercise is all alone here. And
without that HE, can't break the smoke to try and see if they can exploit. Rotations can come in from Donut pretty quickly from both Lucky and for MBK. And for Exercise, as soon as he sees at least some util coming over high, that's when he should drop the Incendiary.
Now they've established lane control, they can start to consider that prospect. Lucky and MBK still very adamant that it's going to be some sort of lane take or B site play. Oh, that defensive very strong in this area, but Gun5 are just setting up for the execution soon.
Man, this is so telegraphed. It's crazy that we're getting closer to under a minute on the clock, and yet there's still no map taken. This feels like a free round for 3D Max.
Smoke's coming out towards mid. Counter smoke right there for Lucky. Oh, just peeks ahead of the Bloom, and that's a kill found for Gun5. Exercise now forced to play double duty on both the mid and site defense. Could also see a mid-walk coming in from Lovakus. Incendiary ahead of him actually lands inside of that smoke, but now the smoke's come down. Maka has caught a collateral, and that changes the complexion of things. The T-side players right around at close quarters. Tags as all the AWP can gain off the back of those two. 3-on-3, and now flanks in against the CT player. Lovakus knows that he's out there somewhere. Nades to pop open the smoke, just doing more damage to the CT forces. Tags up against Super. He's forced away from the bomb plant for now. He's going to have to force it down soon, and Jocko in with his own backstab takes the map away. Takes the round away and takes us 2 evens.
Jeez, that was a shocking round. That was just so poor for Gun5. Yes, they get an entry out there from Elbow, but mate, if you're trying to take map presence away at that sort of time on the clock, you know the info play is going to be there. And for 3D Max, okay, it hurt them, obviously, that Lucky dropped to a straight spam kill out there from Elbow, but that was such a sitter of a round, just off of information, just pure knowledge of the round.
And down to pistols as punishment for Gun5's transgressions. Tribe was hoping there'd be an aggressive face in from mid, was holding his deagle back. I don't think he saw the player that actually crossed over at pit. Either way, stacked up again to try and make their way into the A site, this time without util. Smoke down, Exercise is ready to receive them.
Just take that first contact and look to transition into Donut quickly. Wait for those rotations to come out again.
Incendiary timed so well. Forcing them back. Exercise is expecting a boost up. The flashbang sent towards the rest of the T-side players, and a swing quickly adjusted towards for Tried. The low HP individual fell very quickly without any impact of any sort to speak of. Now backup has rotated the next 2 heads. The scene Exercise should know that this has to be some sort of a commitment. Either that was the greatest bait in the planet, and just mowed down to that AK. The AWP forced to use his P250. Backstabs, backup. All sorts of rotates coming in. Sailo not getting away with any more exits. They should recover that AK. And we should be seeing our minimum 6 hit by 3D Max. Can they go one better?
Yeah, this has been a bit of a wild map in just the idea that 3D Max struggled early on, that they were down 3-5, got themselves into a very awkward economy float. But a strong recovery for the last 3 in a row for the French. And if they can close this at 7-5, it would have to be noted that that was a very strong recovery to get themselves in a good position moving into the second half.
Nade set, damage done. Lovakus fighting onto Lucky, who stands in the flames and does get away with the pick before he falls. Does concede mid control back to Gun5 because they put those smokes out towards Donut and Red very early. Deeper B door smoke as well for the CT side. Expecting there to be some more aggression in towards lane. Expecting that mid control to establish some sort of B site anchor. And they do go a bit overly aggressive. Super's ready to punish MBK.
That's an easy kill to come through from Super, and it might just be another. Yes, Jocko tries the exact same thing, just to be desperate for that trade frag. And that missed door smoke cost them hugely in this round.
down to 2 on 3D Max. We need to see some of that mid and late round experience that we talked about so much on the last map come into perfection, essentially. Because anything less, and this will be an easy round for Gun5. Even with perfection, can you really manage it? It's, again, 2-man advantage for the T side. At least they're slowing it down, so the AWP of Maka set to take the bomb carrier.
Yeah, this is a very tough round for Maka because he's transitioned out to long, which means he just needs to keep fighting. He'll have no security of falling back.
Oh, caught in transition as well. Accuracy skewered as Supra skewers his head. An exercise. Full-blown clutch required for him. Finnegan is ready to receive, sees the burst, sees the man. The rest of the T's will also adjust against that. The M4 just caught off on 2 players of the crossfire. 6 apiece as Gun5 will equalize at the turn of the half.
Gun5 have surpassed my expectations. They've put in a pretty good shift here. And again, they play a lot of Ancient. A lot of their officials in advanced feature Ancient, pretty much all of their best of ones in open qualifiers gets floated to this map. So we know that it's one that has a lot of game time on. And just 6-6, turn of the half, moving into the second. There is room to make this winnable. I would say there is a decent likelihood that Gun5 can send it to a third map. They just need to strike early. They need to keep that pressure up against the French.
Yeah, pistol win will be all important. 3D Max also be aware of this as they go on to their T half. Smokes that are ready for the first contact over on the A-bomb site. Attention has been drawn away, though. Rotations seem to be just pulled for a straight-up fake. The bomb could, in theory, rotate back here. The 2 A players will start the walk up to provide that option. It seems to be the call here for 3D Max.
And the contact out from Donut could be everything tried. It's just looking out to mid. No idea that there's an explosion out there on A. And even Loficus has to expect that there's another.
Lucky's caught Zailo over on the B bomb site, and Lovicus is not expecting Exercise to be as close as he was. Straight headshot taken easy over at Temple, and Finnegan and Supra. Oh, missing shots against even players with their backs turned. Lucky allowed a chance to fight. Finnegan will get Jocko, but Lucky still trying to stall out the one man of the CT side. Might have to get support from Finnegan. Eventually they do get that headshot in, but still a 3 versus 2 for the post plant of 3D Max. They are taking further fights, which will get in before they're forced to back away.
Oh, look at the timing of that re-smoke. Oh, man. Gun5, they probably need to go through that smoke. Getting out to red tells you that they're just going to be saving and bringing forward into the next rounds.
Yeah, no kits on either.
They over-rotated so quickly, didn't they? They were adamant that it was the B play.
Bought on an easy fake, and the 2 A main players as well could hear the rotates. They could hear where those 2 players were going towards because they were like, right, well, no one's out here. Surely there could be nobody in main. And, well, they assumed very incorrectly there. Gun5 losing a pistol. I think that's 3 for 4 in this series now for 3D Max.
And 3D Max actually could be quite fakey now in this second half. They might look at that pistol round and say, geez, they over-rotated easily, so let's do that more commonly. Let's try and adapt our defaults of maybe selling late round situations one direction and going another, because Gun5, I mean, you're going to be desperate in scenarios like that when you hear that util, when you see the pace that comes in.
3D Max back on the front foot. Desperation may become a key factor for Gun5 if they can't get control of this when the first guns have come out at least. In this round, it shouldn't be much at all. The Zeus is brought in as the highest fragging power weapons at close quarters, at least for Gun5.
I want to see what Tried is like on the big green as well. Obviously, we're not going to see it next gun rounds, but we might see it the one after, because he's had some pretty good performances on Ancient in the recent history in comparison to the rest of his teammates. And we didn't see much from him on map 1, so even though it might not be that many rounds that he has the AWP, I am keeping my eye on him.
A little under a minute to play with. Flash is sent into this cave crossfire, which won't really do anything back. Zeus is at the ready. Oh, one missed out. Second P250 tries to strike back, and Finnegan does get 1 pick, but no more than that. Maka and Lucky, a couple more trades back. Lucky will get caught by Lovicus, so there's 1 responsive. But tried to get this gun out of cave, though. It might require a kill of his own right. At that point, you know, successful eco there for Gun5. 3D Max, though, shouldn't really lose anymore.
No, can't expect it. 3D Max. I've got Maka that's just keeping eyes on that backstab in from Cheetah. But tried moves away, and in fairness, a couple of kills and an AK being saved, I would count that as a successful eco.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Do lose the likes of Tried, though, trying to look for that last rifle, that third pick if it's possible. Doesn't quite do so. The AK stays in, though, for Gun5. They look towards their gun buys. Where it could get very interesting for the CT side. However, for 3D Max, they know to win a round like this, they would really put the pressure on, just like they did in a very similar situation over on map 1.
Well, I'll put it this way. If 3D Max win round 15, they 100% win this game 2-0. It's just as simple as that. You go up 10-6, you put a lot of pressure on your opposition, economy's in an odd state, and they're going to be desperate. So this round has a huge amount of survival points for the Gun5 roster.
Finnegan first and foremost, all the way up mid. Nade sent for Lucky to try and look for them, and Finnegan and Try do get those first couple of kills. Exercise is good for the responsive. Nade sent to his direction will do a ton of damage. Not quite the third kill against the T side. Not like it matters for Gun5, though. They are up by a man.
And they need Jocko to recover this situation, to start working a pick out here to the B lane. Getting himself aggressively into cave. Needs to get the correct timing. He's actually getting a lot of respect.
As when he peeks out of that entrance, can he deal with Supra? Supra looks away at the worst moment, and Jocko's looking for Zailo. SMG with his back turned, just about turns out of the bomb site and keeps control of the situation for now, but only for now. 3D Max leaning into the A bomb site. No one's there to defend it.
So they should be able to get a bomb plant. This backstab, though, from Loficus, to me, is going to define the round. It should be a round-winning play getting in here at A main.
Well, they're taking their sweet time about getting this plant, so suddenly the opportunities do seem a little bit more limited. They do not contest Donuts, so actually they will get a bomb plant. Hearing the footsteps coming in from Spawn, though. Exercise, such low HP. Maka has got a lot of work to do, and no one is watching the main position, so the backstab is so likely for Lovicus. Swing in, spray through against one, not quite two. Zailo's there for that, though. And Gun5 made the retake happen.
That whole round is just info prods going in kind of both directions. Jocko gets a good timing out there in cave, but can't quite follow up, can't get that multi-frag on the B side. And then once Loficus gets into A main, there's no way that you can expect it. You can show distraction out from CT, you can draw that attention forward, but he's always going to find impact. And the money state is quite weak for Jocko. Everybody else is pretty comfortable for the buy. And for 3D Max, this is where, similar to the first half, pressure's building.
Yeah, Gun5 are giving it a good go. Have to take a moment to think about things here from 3D Max's perspective, because that easy 2-0 that we all thought was so, uncontested may now be seriously challenged. Gun5 have hit the marker of making this map look competitive. Now they're going to go one further, and they could well do so. 3D Max are going to opt to go in for the investment in round 16, working off the bomb plant bonus to bring in the 4 AKs, and this could provide a key window for the CTs to take control. Looking to gain a lead with the rifle win and the eco to follow up. Lucky's ready for Finnegan, though. That deeper smoke put up by the T-side players allows the opening casualty.
Oh, that's just a sleeper of a kill right there from Finnegan. That's a lazy check out there to elbow. And that's an easy pick. Now, Supra can take map control away from Ramp in with his teammate, but they need to recover.
Flash is sent, CT's dive out of the way, Supra takes damage, Matt 10 going to rush down, both do so much damage, eventually gets Supra as Zailo tries to hold his nerve. They're caught up in the smoke, though, they're forced to cancel it. That nade should pop open vision as NBK gets caught on the pre-fire. 3-on-3, and damage on both sides. One player at least being low.
Yeah, NBK had the bomb, so his aggressive maneuver out there seemed like miscommunication because it was a cancel from everyone else. Has actually probably cost them this round. This is very difficult to recover now.
A little bit reckless, perhaps. Gun5. Just hold their crossfire because they know as long as they disallow any entries onto that B bomb site, they will have this round. 3D Max have got to be the ones to make a move, and 25 seconds on the clock with the HP being where it is, with the further utility suppression against them. Feels like it might just have to be a save from here.
Oh, they'll have to commit, in my eyes, just to see what presents itself. Unfortunately, no one's really over-peaking. Lucky out here is not spotting anything at long.
Zaylo with the kill. Now they have to fall back. Certainly in the case of Lucky. Maka sticking around with that Galil in a bit of a risky fashion. Doesn't look to get an exit. Might get forced upon, and that makes it even worse for the economy game of 3D Max. They put so much behind this buy. And it comes out so much worse for Ware.
Yeah, definitely just miscommunication. And it's difficult to be critical on MBK because, again, he's just a stand-in player, right? You don't know what happened in that scenario, but there was a mistake of communicating whether we're getting up on the bomb site or cancelling. In my eyes, for 3D Max, they cancel in that 4v3 and reset the round. That round is just theirs. Just with the...
Finnegan's found the opening frag here. Lucky down in an instant. Now AK forced to get picked back up by somebody else. They have forced the issue back into round 17, so Gun5 may find a lot more than just the lead here. They might find themselves 2 up. 3D Max. Massive off the back of that opening engagement. Jocko to go ahead of the smokes, but he's so read by Supra. M4 back, Incendiary to drive them away. They did grab that AK, though.
Gun5 know how solid their position is right here. Finnegan being flashed in aggressively out towards elbow, struggling to find that connection onto MBK. But gets him in the end. 3D Max might actually find no success in this round.
Exercise trying to turn that AK into something. A pass from player to player. Him and Maka group up and start walking up mid, trying to look for an advanced angle on Finnegan or his teammate. Swing out of that Deagle, does get caught. Exercise does get 2 back, but 3 more to find. Backstab's closing in against him. Good read on the player that is coming out from lane, but still loses the fight anyway. It's Gun5. Disallow even a cash bonus. 3D Max now. No real buy for round 18.
And fairly similar to the first half, we saw quite a bit of early success from 3D Max in the first few rounds of the game and then sort of petered off and wasn't able to show a huge amount of challenge. They'll look at this stance now and say that probably Gun5 are the favourites here. I mean, down 8 to 9, should be 8 to 10. This is an uncomfortable position for 3D Max to be in, and this is definitely getting further in the conversation of Anubis is calling. They need to dig deep and show good tactical depth on this T side to recover an awkward situation.
Gun5 have got everything they could ask for. Advantage, anti-eco round, 3 AKs, AWP. Super and Finnegan again leading the charge for their squad as Gun set up for number 10 on their board. 3D Max only in with the half invest. HG's down already. Tons done. Finnegan credited with a straight up triple. And that's a very quick end of this one. 10 to 8 on the Gun5 board as expected.
And the anti-rush util just too solid out there from elbow. Trying to come into mid quickly and just getting siphoned off by the Incendiary, the double HE. Lucky is hoping for an overextension. He's hoping that one of these Gun5 players in mid get very aggressive and get very hungry.
No such luck at the moment. Maybe if he does, he can isolate one rifle to bring into the next round. I mean, they will have a gun by regardless. Nice if we can get one of those AKs out of the CT hands. He was facing into 2 of them over in mid. Novicus deals with him anyway. No casualties taken on the CT basis. 2 now in the lead. 3D Max have their rifle by. Their chance to contest this from here on out.
And it's a statement being made from Finnegan. Again, the in-game leader of this team, to come into a fairly comfortable map in the pool for 3D Max and to drop 21 frags and get your team over the line in a position. Now, they haven't been able to cross it just yet. 3 more good rounds, and they'll be sending it to a third map where, again, didn't feel as if there was going to be much to be able to close this in at least a 2-1 fashion.
3D Max need to re-establish their confidence, especially on T-side, which we've seen so little of. Exercise does find the first strike onto Super. Swing very aggressive in a cave, but maybe a bit too aggressive. Zyelo isn't ready for the next 2 players out of ramp, but still gets Jocko and looks back in on MBK, who finally maintains control of the site, but he's all alone. His teammates are out towards mid, and now they're going to have to play off the back of that. The bomb's been left over towards the B doors. MBK overwhelmed the same, and advantage stays with Gun5.
Now, this is all about timings now for Maka. Out here from CT, up against the AWP. The AWP's been seen and has been baited.
Finnegan turns contention towards that position. Lovicus is ready for Lucky to make his way up to that B bomb site. A could still be an option if he goes for the big old rotate. Have left the B bomb site, though. Gun5 suspect that might end up being the call, and now they're ready for it. Tried AWP particularly. Ready for a 1v1 fight, and only lands the leg shot. Maka, all important to a 2v2, but now the rest of the pressure rests on Lucky.
And Lucky's got to be wary about this red fight, so try and come in quickly. He can actually smoke off towards CT.
That's the call. Plant now for Donut. Finnegan quickly making his way up. Lucky's going to try to stick around for the fight. Back might be turned towards the man if the timing is off. And again, he's got to be the guy to do most of the work here. Gun5 positioning themselves. Lovicus and Finnegan, one of which should be heard there at Temple. The smoke towards CT should start to clear. They are checking out mid just in case as Maka waits. Smoke sent towards the main entrance, smoked off as well. Lucky. Incendiary against him. Maka waits for the right moment. Force them off the bomb plant. So much damage being done. Finnegan turned away from Lucky with that kill. Back on the defuse goes the last player. Damage up heavy onto Lovicus, and Lucky stalled for just enough time to get away from the site and get away with a 9th.
Well, I'm surprised that's actually happened, to be honest there, Jay. That round looked pretty much over. Gun5 had some really good trades out there on B. Maka with the off angle, I love that. Expecting the AWP to be there in CT. Because again, he knows that Tried was out in red. So you kind of read the reposition that he's probably in CT waiting for you. He gets an advanced angle on top of the default box, swings in, and it's such a tough shot for the AWP. That vertical flick only gets away with the leg shot. And then the position that Maka finds himself in, that is a real off angle out on the big box. You're tucked completely from the Temple sight line. You're holding out on the bomb directly, and then Lucky just knows, waste the time, make sure the diffuser drops. If I do that, round's mine.
Another tactical for 3D Max because it took everyone going down to get that round past the finish line, and Gun5 have a better buy as a result. More savings in their accounts. 3D Max do not have a lot of loss bonus to play off of. Combined with bomb plant bonuses will not enable any much more to come their way. They need to get rounds on wins on the board. They need to start to try and test Gun5. This is a swing round here in round 20. For 3D Max to either take control of the lead or Gun5 to take control of the map. All important on the solidity of their execution bases. Good incendiaries to start things off on the CT side.
Cancel the lane maneuver and get that molly out to top shelf, but it seems like it is going to be the ramp pop.
Molly, smoke, sent, flashes. Jocko first man in, sees at least one player, but not aware of Zyelo in stacks. M4 gets the kill from beyond the smoke. They're all sorts of blinded. Super on the site. Finally dealt with. Exercise with 2 picks back, though. 3-on-2 still favors the CT side, and the bomb has been dropped on the B side, so it has to be a commitment.
And we've seen these kind of rounds before from 3D Max. We only saw it in the last. Freeze it up, slow it down. And for Gun5, there is still so much time left on the clock.
Hold their nerve. They're aware of where that bomb dropped. Cover off mid in case they try for a cheeky backstab. AWP, so wary. Exercise catches him. Tried. Goes down to a 2 versus 2. Overpass is still out here on long, though. Leaning in, seen by the T side. No, they weren't ready for it. Kill found. Now it's all onto Exercise now. He's forced this round to be winnable. Now he's got to clutch the full-blown ace. And challenging the M4 doesn't go past the back line. Gun5 with number 11.
Unfortunately for 3D Max, they're constantly getting in these scenarios where they're at mad disadvantages. I mean, up there on the site, there's hardly any entry frags coming in. That's a very good defensive. You go in for the ramp pop, you're up against 3 CTs. They're all trying to play around the util. It gets quite gimmicky. Supra's on the other side of default. And 3D Max try and recover a 2v3, but it just doesn't quite happen. A Gun5... look, they should be winning this map. With how they've played over Ancient and how they're performing in the second half, they should be beating 3D Max. They should be sending this to Anubis.
There's been a wonderful showing from Gun5. Precisely what we wanted out of them. To take what they were successful at on the first map, apply it to the second, and carry it forward as far as you can. And as far as they can, may well be the third and final map in the best of 3. Finnegan out towards mid. Lucky is trying to expect him. The Deagle of NBK hoping for aggression also at lane, but it's a passive engagement from Gun5 when 3D Max need to find some fights.
AWP playing out from Temple, repositioned from some of the other CT players. They need to try and strike this AK with an opening pick.
AK about to get boosted up. No, tried his AWP through the smoke. I think he just spotted Maka there, crossing past a small gap in it, so shot down, advantage gained. Still looking for the second man. Lands the leg shot on Exercise, so not quite a casualty taken. He's still allowed a kill back again, working so well in busting open these bomb sites. Unfortunately, the man advantage doesn't stay there forever. Exercise is still involved, though. How is he getting away with this much? Bombs on his back, and Zailo is ready to try shut him down. The AK is so ready for his peek forward, though. A little bit lower, the headshot allows the quick kill to come back for the M4 and the bomb to get dropped again.
And Lucky's picked up one of those AKs, and with body armor, he could put this into effect. Look to try and challenge the Temple sightline and catch just enough of the body to do some damage and then pick up the fight in the end. Spot out the last player, and Lucky's going to capitalize. What a fantastic round coming through from 3D Max, which is what is a only hero AK round. Exercise just kept ripping some of those kills in CT and in Temple.
Man, what impact he's had. And for a guy who's really... this is his breakout team for all intents and purposes, all the way back to that core of Double Pony again, where he came onto the scene. He looked like a very capable element in the Tier 2 environment, and here he is being a star when 3D Max need it the most. And for Gun5, that is an all-important loss against them because the money does not sustain to another investment. They are down to pistols, and perhaps 3D Max could nip this in the bud.
Well, just looking at the mindset of that buy, 3D Max wanted to play for overtime. So if you're Maka and you've been able to get success in that last round, you think it's on in regulation. You think it's on for you guys to close 2-0 without needing to go to overtime.
Especially with this freebie, recognize it must be an A stack with no defensives held. Usually they've had some sort of site anchor and then playing off of some combination of short, long, and cave, but as they clear out cave, as the smoke start to clear towards short and long, they'll recognize that nobody's here. The plant will be secured. And Gun5, the best they can do is get some rifles out of their hands.
And this is where pressure is going to go the other direction. I want to say for the majority of this map, it's been pressure on the French. Now for Gun5, you are 11-11 in a rifle round without much of a threat. I mean, the money state is quite awkward for at least a couple of individuals. Finnegan and Tried are down very low. Super has got at least a decent amount of cash, so there'll obviously be a rifle round, but there is going to be limitations.
Are those small advantages going to be enough for 3D Max here?
Yeah, they won't be able to get the AWP out. So that's another thing for Tried, where unfortunately, in such a key round, you'd love to have the big green. Can't have it, no money.
Have to rest on a rifle at most, more likely an SMG for the man. For Mast, in fact. SMG for Zailo as the M4 comes in for Supra. Lovica should also follow it up. Gun5. Now feel the pressure again. 3D Max, the favourites in this series. Locking in an opportunity to make this a 2-0 stance, but we've seen how early these rounds can get out of control as Gun5 have fought so hard to make it so. First map, it was just a couple of snazzy, flashy rounds in this one to The fast play out from 3D Max as Soup returns quickly back into Choco and MBK evading that flashbang exercise again. Involved with a pick back. The SMG knows that smoke involved exercise. Another kill to make it an even man stance and it's secure the bomb plants.
Oh, Lofficus with this for Mars will be able to catch off the first. Needs to try and transition in for a bit more.
Lucky jump facing, looking for a pick. Maka gets caught, the AK. All that remains versus 3. Wary of wraparounds. They're coming in from Cave, though. He can hear these footsteps. He can see his players in contact. He's forced back even more passive into lane. They're going to face him. They're going to aggress. Oh, he lines up 2. And now there's 1 left. 10 points of health for Lucky. He's called Tried's bluff. The experience versus the youngster. And the youngster will win the engagement, but without a kit. Is he going to have enough time for this? I don't think he will. Oh, it's going to be damn close, Dweg. For 3D Max, this could be map and match point for Gun5. It could be for all survival, and they stay alive.
Well played there from Tried. Knows that he has to engage into that fight straight away. It's a great effort there from Lucky in the 1v3, but I'm so surprised it's another one of these B-Pops. The B-Pops have not been successful. They really haven't. They've lost so much to those aggressive plays out from ramp. It's always them at the mad disadvantage, trying to recover 2v3s, 3v4s, whenever they hit B fast. And in a round where you know that they're limited, why you would run it again, I don't know. Supra, 2 very impactful kills out there from the wood position. And for Lucky, he shouldn't be winning that 1v3. Not with the amount that they can just swarm off of the back of it. And Gun5 just about get it. But the factor here, Jay, is once again, look at how ripped the economy is going to be. 1 alive in that round.
They've guaranteed that they can play overtime at least here on Ancient. And they go so far as to turn it over 13-11 and take us to our third. 3D Max, you're right about their buy state. It does look better for them. Try it back on the AWP with an all-important clutch of the HP advantage. Lucky straight into mid. But Finnegan is ready for him. Opens up the round.
That's a beautiful start there from Finnegan. Now, Exercise has got aggressive into A main while the rest of the players are actually working up B.
Maka, 2 AWPs pick on the B entries. This time it does work out for them. Lovicus doesn't get affected by that flashbang. Tried, and his AWP finds Exercise elsewhere. Now it's back again to the favor of Gun5. Yes, there are 2 players on extremely low HP here, but it's a 3v2 for the retake.
And they've got Maka alive, just missing out that long smoke as well. His attention needs to be drawn for another fight.
Looking on towards Short, needs to time this so well. The M4 start peeking. Attention turn, the shot does ring out. There's also a counter flash that will keep the 1 player at bay. The AWP had tried. Lovicus might get boosted up to try and look over that smoke. 1 comes in towards K. The smoke clears in the end. A flashbang, blind spray from MBK, just trying to stall for time. The nade combination with the engagement there. And the AWP tried lands it. It looks like we're going to map 3 to egg. All the effort from Gun5 has worked out so well. Their style of winning, opening man advantages and converting them over 3D Max works so well here for the Ancient map. It is their pick. It is their win. We're off to Anubis.
And for Gun5, they had to work hard for this one. This was never going to be an easy affair to be able to get it over the line. And for 13-11, it just shows for 3D Max, there were some very questionable calls out there in that second half. And it means for Gun5, when you are an underdog team, sometimes you need a couple of those rounds to go your way, and that's just enough to be able to cause an upset.
Yeah, it was a very tough effort. I mean, again, we weren't expecting this to go past 2 maps in the end, despite it being the map pick of Gun5. It felt too comfortable for 3D Max overall, but you're right, like they kept getting exploited over on those B pops time and again in the second half. It really was a lot of question marks around the way that they were calling against what the Gun5 squad were doing, and by the tail end of things, it felt like they threw away a key opportunity to also close this in 2-0, right? You mentioned how the broken buy was solidified by the B execution, and even then, you think about the 1 versus 3 that Lucky almost won. He shouldn't even been allowed those first couple of kills. It was just down to over-fighting and that lack of experience that Gun5 brought that enabled that to even come through. And thankfully, it didn't quite work out for him in the end. It worked better for the CT side. So, look, there's a lot of question marks now thrown into this series off the back of that because it's a win that I don't think we were expecting to see out of Gun5.
Yeah, and again, 3D Max, like, they definitely trolled some rounds, and they'll know that going out in going into the third map decider. I mean, that one where they cancel and MBK is still going up ramp with the bomb solo. It's one of those where it does show in these kind of situations the difference that Hadji would have made in the roster than any stand-in. Doesn't matter if it's MBK, doesn't matter if it's Masuda, doesn't matter if it's Navir, doesn't matter who it is. It shows the inability in some of those rounds. And for 3D Max across the board, they'll be gutted. They'll look at this one and say, man, we should have closed in two.
Yeah, they'll definitely have some highlights in this one, but a lot of lowlights as well at the same time. And I think that's sort of the key thing that you have to look at is the fact that, look, they were on a position where they could have closed this one down, right? But Gun5, they came out of the gate swinging. They made it a very competitive opening half, and then they turned it over towards a map victory in the end. But 3D Max was still in that position where they should have closed it down. They had that chance, and it wasn't quite to be in the end.
And it did show that the in-game leader of Finnegan was making some high impactful moments. Him in mid was creating quite a lot of multis, kind of creating round opportunities too. So nice to see that a veteran player and the in-game leader of the team can stand tall in what is a tough game against 3D Max.
And it was those two veterans that again stood up above all else, right, for Gun5, because they were the ones that were constantly involved in the trades. And you'll see a lot of highlights from those two over the course of this package for the Gun5 camp. For 3D Max, they certainly have to figure out a way to shut those two down, because those might be the next key threats as we go into Anubis.
And just knowing that for Gun5, you're in a series where you've been on a massive losing streak on HLTV. You're not playing on there at this kind of level that frequently, not in this year at least. So now that you've been able to upset against the high-end Tier 2 squad, and you're going into the last map and the decider of Anubis, they probably feel as if they can upset the series, that they can push it one further and try and see if they can capitalize entirely.
Yeah, if nothing else, they're looking at this and they've got their confidence reinstated, because your mental would be down in the dumps after the way that things went down on map number 1. But the bounce back here to, yes, go all the way to 24 rounds, but still to take a map in the series over 3D Max to find your comfortability and find a formula that does work, right? That's the key thing, right? The formula works for Gun5, and now they've found a way to now... I mean, look, the thing about it is that whenever they found those advantages, 3D Max was still always favorable in the mid to late portions of the rounds themselves. I don't think that necessarily applies here on Ancient, and they're going to hope that it applies on Anubis.
The massive concern, too, is that where are some of the other fraggers that we expect from 3D Max? Yeah, Lucky had some pretty good clutch scenarios, but it was honestly the exercise show. He was putting in mad work in the first half and in the second, and some of the key guys that we normally look at of the solid riflers, I mean, normally we would say Jocko, Lucky, and Hadji, we weren't getting that solid rifle pack, and Exercise was the only real shining star out here on Ancient.
Yeah, if you had to give like a pure MVP award, I know they didn't like win out the map itself, but like just a pure like most valuable player, it had to be him, because honestly, without his performance at the tail end of that map up, it would have been a much more a simple affair for Gun5 to close this one out. It wouldn't have been a 13-11, it would have been closer to 13-9, honestly. So the fact of the matter is that yes, he was a massive element for them, but they need to see more out of that. They need to see those rifle core, that rifle core you mentioned, it needs to come together and start to post impact about themselves, because 3D Max, they're not going to get past Gun5 in terms of the way that they're playing right now. Again, they have put in a hell of a work, a hell of a shift onto map 2. They've proven themselves. They've shown that they have something about them that actually could still upset in this series.
And for 3D Max, they have to be realistic with themselves to say that there is an upset potential. They are still a much stronger team. They're still a much more experienced team. So bring that edge, bring that caliber into map number 3 and keep it comfortable. Don't look to get massively tested, because again, if you want to go on this steeper run, if you want to be one of our favorites in the tournament to qualify to the LAN event, you should be smoking teams like this of Gun5. And unfortunately, that hasn't quite happened in this series.
And it does stir up some concerns about obviously the stand-in nature. You mentioned how some of the coordination doesn't work up against the likes of Gun5 because of how much MBK was getting caught off, or because how the team formation always kept losing those opening man advantages. And you think about if they do go past Gun5, which I'm putting if there because I think it's possible now, but if they go up against Fnatic in the next round, like how much is that going to be exploited against a team that are a little bit more well poised, that are within that higher end of tier 2 that 3D Max would be trying to compete at themselves, right? Like that's a future concern for 3D Max that they have to think about and they have to consider when it comes to their practice and how they form around the stand-in.
Yeah, sure. There's no denying that one at all. And for Gun5, once more, they were tested. They had some very close rounds. They'll probably know themselves that if a few rounds went differently, they probably are eliminated. So come out here. You showed a lot on H, and they need to do one better. I think if we kind of get a similar game where it's down to just a couple of key rounds here or there, I do give the edge to 3D Max. They've got to show more convincing results. They've got to be able to stabilize a little bit more off of at least the rifle rounds, because we saw it for 3D Max, and you were talking about it. The early starts of the halves and the pistol rounds were very successful for the French.
Indeed, and they weren't able to convert that momentum in this particular case. They were at least able to convert a number of, again, star performances from the likes of Exercise. I am encouraged as well to see that Lovicus has actually beaten them out on the ADR basis over on Gun5, and he's still within the higher end of the frag count. So it's not just the Finnegan and Super Show anymore. Yes, they are still top of the board. Yes, they are still the key elements of Gun5's firepower, but now we're starting to see some of those lower experienced elements start to come into their own, and if they can carry that forward to map 3, that might be a pivotal win condition for Gun5.
And for 3D Max, they are in a position now where, again, you can go back to a couple of those rounds. I mean, for Lucky, he was successful with that 1v2 clutch in Donut on the T side. He wasn't successful with the 1v3 at B towards ramp. How close that could have been if maybe he repositions towards the doors rather than out to that box position. If he just wastes that extra half a second, that would have been defuse not coming in.
Indeed, and you will be having those what-ifs in the back of your mind for 3D Max as well, especially if they lose this best of 3. Then it's like, well, we could have closed it out in 3, lads, and some of those decisions might have to be questioned in the near future, but they have to put their full attention onto our third and final map of this best of 3. Anubis is coming up next, Dwayne, and for Gun5, like, how do you rate their chances of pulling off the upset, if it's a percentage marker?
Probably 30% realistically. Just because, again, they play a lot of Anubis. The issue is it's just the caliber of being able to do it consistently. You might be able to do it in one map, but can you do it in 2 to close out a best of 3? Yeah, about 30% for me.
We'll find out whether or not they can beat those odds, whether Dwayne is wrong, or whether the 3D Max side will hold on to their spot in the next round of the Skyesports Masters European Closed Qualifier. It's Anubis, our final map of the day, after the break.
Feel it in my bones. I'm about to lose control.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. Dance all night. I got dance all night. I just wanna dance all night. I just wanna dance all night.
I just need to know what's on your mind. You can call my name, I'll be alright. I just need to know what's on your mind.
I just wanna dance all night.
Well, against all odds, Gun5 pushes all the way to 3 maps in this best of 3 to fight for survival over 3D Max, who are rated as the very heavy favourites today. Unfortunately for them, unable to mount up the pressure on their second map, rather. They were able to get that opening map. Anubis is able to do our final bit of battle. Dweg, how do we feel about this prospect now that we've seen what we've seen from Gun5? Is there still a chance? I mean, we talked about the possibilities of there being a 30% upset range, but they've had that time to cool down. They've had that time to discuss and readjust. How do we feel like the win conditions are going to feel for Gun5?
Well, for Gun5, I mean, Finnegan and Super are obviously going to be very key. There have been 2 players that have been fundamentally impactful across this series already. And for 3D Max, it just depends if they can kind of force awkward rounds against them. I look at Ancient and they were never really able to string rounds together. They were constantly on the side of weaker buys. So being able to target the economy and just getting off to a competitive start is going to be very key for the upset of Gun5.
Yeah, I do feel like that's certainly the case. I mean, with how competitive the first half was, it set things up pretty nicely for Gun5 to mount up in the second half and just go from there. I do feel like the pistols were a little bit more, less impactful. I should be more specific from 3D Max, because they found the pistols in conversions over the course of Ancient, but they weren't able to carry it forward 2 strong halves. It was 6-6 at the turn, and then 11-13, obviously, by the time we hit the end of the map. So bit more momentum, I think, from 3D Max is required for them. Gun5, though, they know where those exploits will be, and they know that there's a lot less coordination on 3D Max than what you would have expected with their full 5 before Hadji's departure.
Yeah, and I actually do honestly feel as if it should be comfortable like map number 1 for 3D Max. That would have been a huge wake-up call out there on map number 2 to just what the potential is for Gun5. So for me, I reckon 3D Max are going to be locked in, and they're going to be looking to take this 2-1.
Well, time to bolster up and try and do that here and now. Gun5 will be on the CT side start as 3D Max get off to the pistol of the final map of the series. And our final map of the day here in the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier. Very quickly into the B-bomb site they'll look to go. The aggressive force forward of Supra has seen nothing, but the site has been taken, and he might get challenged with his back turn, seen by Lucky in his Glock face. Now a second T-side player coming in from spawn itself. Fought upon Lucky, gets his casualty, and it's an opening advantage for 3D Max.
Yeah, Supra definitely anticipated that. You could see that he was watching behind, but just getting sandwiched from both sides, it's so difficult. Even out from Canals, the A main players are taking time to get into position. They do deal with the mid lurker, Jocko at least.
It's a 4-on-4 found, and the second CT attack will begin. Inbound from Canals. Exercise gets both of those shots in, sees that third player, will look to engage upon him and mow through all that face him. Nothing left for Trident in this round. 1-on-4 to save. The Kevlar above everything else. Pistol will be taken by 3D Max.
Exercise showed us quite a lot in that last map of Ancient, and we're already seeing a lot from him on Anubis. And we talk about it quite frequently, that when an organization or a team kind of loses an important piece, it puts emphasis on other players to recover the situation, maybe to move into slightly different roles, to maybe adapt. And when you look at Exercise, here's a hard anchor on CT sides. You're never really anticipating a huge amount of impact for him. But that T side of Ancient was rock solid.
You see good stuff out of the T sides of this map as well. Seeing how T heavy it can be just today alone. And for 3D Max, of course, their early rounds will certainly favour the T side. No real contention of Gun5 against the anti-eco pistols. They only have the stack in from mid that won't receive anything of 3D Max. Quick storm to B site once again. Plant will be secured. The round should go with it as well.
So, Jay, who's winning this European qualifier?
Why are you asking me that question?
Because I am. Because I can.
We've been over this. We think there's already a handful of candidates. To make a prediction...
Yeah, go on. Just one. You can't make one. You got... Well, there's only 11 teams left. Should be 10 after this one. I'm waiting.
I can't believe you. No, I'm not going to answer it. No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. No.
I think it's Fnatic.
Fair enough. 3D Max will have to face them if they can continue on with this this map success. Gun5. And their rifles back in, the M4s across the entire CT board. SMGs still playing the bonus weapons here for 3D Max.
Jocko working in for Canals with his teammate. Could actually be a pretty aggressive approach into a B split.
Oh, Finnegan seen the head of Jocko, stands in amongst those flames, and yeah, it's a lot of damage done towards him. Does take some back, but no kills either way here. Volleys all get sent in. Supra will be forced to try and act out. Oh, he's burning. He's found the only avenue of escape as Jocko does get caught off. Low HP on the back lines of the CT side. Exercise unlucky, going to punish that. Finnegan is still in play at 31 points of health and backed up behind the smoke, waiting for backup to get here. Plant should be secured momentarily. Those nades doing even worse.
Oh, spam comes in close, and MPK and Lucky just swing. As soon as he starts spamming, that's just it. That's when everyone should swing on the contact timing. Oh! Man, his desk actually might be in half after that.
It's the Hulk smash.
Yeah, we all know what that one's like, where there's vibrations in the house.
Have you ever seen, have you ever watched Rooster Teeth by any chance?
No.
Oh, damn. I was going to make a good Rooster Teeth reference, but no. You won't get it.
Maybe the viewers might. But for 3D Max...
Gavin Free's desk, if anyone else does.
Yeah, there we are. Going at the Eternal J on Twitter and maybe Skyesports as well, if you do understand the reference. For Gun5, though, they collapsed on the bomb site to that B lane.
3D Max continuing with their streak. Solid stuff on the T side thus far. Still rocking the MP7 on Maka as well, so bonus weapons can farm cash against what is a very light buy. Try down to 1 point of health early.
I know Nertz rocks a lot of the MP7, but there aren't many players that rock that weapon.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually MP9 is more preferable.
Oh, MP9's the best. And if not, Mach 10, also great.
Depending on which half you're playing for.
Sometimes the ump, but similar conversation to the MP7, very rarely see that one.
Yeah, ever since it got nerfed, it's been bye-bye.
Yeah, there was a portion of time in which we saw a lot of ump usage.
Saw a lot of MP5 usage when it was introduced as well. We still see it from time to time as well.
Nah, come on. We never saw the MP5.
Are you joking, Dwayne?
No,
Have you been paying
MP5?
attention over the last couple of years?
No way, Brev. No way. MP5 was always quite rare to be bought. That was never common.
Well, Gun5 will now get the rifles. No need to discuss SMGs. AWP's in for Tried, and the M4s, of course, for everybody else. And Tried, obviously, has tried to utilize the AWP as often as possible over the course of this series. He didn't do all that fantastic on his numbers in the last map.
I didn't feel as if he generated any impact in Map 1 and Map 2. It was mainly riflers that were generating impact for Gun5.
As I mentioned before, very inexperienced and young player, so maybe in the future he can become capable, but here and now, at least he's got the 3 kills on the Gun5 side, and these are the only 3 kills that have been found so far in this map. Mollies sent back, sprays through for Jocko's part. Zailo got utility at the ready. You're going to get smoked off position. Lovercurse turning away. Looks back into the right moment. Gets 1 and 2. And the third player's known about, but he doesn't reveal himself past that smoke.
Very good work for the A anchor. And now for 3D Max, they have to cancel. They are working mid, so they've got options. They need to work a pick, though. And this AWP is very defensive into Temple.
I find a shot if they extend very far out here. M4. MBK baits him. Very nicely done. Now look back onto the bomb site where Lovercurse is still holding for a little bit of damage done towards him with those early main engagements. MBK is going to find him, see where his backup is, but the trade is good for Gun5.
Oh, this is where the struggle comes in. Even the molly to fight against that rotation, this is actually workable for 3D Max. I could see a world in which they win this round.
They both picked up rifles, particularly Maka, who was still on the SMG a moment ago. Getting out to the AK, in fact. Lucky ready for the backstab coming in from Supra's part. From main. Swings in, fights on, Maka, all that is left. Versus 3, hiding in the smoke. The main entrance, tap burst through, the AWP going to make his move up, the AK protected upon, Tried's going to catch him with a quick scope. And the defuse will be held for Gun5 to get there first.
And not a lot of people might be aware, Jay, but the water is very bugged on Anubis when you're coming into A main. So the only way, even when you're shifting, to not make noise is to basically go down sort of a wooden path that kind of goes into the water, like the walkway. You have to walk on that and actually jump. If you just walk consistently into the water, you're going to make noise. And Super actually did make noise out to Lucky in A main, even though he was shifting the entirety of the way. So starting to see the pro players and at the higher degree jump across that walkway rather than even shifting through the water.
Some things that the tier 2 squads might have to pick up on in the near future. 4-round streak ended on 3D Max's part. Gun5 still were able to connect together the retake regardless. Tactical coming out very early for them because very similar way to how things started off over on map number 1. It was 4 on the trot, then 1 back for Gun5, then eventually that half ended up being a total of an 8-4. Gun5 need to look a lot more like they did over on Ancient than they did on Inferno. Anubis. Seeing all the rifles out once again. There's enough cash available for 3D Max. Even some in reserve to go for another gun buy, so there's no early chances for a swing back on Gun5's part, especially as Finnegan falls first and foremost to Jocko. They're going in real quick towards this. Super stands alone.
It seemed as if Lucky wanted to scale out there to the jail position, but they've opted against it and they're cancelling for a moment. Buys more time for that rotation. Smoke starts to clear. They've got a boost up to look at the backside.
Smokes come in as the mollies get sent to the back lines as well. Zailo's forced to make a move. Caught off by Jocko, but Jocko still gets found anyway. Lucky with a responsive, a double up on the Super in the back lines, and Lovercurse from behind the smoke can get 1 kill, but needs to get 1 more to even up the man advantage. 3 on 2 for the post plant. And Gun5 are caught repositioning.
Unless they get a kill within the next 5 or 10 seconds, it just has to be a save. That's the only option here for Gun5.
They spray blinded, receive nothing, and in the end they do fall away.
I'm going to change my percentage now, Jay, to 15%. I'm gonna half it.
Wow.
Because for 3D Max, this is a very good start. This is a key and pivotal rifle round for Gun5, and they haven't been able to take it.
I'm going to keep keeping track of your percentage upsets over the course of this map now, Dweg.
Yeah, look, it's very tough to recover here for Gun5. You've got 3D Max, who util-wise are looking very on the money. I mean, look at these sight hits, man. They're just double smokes, mollies everywhere, flashes. They're very well drilled on these executions. And for Gun5, I'm just not seeing that same threatening aura that I saw on map number 2.
So that competitive nature that we saw from the beginning of Ancient, which Gun5 have not brought out at the start of this one. That back and forth, blow for blow, the economical resets that they're able to take in the scoreline, you know, just at several advantages over 3D Max over the course of that first half. However, as I said before, similar echoes to the first map in the series where 3D Max took that first half by quite a margin. Gun5 got more rifles to try and stop that. The Orphan M4s included. Jocko, though, ready for aggression, ready to try pop that opening kill towards the A-bomb side. There was also a B walk coming in from the two main players, which did do some damage on... no damage onto Lucky, but he did force him back. Meanwhile, MBK inserted in mid, ready for one player to walk their way through camera. Gun5 are not biting, though.
Well, where is Finnegan and Supra? The two B players have got one kill between them going into round number 7. And for impact players, experienced players of what they achieved on map number 1 and 2, this is very concerning for Gun5 that we're not seeing that same impact from them.
Try to set up with his AWP to try to provide some support to Supra. They've traded places with Finnegan. Going to work that mid contact against NBK. Time is ticking on 3D Max, though. The smoke towards B main should fade soon, and from that they should go with the execution. Nades doing damage, though, at least turns a HP advantage for the CT side.
Amaka getting Molly set up. Tried is in very uncomfortable territory.
Exposed, re-smoke comes down with the CT forces, even Super is forced out of the backlines, backups coming in real quick, blind sprays doing damage against the T's, but Jocko is the man to get the kill. Super known about Finnegan, caught off elsewhere, down to 3 players, damage done by Lovicus, tries to see if he can block that bomb from crossing the bomb site, but no, Super goes falling. Lovicus on 1 point of health as well, Zailo with a lot of work to do, plant to be secured. I think it's just best to fall back again.
Oh, they're just getting pumped right now. They're having a really difficult time, and unfortunately, they're just insanely stagnant on their CT line. They are constantly, in the late round, just playing deep on the bomb sites. There's no info plays, there's no lurk attempts, there's no sort of multi-walks, and because of that, 3D Max just know, set up util, set up strong crossfires on entries, and we're just going to keep overwhelming. A Gun5 need to adapt, and unfortunately, I'm not seeing that in the majority of these gun rounds.
I can't disagree, unfortunately. Minimum 6 hit by 3D Max. Gun5 do have money, of course, available to them with the max loss bonus. They can keep buying around these safe weapons. Bring out the AWP on try, the M4s for everybody else. Seeing a little bit more from the big green, but it's those rifles that need to provide support around it. Especially on that site defensive. Opening kill has been going the way of 3D Max. That early round prowess we saw so much from Gun5 over this series has started to get negated. Fast in from 2 players. Zailo has mowed them down, though. That's a bit more positive.
A fantastic start to the round, and even maintaining this A-main pressure. Re-smoking down, getting on the side of it. This could be a chance for him to multi-up again.
Molly deep, but Zailo's pressing on for a bit more here. His teammate drawing attention back towards the main entrance as he puts a counter smoke against it. He's not ready for this player. His knife is pulled out. I think that smoke actually missed, which might force him to cancel any sort of progression in towards the A site. The bomb is on his back. He's got to escape and rejoin his teammates who are acting out towards the B site. Meanwhile, MBK combining the crossfire and tagging up one player extremely low, but the M4 of Zaila doesn't quite close out on Maka. 2 points of health. He somehow gets away from those aggressing CT players, but Trider's caught Lucky out towards the B attack. So now just down to Lovicus trying to get that bomb carrier. MBK is also tagged extremely low. Maka gets a headshot in, but these two guys have got 5 HP between them to try and get onto the A bomb site. Maka's dropped with the bomb. Nothing left for MBK.
Well, for MBK, just make the round expensive. 3D Max are obviously going to have a comfortable rifle round in the next. That won't be said for Gun5 if they drop another player here.
It's unfortunate that Super is on the other side of the map with his low HP, because that's the best fight that MBK could feasibly win. Tried missing his shots, going to, of course, catch the info on where that T-side player is. So Gun5 adjusting themselves to crossfire against the bomb. MBK's now got a very difficult situation to break against the CT forces. They can grab all those AKs that were dropped by 3D Max as well. Flash his way in towards main, try and take this weapon, a weapon, anything out of the hands of the CT side. Oh, back in this corner though. Hoping they aggress. He can't punish it. Fortunately, he's got 10 grand before any sort of cash bonus, so as you mentioned, there will be a buy.
And for 3D Max, they'll look at that last one and say, okay, we went slightly more aggressive with pace. We went down to a multi-frag at A main, so what? We've still been the much stronger team in this first half. We've shown that our defaults are working nicely. So that won't faze them a huge amount in that previous round.
Fast B pop coming in from 2 players, at least trying to sell them on a B execution. Tried to score lucky with his AWP, so once again, advantage taken by Gun5. The early aggression from 3D Max. Actually losing 2 more players at the opening entries. Dorko gets caught by Lovicus next up, and even the mid play not working out well for them. The bomb's been seen, the firing squad is here. Be very difficult to try to break this back. Lovicus is caught by Maka. 2 more to gain, ultimately cut down by Finnegan.
But first off, what made that round uncomfortable was a straight spam kill that came through from Tried. That AWP defensively on B, I think around Temple somewhere, just gets a straight kill through that B main smoke. And for 3D Max, they weren't able to over-rotate them massively on that setup. Yes, you've got a huge amount of util being drawn as a fake out there on B. It hasn't pulled the mid player over, so just when you start inserting Jocko and MBK into house, that's where it just doesn't quite work out with the space. So a couple in a row for Gun5. Decent. Now they've got to try and make it even more. Now you've got to try and see if you can tie it up at 6 apiece.
Still got gun buys to face against, and even some spare cash for NBK if he wants to dip into it in the next round. Loss bonus is still pretty low for the T side, so Gun5 will find themselves in with potentially 5. Slow approach from 3D Max though. They've tried some faster styles in the last couple of rounds and no more fake pops or quick rushes. Established map control with flashes in towards mid and main. There is no one watching mid. Main control trying to get established by the T's. They'll just leave exercise there.
Here, you've got a spot and a contact to come through from camera to keep eyes on mid. As soon as contact comes in, either drop the smoke or the incendiary. Reposition from Temple spots nothing out from the mid doors or house either. Very defensive from 3D Max. They will lean into an A split, but they're taking their time around it.
Running this clock rather low. Gun5 have got AWP on this A site as well, watching the main entrance. Lovicus ready for the camera play, and you know, I've got one player considering a rotation as well on the B defensive. He'll be a little bit late to the party though. Molotovs and smokes in. They will just leave MBK to cut the rotations back at the CT side. Flashes go over. Damage been done heavily. Exercise still gets his kill. The AWPer can't quite identify his targets ahead of the flames. Sailo dealt with by Exercise as his headshot comes out, and it's going to be a safe call from the last 2 Gun5 players. 3D Max will have the half.
Yeah, Exercise with another ripper of a round. And it comes into that scenario when you are working 4 out to A main, 1 late rotation in from mid, that you need to be pretty on point with your entries, and Exercise is exactly that. Just 2 very good domes, open up the bomb site, get that bomb down safely. And for Gun5, that is probably the worst case scenario, is that you're just getting that sense of, okay, we're kind of in this game now. We've got a couple of rounds in a row, we're testing the opposition, and then 3D Max win a round where pretty much everyone is alive.
And they might not get away with these 2 AKs either with the way that MBK and Lucky are hunting. I think they won't reach this spawn corner in time, though. They do go back towards main to check out the B site instead. So, extra rifles held in by Gun5, but 3D Max have the half at 7-3. I'll have a percentage check from you, Dwayne, now. What do you think?
Still probably about 15, to be honest. I don't think it's gone up or down. I think it's stabilized. It's not on the seesaw.
Gun5. Perhaps that percentage might tip their way, or tip the other way rather, if they lose this round, because money very light on the CT basis, and 3D Max to win it, to go 9-3 up potentially at the turn of the half would be their target, and would put some serious hurt on the Gun5 camp, and they know that themselves. Aggression taken by the default defensive, not too overly aggressive, but you can see particularly over at A main, Zailo pushed it very aggressive.
Slow and silent once more from 3D Max. Contact out from B main with the breakage of the smoke, the spam so close. There from Jocko up against Supra.
Good call from him to try and nade him. Clearing up the smoke as it started to fade anyway. Zailo has caught exercise with that aggression over at A main, so that's a good start. Smoke and flash in. Maka missing a quick shot, a tight angle to hit. So no trades.
A lot of util's been drawn though of their opposition. Jocko is spotting for that reposition out in Temple. It is going to be a B lean, but there's just a fake of a mid-walk right here for MBK.
That's drawn attention from Finnegan right back, so these main players about to have a little bit of a test ahead of them. Now Finnegan will not support the site defensive. It's all going to rest on Supra. You've still got NBK drawing all their attention back. Supra does deal with one player, though. Counter nades come back in of his own right. Lucky checks the outskirts of the site as he tries to work in from this electric entrance. The bomb is on his back as NBK does finally get dealt with in mid. Supra gets away with one more, and Finnegan's there to close onto Lucky the same. Gun5 answer back.
Well, fair play to Supra because, man, all of his teammates are being distracted, aren't they? Knowing that you're the only player on B, that Finnegan's attention's being drawn to Temple, you have to deliver. You have to hold your ground. And to get 2 kills and stay alive for as long as he did out there from default, that was impressive. So, yeah, good hold from the likes of the Estonian.
Again, that intelligent style of play. Waiting until the right moment, striking back, and 3D Max was just not ready to deal with him. Quite honestly, I honestly thought that mid play from MBK was going to be enough. Like, there was just no one except for Super on the site defensive. Mentioned the distraction that came in, but instead, Gun5 continue to contest on CT side.
And they've got a boost up with the AWP to look on a widened angle towards A main. Take that first shot and fall away.
Trying to fake him. Second footstep heard. Tried. Flashed off position, will escape forward contact over at main. That nade will do some damage. 3D Max hold their nerve, put smokes in out towards heaven. They've got the split player ready to go with mid not being watched again by Gun5. They are stalling though. They've just got those incendiaries to halt progression and stall out for time. We'll clear up in a moment here.
Oh, very smoked down towards camera. This is perfect.
Nades onto the site. Jocko trying to see if he can act out. Sees the head of Zailo. Gets away from this Lovicus. Gets one more as well. MBK training back over at camera up towards the back lines. Zailo is cool. And the player at heaven forced to back away. The AWP have tried versus 3. Needs backup to get here.
And not going to be able to get received. One in from camera, one in from main. And main's already been compromised. Maka gets that kill onto Finnegan.
Now down to Supra and tried. Supra coming in. Camera footstep has been heard. Tried leans in with the AWP and Incendiary to try to drive them out from the platform, but nobody is there. MBK waits, swings out with Maka's contact, and 3D Max 8-4 on the T-board.
And fundamentally, Jay, that round for Gun5 showed exactly where their weaknesses lie of the experience and the team play. You've got 3 players on A against an A split with that sort of time remaining on the clock. We would say for any of the top-end Tier 2 teams in this competition, your Preezies, your Fanatics, your 3D Maxes you can throw in there as well, your Bet Boom, all of those kind of teams, they'll be winning that round 100% of the time. And unfortunately for Gun5, the inexperience shows the collapse of the bomb site.
That's always going to be a concern for them in this tournament and in a match like this. It can get fixed with time, but time is not on their side in the second half of the final map of the day. 3D Max on to eliminate Gun5 early on in the qualifier. The pistol round sets exercising with the Julies up against them, and the Ts do actually get forced out on a TK. Try taking down Zailo has made us a 4-on-4.
This Glock can be overpowering out here to Electric. The double up from CTs.
Well, the curse caught by Lucky. Julie's hearing footsteps also out towards main, but focused so heavily on these Canals players. Finnegan can take him back, but 2 kills taken by Lucky provides the man advantage, and MBK closes in the pincers of the backstab. Supra versus 3. Edge of the smoke will try and aggress against the CT forces, but timing is everything to him, and there's so many players in transition. Jocko with the casualties, to claim a pistol for 3D Max.
And for Gun5, you have to make a tough call now. Do you force buy or not? You are in a very awful state with the scoreline. You need to keep that emphasis up. But to force buy without a bomb plant is risky. A 3D Max. I reckon we're going to get a very, very similar scoreline to map number 1. Maybe even stronger, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like it. Contrast to how map 1 went down as well. It was a 13-7 and 8-4 half, just like in this map, but Gun5 won the pistol in the second half. I'm not going to force the issue into round 14. I mean, they've been very careful when it comes to the double eco forces. Get guns out for the next round and contest from there. At that point, it would be a 6-round lead for 3D Max. Gun5 do lose the first pick.
And for 3D Max, utilizing everyone staying alive, keeping money strong, looking to use the next rifle round as a bonus. For Gun5, it is just about some of these powerful players in how they can get involved come the next rifle round. How we can see a bit more from Supra, a bit more from Finnegan. Who's our playmakers going to be? Because for 3D Max, they have simply looked comfortable on map 1 and map 3 of the series.
It's unfortunate for Gun5 as well, because map 2 could have been a swing of momentum. But not carrying that competitiveness over towards the third map has just led to this position where now they're getting rolled over. 3D Max dealing with the eco as appropriate now towards the gun buy for Gun5, and this will be their one chance to get into this second half and try and contest Anubis. For all intents and purposes, this round is do or die.
It might have to be slightly quicker, at least for Zyelo, to get him into a powerful position, try and get him aggressive to upgrade the rifle. 3D Max are up against quite a lot of players outside B early on. This looks to just be a B-pop fake, though.
They're setting themselves in with a split player as well over the Canals. 3 on the defensive, including the boost of MBK, which just caught Zyelo. Jocko keeps him at bay, dives away from position where Super had taken, so focused on that backline. MBK's allowed a second and third kill. Try does get back on responsive, but still favorable to 3D Max here. Plant can't quite be secured yet. They've got to cross that bomb first and foremost, and indeed it does, but Maka quickly moving his way through the smoke, trying to find an advanced angle against both these T-side players. And this Finnegan strikes exercise goes down. It's all him now to clutch this round. 3D Max have 2 players to face, and the AK has got to bait both into a bottleneck, a flashbang, and a nade with a smoke to suppress vision. He'll drive his way right forward into the open. He'll look towards contact, trying to just back, but wasn't accurate enough on Lucky, who keeps this round held together for 3D Max.
And that was so well played from Maka, because he knows that pressure's going to be on them in the post-plant to try and reposition to get maybe back to main in that 2v3. So he just works the edge of the smoke, gets out to jail, work that crossfire, and then right at the end, man, there's so much util. There's just nothing you can do if you're Finnegan. You're getting mollied, you're being flashed, you're being smoked. It's just, what can you do? And for MBK, what a sick hold on the bomb side directly for him.
Very little breathing room, but dealt with it so well. Set up that man advantage with 3D Max closed with in the end. Might not be the top man on the board. He's not far off, to his credit. They're continuing to have impact for 3D Max, just like he did on map 1. Gun5. Seven behind. Need to mount up the returning comeback. And preferably need to do it right now, because grind to overtime is extremely difficult to make happen. They have their gun by. It's weakened at this moment, but it's successful.
Zyelo's attention's drawn out here to A main, but it's just all distraction, all just time wasting. Molly, Supra has to try and put the smoke down.
Maka starts pressing in from mid ahead of the smoke, which starts to clear. Tries to fight on Tried, but Tried wins it out. Lucky, another incendiary going to block them away from progress in mid. The Molotovs will send him packing, so we can't hold aggressive. Has flashes at the ready, his teammate also in position. Meanwhile, MBK looks to strike out for main. He saw the head, and he's caught his contact. Exercise with 2 lined up. Lucky follows suit on Tried, and Zailo is done in this one.
And this is the difference, Jay. When we look back at Gun5 out in that first half, they were so stagnant, so deep in the bomb sites, not really working a lot. That round, mate, they're on the front foot. As soon as the double mollies come in towards house and doors, they're looking to engage. They're looking to fight. They press out from B main for MBK. Lucky and Exercise also work together in from mid. And that's the tantalizing difference between the two. The protocols, the setup, the understanding of the game. And for 3D Max, what I've seen from them in map 1 and map number 3 has been very impressive. Now, I won't say the same for Ancient. We can be critical about that one. There's no denying that. But the maps that are required to win the series, they've shown us a good performance.
Kind of performance we expected out of this series in general from them. Gun5 can be credited again with that map, as you mentioned, but seems like steam has run out now that we've gotten to Anubis. 8 match points for 3D Max, who walked in as our favourites, should walk out as the victors, should face against Fnatic in the quarterfinals. Have to win one more round to get that far. Gun5 with one last buy, one last chance, scrambling to get the AKs and Galils together. The comeback is going to be mental. I don't think either of us see it happening.
And for Gun5, it's just even been that feeling in the second half that not many of these rounds have been competitive. Not many of them we can look at and say that there was working potential. It's the AKs that constantly get saved. Even coming here into round 17, there's just so many for Lucky, MBK, and Jocko.
Zailo expecting one of those players to regress. Exercise certainly can be posted up to do just that. The M4 of the CT setup. Damage done to Lovicus and Zailo first and foremost. Zailo ready against the AWP. Shot doesn't connect, actually. Is he a little bit too far off kilter? Good swing from the man. Looking for that second play. Exercise considering a flash forward incendiary. Certainly he's going to drive Zailo back out, but he cannot get the trade casualty.
That's a very good timing there from Exercise, and even the HE placement does some decent chip damage onto Finnegan. 3D Max are pressuring out here to Electric, deep and defensive in jail.
Finnegan making moves. MBK forced to fight, wins out on Tried, 4-on-4. Meanwhile, Zailo does catch Exercise back, but MBK still holds his nerve. Jocko keeps control of the 2 versus 2. Bomb out there over at main. A counter backstab from Lucky, trying to close in the pincers onto Zailo as Jocko waits back on the bomb site. Zailo's core, and Lovicus is all that's left to keep Gun5 alive. 1-on-2. Unknown as of yet, or at least unknown to where he's repositioned to. But he's going to try and re-attack this B bomb site, and the CTs are now set up and ready for it. Time running short on the man. They can start to connect the dots, or doesn't look on to main in time. The AK's now seen him. Jocko to engage. Man spotted. Lovicus with a pick back. 15 seconds. AWP right around that corner. He jumps past it, but the shot connects anyway for a 13-4 map 3, a 2-1 series. 3D Max move on to the quarters.
And for 3D Max, that's the result that we expect in the end. Yes, there was a scare out there in map number 2, but for Inferno and Anubis, that was comfortable. And for Gun5, in hindsight and retrospect, maybe it's underwhelming to not see more from them, but you also need to consider the level of competition they're playing in this best of 3s today.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you consider what we saw on Ancient, I think we both walked into Anubis hoping we'd see quite a fair amount out of them. But as you mentioned, they were the weakest team in the field of all 12 teams that we have involved in this qualifier. So I don't think they can walk out of this one and say, like, you know, we're disappointed in ourselves, because I think the fact that they took a map away from 3D Max, the fact they looked as good as they were on Ancient, that's an achievement for these boys. Again, some of these guys are playing like their 5th map on HLTV, I think, in one case over on that last one of Anubis. So the fact you've got that little experience on your tally, and you're still doing that against one of the top teams in Tier 2, it has to be commended.
Yeah, it does. And for 3D Max, this is just another day in the office. You come into this entire matchup, you come into this event, not with a full 5-man lineup, you're working with a stand-in, you get away with a victory against a team that you should be beating, and now you got to look into that next game. And honestly, we've seen 3D Max play Fnatic quite a lot frequently, so that could be a bit of a rivalry that's cooking, knowing that Afro's on the other side, knowing that Body's there as well. I'm sure the 3D Max guys would love to be able to beat them out of this tournament.
Equally, though, I do look at the way that 3D Max lined up against Gun5, and I look at how the gameplay worked out specifically. And you mentioned, of course, during that ancient map, how certain team players were out of position and they weren't as coordinated as they probably were if they had their full 5-man unit. The standing situation might be something the Fnatic can punish and other teams can punish deeper on in the tournament. So, yes, it is another day in the office. Yes, it is a victory that was expected out of 3D Max. But as we consider the idea that Fnatic will be looking back on some of these moments and looking back over the course of this map up as like, well, we could seriously punish this, and if we can figure out exactly how to punish it, then it could be replicated pretty easily in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, I agree with you. Across the board for 3D Max, they looked comfortable on this this last map of Anubis, and maybe again you look at the Ancient and think, was it just a little bit of a one-off? If a few rounds went differently, if that 1v3 comes through from Lucky, I don't know, maybe it could have been or should have at least been a 2-0, but for Gun5, it was a decent idea to see what they're like at this kind of level, and unfortunately, it's an early exit for them once again.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough draw. I don't think there would have been any easy draw for Gun5 of all the teams. Maybe you could float like something like a Navi Junior, maybe, but look, they were the weakest team in field. It is expected that they go out in this round of the tournament, and I think they can hold their heads up high with the notion that they've proven there's a lot of potential behind this roster, and much like Sprout in the last matchup, now it's a case of building upon that in the next few months or so. I don't know if they're going to have the chance to compete at this level again anytime soon. They'll certainly have to build into it and have to work their way up the rankings. So it is not like it's going to be a case that we'll be able to follow them throughout the rest of the tournaments that they have. But look, they are active in the qualifiers. I imagine that they're playing in the next season of ESCA. I would be very surprised if they weren't playing the next season of ESCA. So look, they've got their tournaments that they can compete in. And again, if that's what you have to work with, then play in that and do what you can.
Yeah, at the same point, though, I do look at it from Finnegan and Supra's point of view and say, man, this project's been together for 6 months, and yet you're winning, what, 7 rounds on map 1 and getting absolutely destroyed on map 2. I know, obviously, it's a very different level of caliber than what the team is used to playing, but for those kind of players to have belief in the project that finally you come into 2024 and you get a matchup where you're playing a high-end Tier 2 team with a stand-in, and yet you're just kind of getting pumped in the series. I don't know how much belief I have in the next few months for Gun5, to be realistic. For 3D Max, though, I want to see what they're like against stronger competition. I want to see what they're like with the stand-in against strong-end Tier 2 teams.
Well, look, that's what we'll get to see from them in the next round. We will get to see them take on Fnatic, and we have to get to see them take on either Bet Boom or Bait in the next round after that if they can get through that best of 3. Look, for 3D Max, again, it was the expected win. They got through it. They're now on to the next round. For Gun5, obviously, it's not going to be easy to make their moves up. And you talk about the idea of the faith in their lineup and the faith in the project as it's stuck around for as long as it has. I mean, look, maybe there could be changes, right? I mean, the idea that you're stuck with this position and you're still going to, you're still getting these chances, and you still, again, you've shown quite a little bit of potential in that second map. Again, it's not successful, and I wouldn't know that it's been, and I don't know if they expected it to be so. I doubt that they really would have done. Look, I think that right now there is something to work with. It's a case of harnessing that. Whether they can do that is onto those veterans to be able to build upon that. Again, Super and Finnegan have their moments. They've had their markers. They've had their past successes, and now they need to impart that knowledge onto those other guys to allow them to develop as players. And then that's where Gun5 would find success if it does come at all.
And that's where I think similar conversation for 3D Max, just keeping an eye on them, because we know in ECL they've been playing with Masuda. We know a couple of games Haji's still been playing in. We know obviously today it was MBK. So over the next handful of days and maybe even handful of weeks, we'll get an idea roughly where they sit. Now, we know with Haji parting ways with the team, they're not going to be at 100%. There's no denying that. But this is still a very capable team. This is still a very structured core, a team that are very familiar with one another, even if there are different pieces coming and going in that 5th spot.
And we could still sort of like have the conversation about who we think is the most best fit, right? Because we are seeing two different 3D Maxes with one player in the 5th spot in one tournament and now a different player in another tournament. And maybe there could be swaps about. I'm not sure what the final registered roster is if MBK is forced to, it has to play out the entire of this qualifier. But if we see anyone else in the next couple of days on the quarterfinals, then that could be an opportunity to sort of compare and contrast them from one round to the next. But we could compare and contrast 3D Max in all their forms as they try and figure out who that 5th player is going to be. You can almost guarantee it won't be Haji, but, you know, Masuto, he's got Tier 1 experience. MBK has got Tier 1 experience in the past. Those guys could be options. You've talked about other French players and French-speaking players that could insert themselves into this team. Like, there are options for 3D Max. That much is certainly the case.
Yeah, and I suppose as well for 3D Max, this is where, again, they've got to be realistic with themselves in this European qualifier. They're one of the favourites. They aren't the favourite. So they will have to put in some really good performances. They will have to try and up their game and cause maybe some upsets at times, because even that matchup against Fnatic, they're not walking in as favourites. That's going to be a tough game for 3D Max.
Yeah, I'd agree on that respect. I mean, even earlier you were saying you think Fnatic are going to win the whole thing, so like that already sort of puts where your prediction is going to be in that quarterfinal matchup. 3D Max certainly have got a task ahead of them. They have been able to contest Fnatic in the past, doing it again, however, with the standing situation, there's a lot of doubts into the works in my eyes. So again, that'll be a matchup that I'm more intrigued about. I still think that right now our best quarterfinal is still BetBoom versus Bait, but that one at least carries a little bit of experience and history behind it in Fnatic and 3D Max.
Yeah, and you've kind of got two derbies. You've got the CIS derby on one side, you've got the almost French derby on the other. A lot of players that have all played together on the same teams and as teammates. So yeah, there's going to be a lot in both of those best of threes for sure.
Yeah, that's only just the first couple of rounds of the quarterfinals being set up. Of course, we've got our other rounds to play, other matches to play in round one itself. For now, though, let's recap everything that we've seen so far in this best of three by taking a look at the scoreboard as well for Anubis and just highlighting who the key men were of this side. Is there anyone that stands out as an MVP in this best of three for you, Dweg?
Nah, not really. No. I think, again, just clinical. You saw that on map 1 and map 3. For 3D Max, in pretty much all of their best of threes, right, you're always going to have the team cohesion above all else. Yes, maybe I can look at map number 2 and say Exercise played unbelievably well, but when I look at the result on map 1 and map 3, yeah, no MVP for me, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I can concur. Maybe if Exercise top frag, then you can make that argument. But yeah, 3D Max doing well as we expected him in this final map of the series. 13-4, Gun5 find themselves eliminated from the qualifier in the first round of the qualifier. So as we look towards the second day of proceedings as well, the way we look towards our next couple of matches, we'll also bring you up to speed with how the bracket looks so you can see how we line up in terms of our run so far. Again, Bait and 3D Max moving on to BetBoom and Fnatic, and then the rest of round one will feature VP Prodigy and TSM and Forza and Na'Vi Jr.
And for TSM, they really aren't playing in a lot of events whatsoever. They've obviously made a lot of adaptations to the roster. Poison is even coming in. Crazy to think that Cirque and Poison are still kicking it around in the European scene, but they've made their journey over. For Forza, this is actually a really deadly looking team in the recent history, and for Na'Vi Jr., this is obviously a really fresh lineup with players that most people aren't going to be too familiar with. So I'm quite keen to keep an eye out for the Academy teams tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, Na'Vi Jr. have historically produced some sick talents. I mean, I don't know if any of these guys are going to be as sick as some of the guys that they produced in the past. I'm going to be curious to watch out for. I think everyone will be curious because of how successful Academy teams have been in recent form. And so we'll get to see them against this very proven roster of Forza, a bit of a CIS derby in another respect.
And for VP Prodigy as well, this is a team that we were familiar with a couple of players in the past. Result was one of them that made that journey over to Forza. But this new look VP Prodigy roster is very unknown as well. So you've kind of got two Academy squads playing together that don't have a lot of pro experience with events and matches under their belt. And for TSM and for Forza, they're going to be heavy favourites in both of those best of threes.
Yeah, it feels very weird to say TSM are heavy favourites in anything given their recent line of form, but it could well end up being the case, of course, in tomorrow's proceeding. We will see VP Prodigy TSM up first in tomorrow's proceedings, but for today, that is all we have for you here in the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier. Do I get any final words to wrap up the day?
Just keep following it, because again, single elim bracket, very cutthroat, one poor performance, maybe one sleeper map like an Ancient, and you could find yourself out of the tournament.
We'll find out who's going to find themselves forward to the quarterfinals in the last two rounds or two matches of round one tomorrow. Make sure you're tuning back in. But for today, we bid you all adieu. See you back here for the rest of the week for more of the Skyesports Masters European Qualifier.
Just wanna